2, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. very good morning to you and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for today's Metro Bank One Day Cup Group B match against Lancashire. I'd like to welcome the players, officials and supporters of Lancashire and hope that they have an enjoyable day with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Today is our annual Family Fun Day, and various young Somerset supporters will be taking over key roles at various parts during the game, including the public address system. We will be holding the toss very shortly with the two captains, and we will bring you the team news and news of how that toss went as soon as we possibly can. Our match sponsors today are the Joseph Casson Estate Agency. Joseph Casson Estate Agency pride themselves on their class-leading marketing and customer-focused, award-winning service. It's centered around achieving the best possible price for your home, whilst charging you a fair, transparent, fixed fee, which you only pay when you move. So we hope that all our guests from the Joseph Casson Estate Agency enjoy themselves today. We'd also like to thank our principal Metro Bank One Day Cup partner, Brown & Brown Insurance Services, and we're pleased to be working in partnership once more with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants with their head office based in St James Street in Taunton. If you are looking for an activity, why not visit the Somerset Museum, which is situated on the ground. It is open from now until just before the start of play, and then again during the interval between the two games.
take the very front, take the very lowest level.
morning everybody, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for today's Metro Bank one-day club Group B match against Lancashire. Today is our annual family fun day, where various young supporters of Somerset are taking over key roles for part of the day. And that includes the public address system, the DJ system, the Somerset TV stream, and various other roles around the Cooper Associates County Ground. We'll be having a toss with the two captains in just a few moments' time, and we'll be bringing you news of that toss and team lineups in just a few moments. to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Round for our Metro Bank One Day Cup Group B match. Lancashire is our annual Family Fun Day, which means that several younger members of the Somerset supporting fraternity are joining us to take over some of the key roles that are done here at Cooper Associates County Ground today, and that includes announcing the teams to you good people. So would you please welcome onto the pitch from Chard, Skye Northover, and from Taunton, Will Hayes. Now what we're going to do here is, rather than one person announce the Somerset team and one person announce the Lancashire team, we're going to split it up so we do half of each. Now Skye is going to start. Lancashire have won the toss and will bowl first. Lancashire won the toss and will bowl first. So Skye, here you go. You're going to read the first 5 numbers of the Somerset team.
Number 15, 66, sponsored by Pump Supplies.
Archie Vaughan. We did practice, but never mind. Everybody's nervous and everybody's with you, Scott. Everybody's with you.
Number 44, sponsored by Amarin Robber, Lewis Goldsworthy. Number 55, sponsored by King's College, James Rowe. Number 45, sponsored by Mulder, Thomas Rowe. Number 8, sponsored by Relay, Josh Thomas.
So that's 6 for Somerset. The remaining 5 will be done by Will. You're from? Yes.
Number 10, sponsored by Barton Law, Finn Hill. Making his Somerset debut, Kian Roberts. Number 38, sponsored by Holiday Cottages, Josh Davey. Number 3, sponsored by Two Group, Alfie Ogbourne.
And our 12th man is?
Number 26, JT Langridge.
Excellent. So there's the Somerset team lineup, read up through by Sky and Will. And Sky and Will are now going to read out the Lancashire lineup, starting with Will from the top.
Number 12, Marcus Harris. Number 8, Tom Bailey. Number 10, George Alderson. Number 5, Charlie Barnett. Number 17, George Bell. Number 20, Josh Bohannon.
And Sky will complete the Lancashire team, starting from here. Luke Hands. It's my writing. I should have been a doctor.
Number 44, Michael Jones. Number 16, Harry Singh. Number 18, Aaron Setting. Number 22, Ollie Sutton.
So there we have the Somerset and the Lancashire teams expertly read for you there by Sky Northover from Charge and William Hayes from Taunton. I'm going to go home now and actually lead them to it all day, I think. So well done to Sky, well done to William. Let's give them a round of applause, please, because that is something that is quite nervous to do. starting lineups today in the physical visitors Lancashire. 12, Marcus Harris. Number 8, Tom Bailey. Number 10, George Alderson. Number 5, Charlie Marner. Number 17, George Bell. Number 20, Josh Rohan. Number 44, Michael Jones. Number 16, Harry Singh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for today's Metrobank 50 over game. Somerset taking on Lancashire. Lancashire have won the toss and are elected to bowl. So Somerset will be batting first, and let's have a look at the Somerset team. There's the team sheet there with a very stylish looking Archie Vaughan in that lovely kit. We have Tom Lammonby, number 1, with said man, Archie Vaughan. Number 2, Lewis Goldsworthy in at 3, James Rue. Followed by the star of Friday's game, Thomas Rue, Josh Thomas, Kean Roberts, Finn Hill, Josh Davey comes into the team, Alfie Ogborn and JT Langridge. I've got Sam Dalling alongside me. Any thoughts there? A couple of youngsters getting an opportunity here, Sam.
Yeah, what a lovely day it is for Kean Roberts on debut. Seen bowling all-rounder, so excited to see how he goes. I'm obviously excited to watch the Rue boys. Again, how good was Thomas on Friday? I chatted to a couple of the Durham lads afterwards. So their most experienced player, the lad who's played a couple of games for England, said to me he's the best young player that he has ever seen. And I think that is high praise. I also want to talk, I'm excited to see JT Langridge, by the way. I haven't seen him in action, but I felt a bit sorry for Alfie Ogborn. Because of the noise around Thomas Rue, he picked up his first professional fifer. He set the game up. He ran through the Durham top order. I thought it was a really, really lovely moment for him. I thought he bowled brilliantly. He celebrated his fifer hard, as you would, and he caused a lot of trouble to some very good Durham players. Yeah,
he bowled beautifully, and credit to him, and capped off by that 5th wicket that was caught long on, and you could see in his celebration what it meant to him. But yeah, Kean Roberts, good all-round cricketer, so he gets an opportunity. Finn Hill, who did actually quite a good thing in the context of the game. There was a bit of a miscommunication, and he decided to sort of almost sacrifice his wicket to keep Thomas Rue at the crease. So showing that he's a good team man. So we hope he has a good day today. We've got JT Langridge, the very, very tall left armer. So hopefully he can cause the same amount of problems that Alfie Ogborn did. So let's have a little look at the Lancashire team now.
Yeah, they're missing a dozen in the 100, but I think it's still a pretty strong side. Marcus Harris, the skipper, who spent some time playing a bit of club cricket in Taunton years and years ago, and they were down below.
And has also opened the batting for Australia.
And has opened the batting for Australia.
More importantly.
Well, he's opened the batting for Taunton Cricket Club alongside Tom Abel. I think that is the key thing on this stream. Look, there's some experience there as well. Tom Bailey, Josh Bohannon, who a couple of years ago was the next in, right, for England. It was him and Harry Brook were sort of lining their cabs up neck and neck, and Brook went ahead, and Bohannon hasn't had a sniff since. George Balderson's a very promising young all-rounder, played England Lions. George Bell, young wicket-keeper batter. So there's good names there. Harry Singh, I'm excited about. Arav Shetty, they've signed on a deal for this tournament, at least from the Saka Academy. How many graduates have they had over the years? Tom Bailey as well, a bit of experience. They haven't had a game yet, though. They were due to play up at Sedbergh. The rain came true, so we don't know what their form is coming into this one.
Yeah, we always expect a good showing from Lancashire. I spoke to Crofty earlier, the head coach, and he said that I think it was 14 players disappearing off to the 100. So their lineup is Jones, Bell, Harris, Bohannon, Singh, Shetty, Balderson, Sutton, Bailey, Barnard and Luke Hands down the bottom of the order. So yeah, you always expect the Lancashire teams to be strong and combative. So all set well for a great game of 50 over cricket here at Taunton. The sun's shining. There's plenty of events on. It's Kids Takeover Day.
Oh yeah.
I did a pitch report earlier with young Monty, which we'll see on our screens in a minute. Lancashire didn't agree with me and Monty in terms of the toss result, but let's have a little look at that pitch report now. Good morning and welcome to the quite glorious Cooper Associates County Ground. We have got a fantastic day's sunshine as Somerset take on Lancashire in the Metrobank 50 over competition. I've got Monty with me. Monty, what are your thoughts on the pitch?
It's rock hard.
Well, you heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. It is a rock hard pitch. In the last game, Somerset Chase led magnificently by the young Thomas Root, 80-odd not out. What a great way to celebrate playing in front of a full house here at Taunton. But Monty, if you were the captain, the coin goes up, you win the toss. What are you looking to do first?
Bat.
Monty would bat first, and I have to say I echo those thoughts from Monty there, because it is a used pitch, and both me and Monty both think that batting first is the best way of winning today's game.
What a job young Monty did there, as did you, Triggs. You always do a good job, it goes without saying. So you would have had a bat first, would you?
Yeah, I think so. You know, same pitch as Friday's game, showing signs of wear. It's a hybrid pitch. I expect it to have that sort of two-pace sort of tennis ball characteristic, slightly on the slow side of life. You always think that lends well to putting a good score on the board and defending it, but Lancashire see it another way. You know, Taunton. Let's face it. If you play well, there are runs out there. But I do think this is the sort of pitch where you can't just strike through the line of the ball early on. You've got to invest a bit of time early on, get used to the pace, because I think it is quite a bit slower than a classic sort of one-day pitch here at Taunton. So, you know, either way really. But I think I would have preferenced putting a big score on the board early on and backing my sort of spinners and bowlers like. Ogborn with his change-ups. You've got spin of Goldsworthy and Josh Thomas. I think they'll be hard work if they get it right.
Yeah, 4 left-armers actually in the Somerset side with Langridge, Ogborn, Thomas and Goldsworthy. No room for Jack Leach in this one. He is in and around the squad. So Somerset have plenty of change-up. And they're going to have to set that big score that you were talking about. That's not really their way. They prefer chasing. They did so on Friday night. Do you think, with all your experience, your 600 plus games, your fine coaching career over in Nepal, do you think if you're Lancashire, is your focus coming down here on what you want to do, or are you trying to look into the minds of Somerset and think what they don't want to do in terms of bowling first?
Well, I think it's always important to look at the characteristics of the pitch. You know, on a classic Taunton wicket, you'd always. Yeah, I think the modern way is to chase. It's sort of switched reverse a little bit in the last decade. You know, certainly the teams that I played in here at Somerset used to like to bat first and put a massive total on and back yourself to defend with, you know, bowlers of the class of Alfonso Thomas at the end and the like. So, you know, it has changed a little bit. You know, the modern way is certainly Lewis Gregory's way in the T20 is to chase. I just think I think potentially with the wicket characteristics, use pitch, slow. You know, Lancashire might not have seen much of it. I'm sure they probably had a little look at the footage, but it certainly looked like the pitch where you couldn't just stand and hit through the line like you normally can at Taunton. But we'll see. You've still got to play good cricket. Archie Vaughan and Tom Lammonby are making their way out, and and I think, you know, from a Somerset point of view, Josh Davey back in the team. I've been watching him the last few days. You know, with his bowl throughs, he looks in good rhythm. I think he'll get a little bit of nibble out of this pitch. So, but the important thing is Somerset put a total on, and all the players are striding out through the Guard of Honour, which is led by many young cricketers around the southwest.
Umpires today on their way out with local connections as well. Michael Burns, who you'd have played a fair bit with, Triggs, and Ben Peveril, who no doubt Harry Everett, who's joining us a bit later on, will have some stories about Ben Peveril having either given him out or shocking decisions or something like that. I'm sure, but there's tales from Everett to have. Yeah, Ben Peveril in particular has been a very impressive young umpire. He sort of did his time in the West of England Premier League and worked his way up through reputation. So he's deserved his decision. It's a very difficult and challenging role, getting every decision right, as we see in the DRS era. Burnsy, former Somerset captain, great character, has a good nature about him. So he's always good to have on the field when you're playing. So hopefully the umpires, with respect, don't have too much of a massive playing part in the game. They can just stand there and enjoy what's being delivered. A genuine all-rounder, Michael Burns. Batted, bowled, kept wicket a little bit. So it's going to be Tom Bailey to take the new ball from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. And Tom Lammonby, as you can see, is just marking his guard out there. Bit of middle, bit of off stump as well, so he knows exactly where that was. I was having coffee at 9:15 this morning. They were doing a roaring trade in there. It was actually not around about 9:15 as well, but I'm talking about the place. Jamie Cox was in there, giving him extra money via his business. The Cox family were having a little bit of coffee. A couple of slips weight in their funky footwear as well. Nice, bright trainers.
Yeah, Bailey can shape the ball back into the left-hander, but his danger ball is always the sort of wobble seam delivery that leaves the left-hander or back into the right-hander. I'd sort of describe him as a line bowler, tall lad, nice high action, metronomically accurate. You know, one of those classic sort of county bowlers that just smashes an area and makes the batter come to you. Lammonby looking like he's already batting his crease a fraction.
Could remove the name Tom Bailey and insert Peter Trigo in there.
Absolutely not. I'm about a foot short than him. No, he's a very good bowler.
This is
Very good bowler, Tom Bailey.
Lancashire's first game of this campaign. Having been rained off up at Sedborough. Welcome to all of you watching on the YouTube live stream. We'll keep an eye on the comments. Somerset fans, Lancashire fans, cricket lovers. Great to have you all along.
Yeah, that's the ball there. That's the one that I think the batters, when they face Bailey, are particularly concerned about. That one that sort of jags away from the left-hander or in towards the pads of the right-hander. Have a look there, yeah, just shaping away and nipping. That's his wicket-taking delivery.
Unusual as well, coming over the wicket these days. I think you're a fan of that, rather than starting around.
Yeah, I am, because you know you're creating that natural angle to bring the outside edge into play. You know, if you set the field with two slips, you're giving yourself a bit of an advantage there in terms of the ball just sliding across the left-hander. I know the modern way is to go around the wicket, but you've got to. I think the ball has to do an awful lot more because you're angling it in to nip it away, which is a little bit more challenging. You need a slightly more conducive wicket than I think this is. Shot there from Lammonby, pierces the offside field with a nice classic cover drive. I think it's going to do enough to get to the line, and it does. Valiant effort from the fielder there to try and reel that one in, but one of the characteristics here at Taunton, it's got such a large square that pretty much spans the width of the ground here, so anything going sideways seems to pick up pace towards that rope.
Yeah, Shetty. It's one of those interesting ones in the power play. He just starts 5 yards inside the circle, so he's trying to save one, and as a result, that previous drive got past them. If he'd been right back on the 30-yard circle, they might have been able to take one, but like I say, four. Difficult balance. End of the over, one gone here. Somerset 5 without loss, remember, having been stuck in by visiting Lancashire skipper Marcus Harris.
Yeah, good bit of cricket that over. Probing over there from Bailey. Started off, you know, 3 balls in that hard length area. The one that went to the rope, I think he's just searched for the outside edge a little bit too much, and Lammonby's played a beautiful cover drive. So 5 without loss after that first over.
Thanks as ever to WPA Health Insurance, principal sponsors of the live stream. If you're after some health insurance, why not check them out? Local company as well. So supporting a local business, they're supporting us, allowing Peter, myself and Harry to be chatting to you today. Whether you view that as good or bad is subjective. George Balderson's going to take the new ball. 2 new balls, remember, one from each end. From the river end. Now I'm going to be batting outside his crease. In the air, gone, first wicket, first ball for George Balderson of the competition. Lammonby trying to drive at one a little bit tight to him. You can see his frustration. It flew to Josh Bohannon at backward point. Lancashire have struck first. Somerset 5 for 1.
Yeah, Lammers looks disappointed with that. Bit of an airy-fairy drive on the offside. Sloppy shot there. Offered that chance to point. It's such a strong area for him through the covers, but if we have a look here, his reaction. You can see that it was just a little bit off the shot there. Just the weight not coming forward and offering that catch. Nicely taken there at point, but Lammonby will be disappointed with that early on. Lewis Goldsworthy now coming in, batting at number 3.
gives him an opportunity, an early opportunity to score some big runs. Had a fine tournament last year as well, Lewis Goldsworthy. It's his spot in one-day cricket. He'll be in two minds in the sense that he'd love to be out there batting and having a long time to bat. He wouldn't want to be out there quite so early. So I meant to tell Harry Everett, I'm going to tell him live on air. I walked past opposite 9:15 coffee shop. There, I think it's like a shoe repair shop, and they had shoe locker, is it called? And they had hanging in the window 3 shirts for sale: a Durham retro shirt for 15 quid, an old school Somerset training shirt, and a Lewis Goldsworthy match-worn T20 shirt from last year for 25 quid, Harry. And I thought of you. You'd be straight. No, I didn't. I was going to go in and barter. I was going to say I'd give you 20 quid for it.
Might be a bit tight though.
For me,
extra small.
Yeah, a little bit. Everett would get into it. I felt Everett's shoulders earlier on. It felt like he'd been in the gym over the winter.
I reckon. Yeah. He's been pumping the bagels, hasn't he?
He's carrying all that food around in his backpack. Right, 2 slips in now.
Yeah, he's one of the great sort of anomalies. Is our Harry Everett, isn't he? The way that he chows his grub. He's a 20-stone man in a 10-stone man's body. He's got some metabolism on him, hasn't he?
Oh, he really has. He's an anomaly in many ways, Harry Everett. A wonderful one. Watchful from Goldsworthy. Here we've got Michael Jones at first slip. He returned to... No, not returned. He went to Lancashire from Durham. Couldn't quite force his way into their side last year. He had a brilliant year for Durham when they got promoted a couple of seasons ago, but was a bit part player really last season, so made the move to Lancs. Harry Singh, young. I saw a little bit of him in the one-day cup last year as well. I think his old man played a couple of ODIs for India, Harry Singh. Not many looseness here from Bolton. Did you take a wicket at the first ball of your spell many times?
I'm sure it probably happened. Not that I remember, but yeah, I think that's part of your role when you're an opening bowler. Whatever sort of speed you bowl is just to be on the money, really, because the batter's trying to get himself in. You really want to be bringing the stumps into play as much as you can. Balderson looks in good rhythm here, just getting a little bit of shape away from Goldsworthy. I think I had a little period against a very decent, good player, James Vince. I got him a couple of times first ball of the match, but again, you're just looking to put the ball in the right area. I mean, it's one of those things that unless you've done it in your life, it's hard to articulate. But you could do the most thorough warm up ever. Bowl loads of balls on the side strip. That first ball in the match seems to hurt like 30% more, and there's that little bit of nervous tension, especially if you've got a quite tough character as a captain that demands that you're right on the money. Often captains are batters as well, so they don't know that feeling of bowling that first ball.
Wicket maiden to start then for George Balderson. Sell-out crowd here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, family fun day. I arrived about an hour beforehand and they were queuing all the way down St James's Street. They were queuing at some of the other gates. Tom Bailey.
Yeah, I got in a little bit earlier. Me old coach, Julian Wyatt, is downstairs. It's family fun day, so lots of kids down there. He's down there with his Runmaker VR headset, so a lot of kids are giving that a try, which I've found remarkable, really. I've got one myself, and my youngsters are loving it. So wherever you are, you can have a practice.
So it's cricket specific, isn't
it? Yeah, it's basically a cricket coaching aid in the VR world.
Is it not a bit dizzying?
Actually, when I've used it, because of how that feels, and it's quite familiar to obviously playing cricket, you feel okay. But I went onto the meta shop and fancied myself as a bit of a commando. So I got this war type game, and that one really spun me out. I think I spent about 5 minutes trying to sort of pick up a gun off of the floor and load it, and I ended up on my hands and knees shuffling around the kitchen trying to find it. It My wife was in hysterics.
The only one I've done is the boxing one. And you have to have someone in the room with you, because otherwise you're liable to punch a wall. You start in the middle of the room, but you end up in no man's land, basically. But I could see you as a man living in the metaverse.
Yeah, well, yes. Yesterday I was. I've got a couple of French bulldogs, and I did play a forward defensive and stood on one of the dog's feet. So I get this beautiful cover drive, but in the real world there was this yelp, and the noise is skidding claws across the floor.
Really good from Tom Bailey, this. 4 dots. Somerset haven't scored now for 10 balls. They've lost the wicket. Early pressure. Perfect start from Lancashire. Complete opposite to what Durham had when they bowled. Somerset got off to a flyer on Friday night. Hasn't happened yet here.
Yeah, you've got some good sort of what I would say sort of 4-day quality bowlers here. So they're challenging that off stump, making it difficult. I think Durham fed a few sort of short, wide balls, whereas these two so far have really put the ball in quite a good spot. So yeah, lots of stuff going on the field and off the field as well. There's a little bit of a like petting zoo type thing.
They have
set
an
up.
armadillo here or something like that.
They did. Yeah, I went down there. They got a couple of guinea pigs, a couple of rabbits, a couple of little donkeys, and a very inquisitive goat. I quite enjoyed. I had a little pet with him.
Maiden over. Back-to-back maidens from Lancashire. First George Balderson, then Tom Bailey. Are there ever goats that aren't inquisitive, do you reckon? I've never come across a non-inquisitive goat.
They seem quite up for it, don't they, goats? And this particular one's got 2 quite sort of aggressive-looking horns on his head. So I think if you overstayed your welcome, you could end up with a little nudge. Yeah, they're fun little characters, aren't they?
Thank you to our match sponsors today. Joseph Casson, state agency sponsoring this game between Somerset and Lancashire, the Metro Bank One-Day Cup. If you're looking to move house, why not check out Joseph Casson online.
Yeah, real solid crowd in again today. The cricket lovers of Taunton, the last 2 Metro Bank games have showed up in very good numbers, which is good for the players, especially those youngsters. Sam, you're making your debut like Kean Roberts is, and really nice to play in front of, I'm sure, your folks. I'm sure Dave Roberts is somewhere in the crowd, keeping a keen eye on proceedings when his lad gets a go, and we wish him well.
First run for a while. 14 balls, in fact. Balderson started brilliant. I'm intrigued to see how Balderson goes, because remember, he's been around for a while now. He's 24 or 25. He had this back in 2022. He had this amazing game in the Championship. He got a hat trick that involved Sir Alistair Cook. It was one of his early days. Made runs as well, and he's been an England under-19 captain. And they've talked about his potential for a while, and you get to an age where you have to really start to fulfil that, and he has done in the Championship so far this year.
Yeah, he's got a nice strong action. He bowls the ball in a good area. I think in one-day cricket, the acid test is probably from sort of 5 overs onwards. You've got that new ball where there'll be a bit of swing around, and the seam's nice and pronounced, and you get a little bit out of that pitch. I think the one-day bowlers that sort of do really well are able to still somehow trouble the batters when that ball gets a little bit older, just dragging your length back a little bit shorter, hitting the deck hard. And I think a lot of bowlers that predominantly, like Balderson and Bailey do, that shape the ball, they like the ball to swing. As soon as that's gone, they go to those wobble seam deliveries, straighten up the field and start to attack the pads. And I'm pretty sure that's what you'll see from the more experienced Bailey. That's certainly a skill that good one-day bowlers have got to have.
One run he's conceded so far, Balderson. 1 ball shy of his second over. You see the Eurolay speed gun showing him about 74 miles an hour, so not express pace. It's about accuracy, and we've seen in the last couple of years, it's pretty consistent as well, around 75 miles an hour, that this trend, it shouldn't really be a trend, but of actually bowling almost a county championship length in white ball cricket. Driven, a bit of fielding. Just the one off it. One can't get that one
Yeah, I
away,
think my
6-4 on 4.
you know, watching different broadcasts and ours, I think our speed gun is a bit on the low side. So I would imagine he's more sort of the 78, 80 mark from my eye. You know, I think you equate it to, you know, watching Riley Meredith here, who's consistently in the early 90s, whereas on our speed gun he's in the low 80s. So I think there's a little bit of a difference from what we're used to seeing on other broadcasts, you know, Sky Sports, for instance. Obviously, second fiddle to what we produce here at Somerset.
They nudge it up on Sky there as well. There's 3 non-playing members today: Jack Leach, Ben Green, Casey Aldridge. Not bad for Somerset to be able to leave those 3 out. Shows the strength of this squad, even despite all those players missing for the 100, as Lancs go to just 1 slip.
Yeah, I think you know, picking out Jack Leach there in particular, in and around the squad. You know, I think, you know, you say a lot about, you know, Somerset's, you know, performances in the first team, but I have to say that, you know, seeing someone like Leachy, England player, he's obviously had a very sort of physically challenging 5 or 6 years playing international cricket, and he's still got the bib on and he's running the drinks around. I think that really does lend to the fact that Somerset have got a real good sort of like team culture. You know, senior players that are still doing a shift. They haven't passed it on to one of the youngsters. They're out there in the dugout. I think that's a really good thing to see.
Jack Leach, fantastic to have around, both as a person as a performer. It's like the Don Best role in those years where Don Best was always carrying drinks, and still he did it as enthusiastically as anyone.
Yeah, Leachy in particular. If you were a comedian, you definitely want Leachy front row. You know, he's one of those blokes that you know, he's, I don't know, he brings everyone that he's around up a notch with his character. He gets the sense that you're, you know, trying to be funny, and he'll laugh along and he'll get everyone else going. He's a good man.
You need that in life. People that think you're genuine. I've got a cousin like that who just will laugh at whatever I say, and I thought it was really funny, but then I realised, watching and observing, that she does that for everyone. So you need people like that in your lives.
Absolutely. Bailey's been very good here early on. A couple of
stray ones.
A couple of missed radars there, though. He'd be disappointed with that.
What's he trying to do there?
Well, right. I think you know, you sort of line up your bowling for how much the ball's swinging, because he's clearly trying to stand the seam up for those 2. Those first couple of overs he bowled, the ball was shaping from that line, and it's quite clear to see dry wicket, used pitch, hybrid. So it's going to be in character quite abrasive to the ball. So even now, after 4.2 overs, it's quite clear that away shape has gone. So he's just going to have to, you know, knock himself on the side of the head and readjust the eyes a little bit and just get his line. And a massive overcorrection there, and beautifully played there by Goldsworthy. The rare wide half volley there from Bailey, and beautifully slotted through the offside for 4. And yeah, that's often what can happen. You know, he's realised that his, you know, starting the ball on middle and leg line wasn't swinging back. Overcorrection there, and Goldsworthy doesn't miss out. Yeah, without being too much of a ball, while Goldsworthy just clips and scrampers a quick single there, without being too much of a ball. You know, I think that is, you know, the hotly debated topic about the Kookaburra red ball. I think that is one of the challenges. You know, you've got, you know, the Duke ball that we're used to using, where, you know, you, as a bowler, you could probably get through 2 or 3 spells across 50, 60 overs where if you set the ball on middle and leg, it's going to end up around about off stump, whereas the Kookaburra ball, we see it even in Championship cricket, where you get 10, 15 overs a swing before you have to adjust your lines, and probably not even through one spell. So you're always being challenged as a bowler, and that's why we see a lot of runs scored in those red ball games using the Kookaburra ball. Good over there from Somerset. 15 for the loss of Lammerby. Goldsworthy has peeled off a nice little boundary there. So a bit of momentum growing here for Somerset, but you have to say Lancashire have been excellent these first 5 overs. Very few balls to score from.
Plenty going on in and around the Cooper Associates County Ground, as well as the Cricket Today Family Fun Day. So there's the petting zoo. Looks like someone in a high visibility jacket doing circus tricks there. A little bit of juggling going on. Are you a juggler? Can you do it?
I can juggle, yeah.
A few tricks have you got?
I used to juggle before batting while I was waiting to bat. So when you juggle, I think one of the skills is you kind of got to look forward and you track the other balls with your peripheral vision, which is actually quite a good sort of skill to master when you as a batter. Okay, so because, like I said, you're trying to focus on the ball, but you've got a lot of movement. You know, people moving behind, the fielders walking in, so you've got to be able to, focus on that one thing, but also have an idea of what's going on in your vision, your field of vision. Nice from Goldsworthy, tucked off his hips. They'll look to come back for 2, and they will do so comfortably, despite that going to the left hand of Charlie Barnard. Just below that scene we saw there is would have been where Jules is sat with the VR thing. So maybe we can have a view at a few youngsters having a go with that, because you do see some quite funny movements. The occasional cover drive into the upright of the awning. Slip comes out already, is what Triggs was talking about. Lancashire have already realised that shape away with the new Kookaburra balls maybe has already run its course. Both slips have gone. Where we can't get that one past Josh Bohannon at backward point. Well, Triggs, that sounds like a job for our roaming correspondent Harry Everett, doesn't it? Well, when I'm off air, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to give it a go. So maybe you can, the team can follow me. But I think you're right. You know, I think that's a good move from Lancashire. Losing the slip, that sort of floating catcher in mid wicket in one-day cricket, I think becomes a very, very key position. Man just there, who is the tall figure of Harry Singh, George Bell, cutting a lone figure behind the stumps. Tiny little wicketkeeper batter, played plenty of first-team cricket as well. I saw him make a big 100 actually. Well, I was doing a feature on Saka, the South Asian Cricket Academy, and they were playing Lancashire up at Rochdale. Watched George Bell make a wonderful 150. He really did look a cut above he and James Root, England #19 keepers. In fact, I think when Rue got runs in the #19 World Cup final, I think Bell was the first choice keeper. I'm looking at Harry Everett, who's giving me the nod. So those two will know each other pretty well. Bowls from 1 for 3 off his 2.5 so far. What a brilliant start it's been for him. A genuine all-rounder. Bats left-handed, bowls right-handed. Six gone. Somerset have been stuck in by Marcus Harris. 17 runs for loss of 1 wicket. Lewis Goldsworthy's got 8. Archibald just 2 from 11 balls. Was the juggling common? Did other players do it in the dressing room? Not really. Laius Deploy does it. Middlesex captain, he had a bit of a shocker up here. Laius Deploy, didn't he, Paul? Juggling didn't help him with juggling cricket balls during the game. Kept putting catches down. For such a fine cricketer, I think he had first ball naught and 3 of the easiest drop catches you've seen. It was a bizarre game for Deploy then. My dad watched that and he said, well, that Deploy can't be very good. I said, actually, he's probably their best player. He's a brilliant cricketer, Laius Deploy. Yeah, we all have bad days, don't we? Slip comes out for Bailey as well. They thought about it, they've decided against it. Harry Singh at mid-wicket. Take 1. Nice played there, yeah. Bailey just starting to target those pads a little bit more.
Did Justin Langer do? He quite liked to keep a ball up with the edge of his bat, the Finn's wedge, didn't he? He was often seen doing that.
Yeah, I think they're just all similar sort of warm-up drills for your eyes, really. Trez used to take catches off the orange ramp, before batting. Just anything that can warm up the old hand-eye coordination. Lovely shot there from Goldsworthy, only going to pick up one for it. Bailey's just struggling to recalibrate here. He's bowled a few down the backside, and that wide half volley last over. He's just got to get it in his head. The ball's not swinging anymore. 6.2 overs in.
I can smell a pasty. I wonder who's back in the room.
Harry's having his first 1,000 of his 10,000 calories. He's going to eat today. Makes me very jealous. I've only got to look at my banana yazoo I've got here, and I'll put on a bit of weight.
I wondered who that was, because you were at one point you were all kind of eggs and protein and chastising me for some of my choices, and now you've just got a litre of yazoo.
Well, you know that they reckon that milkshakes, for sports people are like nutritionally excellent.
Okay.
It's like it's
keep telling
essentially a
yourself
protein shake, isn't it? With nice flavour and probably a little bit too much sugar than ideal, but I have to say, Sam, if yazoo was alcoholic, I would have a problem. I do like a yazoo.
Is that your flavour of choice, banana?
I do, yeah, I flit between banana and strawberry, so.
Okay, so you're a fruity man, are you?
Not sure who makes yazoo. Let's try and get a.
Sounds like you're angling.
Yeah, I think we need to get
this clipped up on your socials. Maybe you'll.
We need to get a pallet sent to the ground.
A couple of pallets, by the sounds of it. 20 for 1 for the 7th over. Again, flicked off too straight and flicked into the leg side. Will they come back for a couple? No, they won't.
Yeah, that's a good question for the live stream audience. Favourite drink while watching cricket? What do we think, Sam? Wonder what sort of replies we'll get.
So would that be your drink while watching, or is it more because you played yesterday and your body is in agony?
I am in agony. You're right. You obviously saw me sit down a minute ago. But yeah, I mean, just the fact that the packaging says "I'm high in protein" just makes me think like it's not a terrible miss.
You are a sucker for a little bit of marketing. 21 for 1, 7 overs gone. If we were on the BBC right now, we'd have to point out that other brands of banana milkshake are available, but you wouldn't have any of that, would you?
But of a much lower standard. We've got the obvious. We've got the Thatchers coffee. That's a big one. Iced latte, a lassi, which is
like a mango lassi.
Yeah, a lassi is that
Indian drink.
Is that like it's curd, isn't it? It's like a curd with a mango or a lemon or whatever.
It's yogurt base, yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh, that's very nice too from Lewis Goldsworthy. Punched down the ground, aerial, very safe. 1 bounce 4.
That's as tasty as any lassi. That shot lashed over mid-on. Good positive bat swing there from Lewis Goldsworthy.
Tea or cognac? Interesting.
Together or
yeah?
Remy Martin. See that we've got some very classy people on our live stream, haven't we? Yeah, I remember when one of my boys was at the football academy. That was what Southampton used to give all the kids, a chocolate milkshake after a hard training session. So yeah, I'm going to keep selling it to myself, and that's a good response there from Jerry. Vimto, can't beat a Vimto.
Cheeky Vimto. During a rain drake pina colada.
Just la pina colada.
Ooh, almost a leading edge than Goldsworthy. He was trying to turn that leg side. It's good, Robertson. That was the first boundary he'd gone for, by the way. First ball this over. He's been exceptional. 3.3 overs, 1 for 7.
Yeah, really good sort of attritional first half an hour here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Good bowling. These two are scrapping hard. They're not being given too much to feed off. The run rate is just over 3 and over, but I think 50 overs, especially when you've come out of that NatWest Blast period, 50 overs is a long time to bat. It's important to lay that platform, keep wickets in hand for that middle end phase of the game where, like we keep saying, that ball isn't doing so much and you can cash in. Really important that you get some established batters in early.
Just one, I think that'll be. Stuck in the previous decade tricks, aren't you, with the NatWest Blast? Wishing you were 30s. Vitality.
Vitality Blast.
Yeah.
My apologies. Oh, I think I was right on something. Lassie is made with curd.
Beautiful. Archie Vaughan using his feet there. Good from Balderson to end his fourth. 26 for 1. 8 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Probably a steady start, Somerset would describe it as. Lancashire will be absolutely delighted. There's a youngster in for the day. Got his ear protectors on. Good lunchbox. Kids always have good lunchboxes. I took my nephew to watch a game of football. It ended up being a 0-0 draw, actually, Hartlepool at Yeovil. But his dad had brought me. Got this. The bag was just full of food. They just kept bringing out packets of different stuff. I think that's the way to entertain kids. Met Jeff Stelling as well. Not a bad person to meet. In the Hartlepool away end, given a hero's reception. Bailey's going to continue. Turn around the corner. Comfortable 2. You can hear that round of applause. Taunton loves a 2, as the saying goes. One of Sophie Luffingham's says, like, she just can never get over how much the Taunton crowd appreciates a run 2.
Not as much as they like one flying out the park.
True.
But yeah, it shows that the players are putting in, running the old 2. You certainly don't get many 3s at Taunton, do you? You think you'd have to, I suppose on this pitch, you'd have to clip one over mid-wicket and almost like dead weight it just short of the rope. You might be able to squeeze a 3 out of it, but
we're pretty much bang in the middle here as well, aren't we?
Yeah, there are some grounds like you play at the Rose Bowl in the middle and you have the team chat and it's like, 2s and 3s are going to be crucial and all the batters are like, oh God, not 3s.
Just 1 this time. Keeping it ticking over, Somerset.
Had some great responses on the old favourite drinks. A can of Lilt. Haven't seen one of those for years. Rio. That's a beauty. This has fried my brain. The cider junkie, as he's named, went through a phase of running marathons and it really helped his energy for the next day. Is that cider or Yazoo?
Hang on, where's he going back?
Can you please clarify?
I think his previous thing was, do the Somerset team not have recovery drinks? So maybe he's talking about a recovery drink. But what is that? Is Thatcher's or any other cider a recovery drink?
That's a celebration drink. Yeah, I think the old sports science is very much embedded in all sports now, and yeah, they'll mix up protein shakes. But I think I think a lot of people that know their nutrition, that I think a banana and a pint of milk does pretty much the same job.
A lot of chemicals.
But
it's a way of bumping the price
and
up.
it's about 25 quid cheaper.
Yeah. Not cheap, it's protein recovery. It's not always great for your insides, but.
No, you're always a dangerous man in a tightly packed lift after a protein shake, I've found.
You're not a dangerous man in a tightly packed lift otherwise?
No, absolutely not. But yeah, protein shakes, if you're sensitive tummy.
4 from 18. How does he play this from here? Is he feeling under pressure, do you think? Is this okay?
Well, I hope not. I hope not, because I think the key to 50 over cricket, I think it is a stat that you see a lot in T20 cricket. About one of the top 4 gets an 80 plus, you've got a 80% chance of winning the game or something along those lines. Just edge one there, he's going to pick up a run for it. But I think it's just important that one of the top 4 do put an innings of substance together, and the other batters can bat around them, and later on they can be come into the wicket and be quite free with their game. as long as you've got what's called the anchor player that's going to be just keeping one end solid. I think as Archie Vaughan sort of develops, you know, I'd like to see him sort of come up and down the wicket a little bit more. Like that ball there seems to be the delivery that gets him in trouble in all formats. He gets a bit stuck on the crease,
Right.
Doesn't really move his feet or body weight either way. And even a ball that's not moving, he still managed to edge it. So I think in years to come, I'd like to see him work on that. It does seem to be a sort of a consistent issue with how he gets himself out.
Going to have a change of bowling. Early doors, we're going to see a little bit of left arm spin as well. Charlie Barnard into the attack, enters the 10th over. 8 wickets in 7 games for Lancashire last season in this competition.
We've had it confirmed that Cider Junkie was a Yazoo fan after marathon running.
Yazoo,
So,
okay. Inside Junkie have something in common.
A little bit of a change of momentum here. Left arm spin, a very low arm release point, sort of quite slingy, a bit of a, what actually looks a bit like Shakib Al Hassan. Would you concur with that, the way that he delivers the ball?
From around
The wicket bit. You look at how low his arm gets at the delivery point, sort of slinging it in a little bit. I think, you know, it looks like that sort of action won't be a big turner of the ball, trying to slide it onto the pad.
51 miles an hour, that last one, the relay speed. Are you a fan of this move from Marcus Harris, get spin in play early? And why has he done it?
Yeah, I would imagine it's down to the pitch. I think the preferred tactic would be get past the power play with your seamers. We're close to getting past the power play with the seamers. Take a wicket, take the pace off the ball. I think that would be the plan A for Marcus Harris and the Lancashire team, and they're executing that at the moment. These two are good players of spin, Vaughan and Goldsworthy, so it's just important, I think, when you play spin that you're not only taking the occasional positive option, but it's about minimising dot balls. You've got the 2 side fielders out, you've got long off that was back against Goldsworthy, plenty of opportunities just to milk, 4 and over with the occasional boundary shot.
Bit of hesitation there. Good bit of fielding from Josh Bohannon. Come through for a 1. Got Arrow Shetty as well, by a little bit of off spin. Luke Hands is a seamer, as is Ollie Sutton. Got a couple of spinners. Marcus Harris himself.
Oh, nice first over there from Barnard. I'm going to take a little break. Harry's going to come in. I'm going to go downstairs, milk that goat and top up my Yazoo bottle. Catch you later, Sam.
That what, directly in? So all you need is a bit of banana. If you get a banana in, so you could save yourself fortunes, Trees. Just get yourself a goat and a couple of bunches of bananas, you'll be fine. Harry Everett's going to join myself for the next 10 overs or so. His first stint of the day. What a weekend he's had. He missed the game on Friday because he was doing the Free Peaks Challenge. I was disappointed to hear from him and he didn't stop and play a T20 game between a couple of the peaks. That would have been classic Everett. Played a bit of club cricket yesterday. He's now back here at his spiritual home, the Cooper Associates County Ground. Thank you very much to WPA Health Insurance, as ever, for their sponsorship. As Harry Everett grabs my shoulder, I think he's nearly fallen over. You all right, H?
Oh, my legs are in enough pain as it is, and I've just whacked my leg on the chair, so I tried to sit down. Just a bit of cricket yesterday, full 100 overs, when my body's absolutely in bits.
You bowled 100 overs?
Well, we played a full 100 overs yesterday, or 99, I think.
Sticking with Bailey, back of a length. Just flicked by Vaughan. Didn't even try to hit that too hard. Chipped it, but it's a great bit of work there. Out in the deep.
God, they fielded
tip of the
really
cap.
well.
Yeah, they have. There's some young lads out there. They come back for free. Saved his side. A run.
Can I remember misfield so far? The brilliant stop on the boundary there. Look at the pace to get there.
It's right on the boundary.
Commitment,
as well,
desire. That edge
young
down
Mr.
to third.
Hands.
There, earlier on, I thought surely that's 4 or 2, and suddenly it's only 1. Boundary riders are particularly pacey.
Smart from Treeks. Realised that he'd left his food voucher right in front of Harry Everett. That is not something you can afford to do.
No, I've been impressed with Lancashire so far. Decent start from them. Lammonby's a funny one. I thought he'd have a really good season. He's not played much 50-over cricket. He's been bench warming in August the last few years. He's not played much T20 cricket, not played much white ball cricket full stop the last couple of years. And he's played really well against the red ball. I thought this could be the perfect sort of way into him getting back into white ball form, but a bit of a loose drive and he was fuming.
Pace off. Bailey, who started brilliant, 42 miles an hour that one. A lot of pace off. Into his 6 over. Wonder how many he'll bowl up top here. He's the leader of this Lancashire attack. Real experience. Got Boulderson. We haven't seen any of Hands yet. We haven't seen any of Ollie Sutton. The spinners. Shetty and Barnard, slow ball bouncer.
Boulderson bowled quite a lot on the T20 Blast, actually, more than people might have realised. You look at the Lancashire T20 side, had Jimmy Anderson, they had Chris Green, you had Bailey in and out, you had all these bowling options, even the man who was meant to be playing here, no, Will Sutherland, I remember, was playing for Yorkshire against Lancashire, and I saw these young lads whacking him around the park. Lancashire's T20 side is pretty exciting, and some of those young lads who've just got on the T20 side are now playing the 50-over game.
Little tickle. Nice from Archie Vaughan. Stray one from Tom Bailey. We've seen that a couple of times. He's got away with it just wide. This time, little tickle off the pads. Races away to the boundary.
Yeah, a little bit too straight there from Tom Bailey. Pretty consistent generally. He's pretty annoyed himself with that ball. But Archie Vaughan just getting going here. What, 4 off 18 was he? Pretty slow start, but just getting into his groove. Picked ahead of Andy Mead. Don't forget to open the batting. The prince, the king of the one-day cup for Somerset. He's been dethroned for Archie Vaughan to get his chance.
Doesn't get that one past Singh. End of the over. 11 gone. 41 for 1.
Charlie Barnard, number 5, will continue his left arm spin from the river end. Lewis Goldsworthy plays spin particularly well, sweeps very nicely. Remember that one-day cup semi-final 100 against Leicestershire here last year. Absolutely brilliant knot. It is open. Yeah. They're giving him the sweep if he wants it. He plays that well. So remember, we're in the middle overs phase now. Lancashire could be more defensive, but only 3 men out so far. Lancashire trying to squeeze a little bit.
You know, I think they're right to as well. Like, the last thing you want to do is just release all that pressure. So they could, as you say, drop fielders back and give Somerset easy ones. And there's a couple of fielders out.
Just 3, yeah.
Long
deep
off,
point, long
deep,
off.
Yeah, deep. Backward square leg, deep point.
Still
a slip in as well.
Well, one more's gone out for Vaughan, actually. Deep square leg's gone out. He wasn't out for Goldsworthy. That's a beautiful shot. That deserves at least 2. It's probably 4. Deep cover didn't pick it up. Look how quick deep cover is. I think I'm going to give him a new award, the quickest deep cover fielder I've seen all season here. He didn't get that one because he misjudged it. I think he expected extra cover to stop the ball, and he still nearly got there. We'll try and get you dugout camera. Neil Shillabeer doing a great stint for us out there in the sunshine. He's tracked that beautifully.
Yeah, lovely shot from Vaughan. And sign of a classy player, that.
Interesting that deep square leg's out for Vaughan though, because I think Goldsworthy's more likely to sweep to deep square than Vaughan is. Quicker round up. I love the Shakib Al Hussain comparison. I think that's great insight from Treeks. I always think with the right arm option is that Kedar Yadav, who used to bowl for India about 5 or 6. That round arm offies, but there aren't many sort of round arm, low release left arm spinners other than Shakib that I can think of. George Dockrell, Jack Leach, Van der Merwe all a bit higher. Van der Merwe wasn't as high perhaps as Leach and Dockrell.
Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, good cricket from Archie Vaughan. Ticking these runs.
Yeah, I think they were right in the over 47 for one. It's a difficult one, isn't it? And we've seen a little bit, with Casey Aldridge and Ben Green not playing today. As people are aware, there are players that won't be playing their cricket at Somerset this year, so next year. So I think actually you need Archie Vaughan to develop into a first-team cricketer, right? He already is, but you need to give him that experience. You see that Lancashire bowling card, 86 overs, not 30 so far. Balderson was exceptional up top, 4 overs, 1 maiden. 1 for 8, he picked up the wicket of Lammonby. I think they're right to go with the players who are going to be here in the long term. 1,209 runs in 23 innings at 57 in this competition for Somerset, 400s. It's really exceptional, but you have to be not ruthless, but I think you have to be self-serving, do what's best for the club. Yeah, that involves giving games and experience to the people who are going to be around long term. Right, we're going to see Hans then for the first time. Lancashire Academy graduate Luke Hans, rapid in the field.
Can you think of a quicker fielder?
I think Casey would be up there, maybe an Abel.
Yeah, but the sprinting pace.
Starts with a fuller one, looks like Yorker.
Pretty quick though. First time I've seen this lad bowl in the flesh.
81 miles an hour, which is the quickest in the game, considerably sharper than Balderson and Bailey on the speed gun, who are both about 75 miles an hour. It was a fuller one, and it always takes a bit of pace off the ball when it pitches. So
and you don't think of Bailey and Balderson bowling pace. They're your sort of keeper stood up, medium pace wobblers.
Goes Fuller again. Looking for that Yorker. Archie Vaughan just having a quick look. Preston boy, Luke Hans. Some not bad cricketers come out of Preston in the past.
I'm guessing there's a Flintoff in your head there.
Yeah.
Give me another Preston-born great cricketer.
Honest, that's the one I was thinking about.
You had plural, but there was one.
I did. I'm sure there's some other great cricketers.
I'm sure there are.
Preston.
Maybe the YouTube comments will help us out. Isn't it scary when you see Luke Hans born 2008?
Don't. Cut away, just one.
I know we've had Thomas Root for years. Oh, it feels like years.
Feels like it.
And he's still only, what, 16, 17? This lad's even younger.
Yeah, Hutton Grammar School boy picked up quite a prestigious award from the Bunbury Festival last year. There's been a few not bad players who have won that. People like Ian Bell, Dom Sibley. Jacob Bethel won it a few years ago.
Hans' action reminds me of the young lad in Somerset squad for today. Great to see another youngster.
He's trying for that fuller one. Gets away with that one this time. Goldsworthy can't get it past Josh Bohannon at backward point. See his frustration. He walks away. Either side of Bohannon, that's 4.
Yeah. No, I think Hans reminds me a lot of James Thiedem's action. Good to see him in the 15 today. Keane Roberts making his debut. James Thiedem in the squad. JT Langridge back in the team. I think if Langridge or Ogborn were to have an injury, someone like a Thiedem might have a go. We've seen Joe Haywood have a go in recent games in this competition. Haywood played at the Utility Bowl last summer, I seem to remember.
Look at those speeds. The relay speed gun up on the screen in the ground as well, 82 miles an hour. So if Triggs' analysis is correct, he maybe is up towards the 84, 85 miles an hour mark, maybe even a touch higher. Young quick bowlers, all the rage, isn't it? They're in vogue. You're a young quick bowler, England will very rapidly be looking at you. Fuller, oh, inside edge. Hands on head from George Bell and bowler. Single to end the over. Decent start from Hans. Somerset, 13 overs into their innings. Watchful, steady, and 9 wickets in hand, which is crucial. It's a long time, 50 overs. 49 for 1.
You'll love this. Surprise family day. I brought my wife in today, so she's enjoying some of the...
She's a lucky lady,
well,
isn't she?
Extra entertainment today. She just texted me saying, the magician's locked my engagement ring in a padlock. I'm not very confident of his skills. There you go. You see her? If you go to the magician and he's got a random engagement ring, I've brought it. 49 for 1 after 13 then. Lancashire will be pretty happy with their start. But these two are proper batters who'll play themselves in. Goldsworthy's got away with that. It's not clean. It's going to be 4. That's the shortest boundary on the ground. It nearly always is the shortest boundary on the ground. Almost wherever they play on the square. Actually a little pocket over towards the Hilditch stand. But you could argue it's safe enough that all he's got to do is beat mid-wicket. He's trying to go a little bit straighter.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's a miss hit, isn't it, from Goldsworthy? But he's thinking, right, as long as I can get it wide or over that man, I'm all right.
Positive intent from Lewis Goldsworthy. Different player the last couple of seasons. Uses his feet a lot more nowadays, sweeps a lot more.
Well, what you don't want to do either is allow Charlie Barnard just to settle into a rhythm and suddenly you've lost 10 overs and he's bowled them 0 for 30. You've got to put some pressure back on him.
I don't think there could have been a run there to cover. 3 very different shots, 3 slightly edgier all of them actually. Barnard's landing both edges of Lewis Goldsworthy's bat, but he's trying to be positive. Again, it's 2 white balls that are pretty hard. It's a 50 over game on a good deck, on a quick outfield. Somerset know they want to get up towards 300. They'll keep being positive. They're not going to let any spinners settle. Whereas Archie Vaughan, I don't expect to use his feet and sweep as much. Beautiful cover drive he played. Probably the shot of the morning so far.
Oh, yeah. Something about an inside-out cover drive.
Yeah.
The spinner.
Chinky Rahane, I always think of. Played for Leicestershire in the One Day Cup last year. Plays it so well. Easy single, that one. Look how quick he is, though. Hands absolutely rapid. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's beating Casey Aldridge and Tom Abel in a race.
Do you reckon we'd set that up at the interval?
Well,
50
Tom Abel's
partnership between Archie Vaughan and Lewis Goldsworthy. 50 from 76 balls came together early.
Deep in his crease from Goldsworthy. I think Barnard could have stopped that. Archie Vaughan wasn't in his way, but maybe slightly got in his eye line. Couldn't quite get there. Good batting from Goldsworthy. Barely a dot ball from Goldsworthy. He's either trying to hit a 4 and then taking it into a 1, or using his crease depth nicely.
And that's the pressure, right? If Barnard's good overs still go for 6, 7 and over, then as a batting side, you're happy. A little bit of variation in pace from him, although pretty steady. Pretty steady. Beautiful day. Too quick for the speed there, the Eurolay speed. Beautiful day here in the southwest. No finer place to be than Cooper Associates County Ground on a day like this. A sold out Cooper Associates.
Yeah, how good's that?
Somerset starting this competition with 2 wins from 2, aiming to make it 3 from 3. Cut away. Now Shetty out there and deep extra cover and does the fielding. Some good. I love what Somerset do with the One Day Cup games. We had the Beer and Cider Festival Friday, Family Day on Sunday, and next Sunday, as you just saw on your screens, is a very exciting one, 17th of August, 150th birthday of Somerset County Cricket Club. Harry Everett has seen every game during that time. Somerset versus Warwickshire, get your tickets now. There'll be cake, H. I'm sure there'll be cake.
A big cake. There's going to be a spoiler alert. There might be a really big cake. Look out for that. That will be exciting.
You in charge of baking that one?
No, absolutely not.
What are your?
We have got a cake here today in the com box, though. Have you seen?
We have one on Friday. Nikki
Bagpuss.
Yeah.
She's made us another cake.
Oh wow.
I think we're carrot cake today.
Oh,
it's not been opened.
Okay.
Richard Latham and Richard Walsh had already bought their lunch at 11:20, but they hadn't tucked into the cake.
Good from Hans. Taking him a little bit of time to settle into his rhythm that first over. Yeah, he didn't go for many runs, but he was maybe trying the Yorker, trying to find that magic ball. Couldn't quite find it, but that is exactly where he needs to be. There's that little bit of extra zip.
I quite like that though. From a quick bowler to start with 2 Yorkers is not a bad idea actually, because you've never seen this lad before. These two, you know, they don't know what to expect. A quick ball, he wasn't quite on the stumps, but yeah, make him try and play.
Goes again for that Yorker. He likes Yorker. I like this because the Yorker's gone out of the game. I mean, we were so lucky to watch Alfonso Thomas, the great Alfonso, well, Yorker after Yorker, and it's almost a lost art, the Yorker. And maybe we should start one of those government petitions. You know, when you see online, you just get like 100,000 signatures and they'll debate it in Parliament. If we started like this, it must be a mandatory Yorker in 50 over games, once and over. Short ball pulled. Front of square ends up at Alderson mid-on.
I think that's another compliment. That shot there, which Goldsworthy hasn't timed, I think is a compliment to how much Lewis Goldsworthy has improved the last couple of years. This lad's bowling quickly. He's not slow. And Goldsworthy's in such a good position so early, he's actually too early on the ball and pulls it to mid-on.
Is it improvement? There's definitely some improvement. I think it's also opportunity. I remember seeing him at T20 at the Oval years ago against Surrey. He was batting at 9. He scored quick runs at the back end. Belief and opportunity, I think, are key.
Yeah, I remember watching him on Sky play at Edgbaston for Leicester in the T20 last year.
15 gone, 58 for 1. Good from Hands. Good start.
A good hand from Hands?
Good hand from Hands. 2 overs, no maidens.
0 for 4. Yeah, I don't think we'll see a maiden today. I'd be surprised.
We saw 2 in a row.
But I meant for the rest of the... Sorry, I should have clarified that. Another maiden today. I just think a high-scoring game. These two will get in. The batters down the lineup are so positive.
Get on holiday, H? Anytime soon?
No, you think I should get Brown and Brown holiday insurance?
Yeah, a bit of travel insurance. Always worth it.
Yeah, Michael Tierney's down there with Brown and Brown doing some, what's it called, bag toss? Is that the game you play?
Like beanbags?
Beanbag toss, that's it.
Or throwing them into hoops?
Yeah, I had a warm-up game on that coming in.
Have you been pushing the little kids out of the way to play all the games? Like, you flash your media pass to get to the front of the queue? I bet you did.
First time I saw Triggs this morning was me on the beanbag toss. I beat Rachel right-handed, then played left-handed, and she beat me, so 1-1, she reckons.
Love the clarification. Clearly, you don't share that view then about the score.
Well, no. Well, she won 3-2, and when I was playing left, she was playing right, so yeah, I could have done better. Could have done better. It's whether you go for the straight in the hole, like the swish in basketball, the three-pointer swish, or do you go for the slide along? Get down there in the interval, those of you listening on the earpieces. Get down to the car park behind the commentary box and have a go at the beanbag toss. Cornhole toss.
Cornhole's the official game name, is it?
Okay. I'd have gone beanbag. Okay.
Prizes involved?
Because there's corn in the beanbags.
Right.
Well, you can get sunglasses, you can get pens, you can get lovely single that for lunch, you want.
The first thing
Air
off the over. It's a good start from Barnard. Oh, I could do an air freshener for my car, actually.
Yeah, I've got one of them. It didn't last ages, but maybe
You
that's
need
the
a lot
owners
as
in my
well.
car.
The amount of used kit in your car. Did rates travel separately to you?
No, actually, no, I provided the travel today. Very unusual. Quicker, flatter from Barnard. I love this period of 1 day or 50 over cricket. So many people say, oh, it's boring in the middle overs. I love it. This is where you set up the game. It's not just the 10 overs in the power play and the last 10 overs where Obi de Villiers famously says you can get 100 more. I love the middle overs and the 30 overs in the middle, where it's that balance between taking the ones, but when can you get a boundary?
That mellow period, isn't it? Like the middle of a gig. The band comes on, there's a couple of big numbers to get the crowd going. And then you go into the new stuff, the mellow stuff. Stuff that people maybe, like the real fans appreciate. It's not for the newcomers, the ones that only know the top numbers.
Well, you're like this. 2 of my teammates yesterday went to a gig at Glastonbury last night. I didn't know Glastonbury did gigs outside of the Glastonbury. The Script were playing at Glastonbury.
Oh, nice.
Well, that was a pretty big band to be playing at Glastonbury.
Well, that's the beauty of summer touring, isn't it? You actually get these festivals and bands go around and play in some weird and wonky place.
Glastonbury Abbey, I think it was. I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh, that'd be nice. Lovely
Yeah.
setting. Right, 61 for 1. We'll have a look at some scores elsewhere as well, shortly, I think. Keep you updated on things there. Hands. Oh, that's handy. Genuine player miss for Vaughan. This poor lad's going to get so many
He's going to get so many
headlines
points,
and things, isn't he?
Fionn Hand, the Irish bowler as well.
That's a beauty, though, isn't it? Just hold his fingers. What have we got? Deep cover, third. Fine leg, deep square leg. That's a sign of a quick bowler.
Yeah. Play right, you all know. Soft. Looking for that single.
He's found his line, though, hasn't he, Hans? Impressive lad.
I think he will be... People will think he's called Hand, but he's Hansa. Fionn Hand is not related to Luke Hansa. Both.
No, because they've got different surnames.
Both seamers. But so often an S can be missed off when people say, especially when it be Hansi, like, I'm sure his nickname will be, like, they have multiple nicknames, as most sports teams do, but...
This is really good. Impressive stuff. 3 dots to start the over. It's a big occasion for him.
Yeah.
Comes in, huge crowd, sold out crowd, bowling against the Somerset. Top order. Other than having not got a wicket yet, he's going to be pretty happy with his contribution. doesn't get hold of that one. I think it might have, maybe a bit of bat, but it might have been largely pad glove. You can hear the sound up here. Given his run to maybe bat on to pad. Who else will be happy? Marcus Harris, I think, the Lancashire skipper with this. Bit of a risk, saying we'll have a bowl first here.
Interesting one for me is Luke Hans actually was a teammate of Joe Hayward just a couple of months ago. That Young Lions Invitational 11 played at Loughborough against India under-19s in that warm-up before Thomas Rue's men played against them.
We call them Thomas Rue's men?
Yeah, I think we can now. He's been captain for a while.
But they're Thomas Rue's boys.
Once you're 13, you play men's cricket, don't you?
I suppose, yeah.
Although they were playing under-19s.
Yeah, the lost boys.
Seems a bit patronising calling them boys.
Well, I know, but it's like age group cricket, isn't it? It's youth cricket, really.
At under-19. I think I stopped age group cricket under-12s, straight into adults. And you learn your trade by playing with the old men.
Glorious days, weren't they? Yeah. To play men's cricket. Just 2 singles off the over so far. Three singles off the over so far. So at the end of it, which is the 17th of the Somerset innings, they've ticked along to 65 for 1. Goldsworthy and Vaughan both going well. No, that run had already been added. Apologies, 64 for 1. So partnerships were 59 between these two. You're listening to Sam Dowling and Harry Everett. Triggs is around too. We're going to have some guest commentators in a bit, aren't we, H?
Oh, I forgot about that. A couple of youngsters. Junior Takeover Day. I've got my purple Junior Takeover Day shirt from last year. It's a bit sad, really, to not see Anthony Gibson next door.
I miss him.
No BBC commentary, which is a real shame. I don't understand how you can not commentate on the top 50 over competition.
They are picking up some games. So our colleague and, well, we call him our friend, can't we, Charlie Taylor, is up at Derbyshire today.
Oh, that's chippage from Archie Vaughan, just in the cap. That could have been caught mid-wicket. It's going to go for 4. Chippage just between... I mean, it would have been an incredible dive-minded effort. I don't think it quite reached it mid-wicket, but I don't think he intended it to go quite that close to the mid-wicket fielder. No, he's got away with the middle of it, though.
Hanson are back as well. The DJ, the same DJ from Friday night. It was tune after 90s.
Not tune. DJ Ginge from Ilminster. Yeah, of course it is. DJ Ginge was here all last Sunday. As Ilminster won, it's quite funny. He was playing the walkout songs for his club in the Major Cup final. We had a brilliant last Sunday. Yeah, I think I'm here 3 Sundays in a row on comms, actually. After the Major, Minor and Intermediate Somerset Cricket Foundation Cups last Sunday. That was a cracking day out. Great to see club cricketers getting their chance to play on the hallowed turf. That's an interesting misfield from Barnard. He got there and it bobbed a long way up in the air. Palmed it over the bar, you could say. Right, so Vaughan's still got the same field as he had in the last over, with long off, square leg and deep point, the 3 boundary riders. There he is, deep point. Just 1 run.
There's a question for you, EH. Well, Somerset are up at York on Thursday, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
I'm in Durham Wednesday and Friday.
So you're going to go to York in between?
I don't know. I'm working.
It's only 2 hours, isn't it? Durham to York?
Less than. On the train.
You're training around here. I was more thinking the Wetherby Harrogate M1 job.
I'll be driving A1 by then. I'll be driving, but I could just nip down to York for the train. I've always wanted to go to York. Oh, it's so tempting, that.
Why not? Why wouldn't you? It's a no-brainer, surely. You're bound to have one of those 3 days rained off up in the north as well. I couldn't believe how green it was. Up in the Lake District in Scotland last week, I was like, I haven't seen green grass since about March. It's all yellow. I mean, here they have a bit of irrigation, a bit of water in the outfield, but the outfield's so hard, fast. Up north, suddenly they got luscious green grass.
Really good over that from Somerset. The boundary to start with it, and then picking out 4 singles as well. Suddenly putting Barnard back under pressure.
You think
8 runs off it?
6s to 8s. Anything in that area is pretty good.
It's ideal. It just doesn't allow the ball to settle. But you'd be surprised though. Durham's actually the driest ground in the country. They had the least time.
But a wind
rained off. Yeah, loads of wind.
Sweet.
Loads of wind.
Yeah.
It's not warm. I'm not saying it's the warmest ground.
That, yeah.
I'm not saying it's the stillest. But I am saying it's the driest.
Mind you, you're not a person to judge on because you wear jumpers and long sleeves, whatever's going on. You've got your layers on. There you go. Polly's daughter, Amy Matthews, says come to York.
Hands continuing with that brilliant line. Just there's no whip because when you're bowling at this pace, right, and particularly to a shorter player like Goldsworthy, you so strong on the cut, you give him that little bit of width. Yes, you've got a deep extra cover, You've got an orthodox point and a third, but there's a big gap. Any width, and it's probably going to be 4. I'm enjoying hands at the moment. Marcus Harris will be 2.
Yeah, mentioning Marcus Harris, I thought it was an odd one from a Lancs point of view. Maybe some of the commenters on the stream might join in here. Marcus Harris was, well, Keaton Jennings was captain, then Marcus Harris was captain, then he went back to Australia, paternity cover.
Yeah, he had a baby, right?
Which is fair enough, absolutely.
Yeah.
He then came back for the second block of 2 championship rounds. Jimmy Anderson stood in the first 2 rounds, but then Jimmy Anderson continued captaincy, but Jimmy Anderson's then not playing the One Day Cup. I thought that was a little bit odd. You've made Marcus Harris your captain.
I'll unpack that in a second for you. Lovely. Pulled just back of a length. We were just saying how good Lewis Goldsworthy is on the short ball. That one just dropped a bit short. Pulled well in front of square. Goldsworthy on to 36.
Tell you what, you make Marcus Harris your captain after Keaton Jennings goes. Jimmy Anderson fills in for a fixed 2-game paternity cover. You'd have thought Marcus Harris comes back in, he's a brilliant captain.
Well, I don't know if was Anderson officially vice-captain this year? I'm not sure.
No.
But it was a forced change, right? Jennings stepped down. Anderson's away with the 100.
Busy playing.
Just a single. Marcus Harris pretty deep there. Happy to give them ones at this stage by the looks of things. Not sure. Have not kept on top of that. But he's a wild card pick in the 100. So you've got to rule him out. So Harris is captaining these. I don't know about that little block of 2. Maybe, you know, Harris having just come back from paternity leave. I don't know if his wife and baby are over. I don't know if he's obviously staying in contact with them. So his sleep might be a little bit disrupted. Maybe making him that, giving him that extra responsibility.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I still think he's probably contributing on the pitch in those conversations, so he probably just doesn't need.
And when
the
Jimmy's
extra
bowling,
admin.
he probably just lets Marcus take over. Yeah. My only other thought on that is, it's such a shame. Jimmy is a Lancashire lad through and through. This is his county. He's not moved. He's always been Burnley, Lancashire lad. All the time he's with England. He'd be perfect man to be playing in this One Day Cup, bringing the young kids. How good would it be with Jimmy Anderson at the other end? I mean, Tom Bailey's a pretty experienced county cricketer, of course, but you know, for these young lads to play with Jimmy Anderson.
So James, end of the over, Fuller 1, gets away with that one. He's trying for the Yorker, didn't quite find it. 5 off it, 77 for 119 gone here. Yes, but so when Anderson put himself in for the IPL auction, look, he was probably never going to get it. But you could see that's where he was going, right? He was going to play, wanted to play some T20 cricket, and actually, if you look at his numbers for this year, he's been absolutely magnificent.
I thought he might get whacked in the blast. I thought Johnny Bairstow might get hold of him.
So 17 wickets at 14, as we see a few patrons up on the flats. He's played a couple of 100 games so far, hasn't picked up a wicket, gone at 2 runs a ball. But it's one of those weird ones because it's similar with Rocky Flintoff, actually. I'll come back to it.
Long on's gone back now for Lewis Goldsworthy, changing field as Barnard continues.
It would have been lovely. I saw Rocky Flintoff make a beautiful 80, I think, against Middlesex last year. It was on comms up at Lancs. So you look at Anderson, you think, right, wild card pick. Right, it was obvious before the start of the season. Manchester Originals, Jimmy Anderson, that'll sell you a few more tickets. So there's a commercial aspect of it.
Bit sad, isn't it, really?
But then at the same time, you justify it commercially and think, oh, maybe it would have happened anyway. But 17 wickets at 40, he's been absolutely brilliant in the blast. And then Flintoff, you go, oh, picked by his dad for the Northern Superchargers. So again, there's that aspect of it.
Well, that's stayed low. Well played, Archie, one off the back foot. That could have got him in trouble there.
But also, this is a young man playing for England Lions who, did he score a century? He's got a century for England Lions.
Yeah, that whacked it everywhere. Big old century.
He's been playing England 19. So again, you could really see he scored 107 at Worcestershire in that 19 series and 93 in the Test. So you can see why he's been picked. He's there on merit too.
Good for Barnard. Not related to Ed Barnard.
And what people forget about Rocky Flintoff is he's absolutely rapid as a bowler. Like, he hasn't bowled yet in pro cricket.
Lovely shot from Goldsworthy. Really good hands and wrist, the speed there actually to beat extra cover. He had to whip his wrist through, but to get that extra single.
If you ask any of those boys that have been on tours with him, who's the bowler you don't want to face in the nets, it's him. He's an exciting young cricketer.
Yeah.
A heavy ball and a quick ball.
Corey Flintoff, of course, down at Kent. Nice to see. the older brother, don't forget. So much chat about Rocky, people forget about Corey. You always feel for like the other brother, like Ben Curran I always feel for. Like, he's still a pro cricketer in his own right, but people just talk about the brothers.
Barnard just pulling the balance back a little bit there. We talked in this previous over about how he'd gone for 8, and that was almost a Somerset victory. That one just going for the 4, and as a bowler you're pretty pleased with that. 4 singles in the over in this middle period. 20 gone. Somerset 81 for 1. Bathed in sunshine here, the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Oh, I think we're going to see Ollie Sutton have a bowl.
Oh,
Lad I like. I've got a lot of time for Ollie Sutton. I think he's one I've seen a little bit more of than Hans, to be honest. I think he is a really exciting bowler. Left arm quick. And then we've got Alfie Open and JT Langridge. We talked about the left arm spinners. Somerset have got 4 left arm bowlers. Just to see first left arm of the day.
well, I hope.
Quick.
So he played last year, right? He played just the 1 game against Kent. Picked up a wicket with his first ball. What a start. But then got injured a couple of balls later. So he's actually only bowled 0.3 overs in the tournament.
Yeah, played quite a lot of 2s cricket this summer. Last game. 3 for 79 at Billericay against Essex 2s. Not blown teams apart, but got wickets in every one of the last 5 games he's played.
Change of angle, back of a length. It's a deep square leg and a long leg providing him cover.
Yeah, I think you probably have to have those 2 out every time he bowls. I think they're your go-to men. Deep third, fair enough with the angle. Deep cover's just there if you drop short on the offside.
Good spell then, that was from Luke Hans. On his professional bow, 4 overs for 12,
Yeah,
tidy.
He's probably going to be a four over spell
Yeah.
kind of guy. You're not going to bowl him. A bit like Jofra Archer. You know, they talk about managing him.
Nice
So it comes to
comparison.
the overs. Yeah. Wow. You'll like that. You can clip that up. When he's
Good.
watching it on the 4-hour drive back home, watching this bowling back.
Good from Sutton, just keeping it really tight in. Yeah, at least they get to go home on a Sunday night, unless they're going on the road somewhere. But I mean, the traffic this weekend at various places have been horrendous. Hopefully their journey down was all right.
Yeah, that's
So we've
why I
had-
came back at 2 o'clock Saturday morning.
Oh, it took me ages to get down Friday. It took Hartlepool 10 hours to get down on Friday.
Yeah, they played Yeovil yesterday. No, I saw that. Yeah. Our cricket club chairman didn't come to our cricket club yesterday. Went to watch Yeovil instead. Just giving him some stick last night.
Flicked just a bit too straight. You've got to be careful as a left arm seamer bowling to the right-hander. If you just give it that one on the hips, they can just work you around the ground. So we had 4 overs of Balderson, 4 overs of Hans. Charlie Barnard's bowled 6, Tom Bailey's bowled 6.
Use the 5 bowlers early. I don't mind that. You get them into the attack. You don't leave someone too late.
I think Arav Shetty will be the next one to come into it. Ooh, he's uppish for a little bit. Hands there, mid-wicket. Not a boundary rider after his bowling spell. It'd be great to have the views of some Lancashire fans. If you're out there watching on the stream, welcome. Nearly 4,000 all in on this one. We'd love to know a little bit more what your thoughts on these young prospects that you've got playing. And we obviously haven't seen an awful lot of them. But, a couple of them look pretty exciting.
Yeah, another one that might potentially bowl. Harry Singh bowls a bit of off-ease. He
Yeah.
would probably be after Shetty. Bowled a couple of times the 2s. Just to change it up. It's quick. He lets down the leg side.
Gets away with that one. Good pace, but yeah, just a little tickle brings him forward. Have to bowl it again. Intrigues is back, hopefully to tell some tales of VR
He's
stuff
down
of
with
legend and a bit of goat milking
He's
as well.
been
I
down with
believe.
Julian, has he?
Yeah.
He's been down with Julian on the run maker. Or has he been
Filled up his Yazoo bottle.
only you? Remember that song? Were you up with your 80s music?
It goes again. We'll have to bowl that one again. Da, 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 da. Only you.
Yeah,
That
that's
one.
it. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, why do I need to know that song?
Well, every time I hear Yazoo, I think of that.
Oh, right. That one was... Just having a look at the speeds for Ollie Sutton.
Quick down the leg side. Bit slingy. Yeah, but the Dirk Nan is about his gather and release.
He gets quite tight to stump. That's where he wants to be. Archie Vaughan, 35 from 56.
Sort of load up. Gather. Nice technique.
A couple of wides in the over so far. Tidy otherwise. 2 singles off it, so 4 from his first over. Big smile on his face. He can get through his first over. So unfortunate, as I was saying, in that Kent game last summer.
He's bowled more this year than he has last year, already.
Almost double. Single down to third to end the 21st. 86 for 1, I'm going to nip out.
Yeah, he got away with that half volley. Archie Vaughan loves that mid-wicket drive. Couldn't quite beat the short mid-wicket man to get 4. But yes, they'll not be happy enough for that. Somerset aren't steaming here, but they know they can go big in the latter overs. James and Thomas Reid particularly score quickly. Finn Hill we've not seen get going yet. Run out in the last game, of course. He hits a big ball. Kieran Roberts will be an interesting one. You just thought he's more of a guy who likes a bit more time to get himself going. Potentially bowl a bit as well. Josh Davey, Alfie Ogborn, and James Langridge will be the tail enders. But I think Josh Thomas could be an exciting batter in the middle order. The left-handedness obviously helps different angles. It's the ball pretty hard and clean. Expect him to bat 6. I don't think Somerset will change their top 6. There might be a little bit of change down the lower order, but the top 6 is pretty much set for this competition as we stand. Barnard going straight through then into his 7th over. Of course, he wants 2 here. Can they push for 2? No. Good attacking of the ball from deep square leg. It's not particularly big boundary out to the Somerset stand. We are fairly central for this match though. Remember, this is the same hybrid pitch that was used on Friday. Played pretty well so far though. Hybrids tend to last quite a long time. Any rough patches you saw at their Triggs?
Yeah, it's certainly signs that the wickets had a fair bit of use on it, but nothing alarming. I think those hybrid pitches, the whole point of them is to keep the surface pretty true. So you know, you hear a lot of bowlers sort of moaning that the footholes are quite hard. So I don't think that first stride onto the pitch does much damage. I think it's just the dryness of it. I think it will just offer a little bit of grip to the spinner. But looking at this young left-arm spinner's bowling release, you wouldn't imagine from that slingy position he'd get much turn away from the right-hander. It's more of a sort of slide into the right-handed batter. But the lads are playing nicely here. They've got that run rate up to 4 and over, you know, minimising dot balls and playing pretty nicely at the moment.
Oh wow, we're just talking about that sort of safe straight back cricket shots, and Archie Vaughan's only got it for 1, but pretty impressive reverse sweep there actually. Not a shot we've seen him play that much. James Rew, Thomas Rew, we expect them to play it. Archie Vaughan's kept the strike with that. It's like different technique the way he plays it.
I think there are probably easier ways to get a single, but
yeah,
it's good that he's got that in his locker for later on as his innings develops. But yeah, this is what the innings required. A couple of batters taking responsibility, getting themselves in, putting a sizable score on the board, and both Somerset batters are set fair now. 41 Goldsworthy, 38 Archie Vaughan. It's been good sort of attritional cricket. I'm sure they'll be starting to think about chasing a few more aggressive shots at some stage. 28 overs to go.
could be wide down the offside. We saw a couple wides down the leg side in his first over. Over corrected now, only just, but that blue line. The umpire extend his arms.
Yeah, I think both these batters being good cutters, I think will bring some opportunities to score the left armour without the ball swinging back into them. Anything sort of pitching on off stump, going towards fifth, sixth stump.
Yeah.
You know, that sort of late cut gully area. Short boundary down there. Archie Vaughan just missing out on a short one there.
Yeah, both umpires North Peverton boys, remember? Ben Pev and Mike Burns. Pretty local.
Yeah, he's an adopted North Petherton.
Yeah.
Aryan. Petherton Aryan, or
yeah,
whatever
like
you
that
call
works.
it. He's Burnsy, originally from the Midlands.
Yeah.
Settled in Somerset.
Nice area to live. Good single from Archie Vaughan. Really well played under his eyes to beat the... Well, he's got cover and a point with not much of a gap out to deep cover. So we've seen 3 List A debuts today. Arav Shetty, Kean Roberts and Luke Hand. We've seen Luke Hand's bowl. Arav Shetty we reckon will be next to bowl. Kean Roberts probably batting 7. Will bowl some medium paces. bit of a George Thomas bowler. Bats quite differently, but medium pace right arm seamer. That's a cheekier single from Lewis Goldsworthy, but well judged. 44 on Goldsworthy's back, 44 on the Lancsfielder's back. Couldn't stop that single.
I think Marcus Harris, the Lancashire captain, will be pretty happy with how his bowlers are going about things. Not too many what you call release balls, no freebies. The Somerset batters are having to work hard for their runs. They've both faced 60 odd balls apiece, so runs are a premium at the moment. Short ball there, and nicely played by Archie Vaughan, controlled down to fine leg.
Yeah, just flirted with getting the Lancsfielders excited. It might carry to Tom Bailey at deep fine, but well short in the end. I guess he's trying to get in that gap between deep fine and deep square, but just the one run on that occasion.
I haven't seen Sutton bowl before. Sort of bowler that I think in time Lancashire would like to see with that new ball, swinging it a little bit more, but you hear that a lot with young seam bowlers these days. They don't like bowling with a ball that swings. I can't quite compete with that.
No,
but
me neither. Control.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, and wonder if, as we see later in his spell, develop like Alfie Ogborn does really well. Changes the angle, goes around the wicket, which is quite a bit more of a challenge for the right armers when the ball's not swinging. You know, like the real top of the game bowlers like Mitchell Stark, when the ball doesn't swing, he goes around the wicket, angling in. You take the angles away from the batter, and you're always bowling into them, which can sometimes tie up a batter. So it'll be interesting to see if he takes that option at some stage. Somerset 95 for 1 in 23rd over. Bowled the 23rd over.
Yeah, you're right. He's got the attributes. I think he could be useful death bowl as well. Actually, think where they will bowl a bit of a spell here and come back on in the last 10. George Balderson took the new ball quite feasibly going forward. Ollie Sutton could grow in confidence, take the new ball. Balderson come on first change. Tom Bailey's your new ball banker, but quite often people over 30 don't play every game. The one Day Cup, see Jack Leach rested today. Tom Bailey, it's his first game. They were rained off at Sedbergh, don't forget, early in the week. This is Lanc's first One Day Cup game. Somerset have played 2 already. Radler and here on Friday.
Barnard into his 8th over now. He's gone for 33 so far. I think a good sort of target for Somerset would be to keep him out of the wickets and take somewhere in the region of 50 off of his 10 overs. They'd have to play a few shots to get there. The young left armer is very accurate. He hasn't bowled many balls outside of the stumps. Certainly bowling to his field.
Yeah, got a bowler who's 10 straight through now, you think. There's something drastic happens in these next few balls. Keep him going through while he's got his rhythm and momentum. A couple of times both goals with the Vaughan have gone back, and it seems to have maybe stayed low, or they just slightly misjudged it. Managed to control it.
Yeah, he's got a very low release point, hasn't he? I think the LBW, he probably wants the right-handers to try and cut him, to bring the stumps into play. Right, LBW bowled, looks like his mode of dismissal.
Even a chop on the skiddy. Still, I like your Shakib Al Hassan comparison. Even Liam Dawson's a little bit similar, the release point. Yeah, I think Shakib's probably the most similar. Low round arm. Saying earlier to Sam, actually, like Dockrell and Leach are a bit higher. I guess Roloff van der Merwe's a little bit lower. We're not quite this low. You played quite a lot with Roloff. He'd change it though, wouldn't he?
He was.
He'd be clever about where he released it from.
You know, he's quite an experienced left armer, and certainly towards the back end of an innings, he'd occasionally bowl that death period and bowl with a very low arm, so the ball's not going to bounce, and he can try and get under the bat. But Roloff, when he played different formats or threw out a spell in one days, would just release the ball slightly higher and get the ball, over the top, turning away from the batter. But that's something I think it takes a bit of time to learn and grow as a young left arm spinner. But at the moment he looks, I put him in, he's a control bowler, isn't he? He just looks to hit the stumps. He's not looking to really spin the ball. Plenty of action here at Somerset. Tuesday, August the 26th. The China Bears are playing at the back on the stage while Somerset take on Northants. Day of cricket and music, not too bad. Somerset bring up the 100 with that wide. Sutton's just lost his line a couple of times, trying to find his area. Yeah, on a warm day like today, playing in navy blue, you want to minimise how many extra balls you bowl, that's for sure.
You're getting told off. Mike Burns is certainly not from the Midlands. YouTube comments calling you out, Triggs. Barrow Furness. Oh, I was up there on Thursday.
Cumberland, is it?
Cumbria, yeah. I think Cumberland's the name of it, like the 1800s.
Sausage?
Sausages. Barrow Furness.
Where's that?
Like southwest of Cumbria, Lake District. So go up past Lancaster, go past Lake Windermere, and in that little corner.
Played for Warwickshire.
There you go.
I probably won't apologise for not knowing exactly where Mike Burns was born, but it's kind of in the middle
What's
of the
his
country,
accent
so
like? Yeah.
we'll go with Midlands.
What's his accent like?
Brummy. Easy when you got Google in your fingertips, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, people don't even use their fingertips anymore, do they? It's scary. The GPT. I don't do all that. Can't keep up with all that. Ask Siri or ask Alexa.
A shot there from Goldsworthy. Too good a shot to just get one for it, but field set appropriately again. They bowled well, Lancashire, keeping Somerset relatively quiet. Yeah, certainly par the wicket in the late 200s. You probably want 300 really on a pitch of this quality with the sun shining. No real movement or swing around.
He's getting better as the spell continues, I think. Sutton getting that rhythm. We mentioned earlier, only bowled 3 balls and then got injured last year. So it almost feels like his one-day cup debut. Looks a bit tired walking back, but does explode through the crease, puts a lot of effort into his bowling.
Well, he's bowled a lot more than
the wide, yeah.
He's bowled a lot more than 3 overs, isn't he? 2 overs. Shot again by Vaughan. It's a very natural puller. Archie Vaughan, isn't it? Looks like he sets up his game to cut and pull.
It's interesting. So Archie Vaughan, of course, made his Somerset debut in the One Day Cup last August. Batted 6 or 7. Played reverse sweeps, paddle sweeps, played the spin a lot. Then he came into the side in September, bowled his spin, got a lot of wickets for Jack Leach in September in the County Championship. Then he got pushed up to open, and now he's getting a chance with no Thomas or Remead this year. Completely different opening partnership. It's a lovely shot from Goldsworthy. Deserves 4, and he gets 4. Glorious cover drive from Lewis Goldsworthy. What a clap, what a round of applause that is from the Somerset stand, because they know it is drinks, yes. Lewis Goldsworthy gone from 46 to 50 with that 4. Cracking 50 from Lewis Goldsworthy. Calm, composed, beautiful shot.
Yeah, nicely played, Lewis Goldsworthy. Nice way to chalk up a little milestone there, but he'll know he's got plenty more work to do after this drinks break. How do you summarise that first 20?
I think it's the perfect platform from Somerset. They know they've got 2 Roos and Josh Thomas, who are the 3 most aggressive batters in this side. Perfect 3 guys to accelerate. These 2 don't need to worry about the run rate. Anywhere between 80 to 120 here at drinks is absolutely fine, I think. I can see Somerset getting near to 200 off the last 25 overs if they keep wickets in hand. 2 Roos come off, Josh Thomas. So I think they're doing a brilliant job. Lancashire will think they've done it right, but they've only taken 1 wicket.
Yeah, they'll be under a bit of pressure with the amount of wickets and the quality in the back end. I think the Somerset batters now, I'd be surprised, Ben Green's out there, a senior player with Jack Leach. I'd imagine the message will be something along the lines of this tempo's good for the next 5, and then maybe just to press the accelerator. Last thing you want to do is limp to a score with loads of wickets left. So I think get to that 30 over period and then and start taking a few more chances, chasing a few boundaries with the depth that the Somerset lineup has.
Yep, totally agree.
The lads have done well. They've fought back from that early wicket very nicely, and 4 and over is a nice platform, especially here at Taunton when you can really capitalise towards the back end. But yeah, I don't expect to see too much of a change for the next 5 overs, but I do think you'll noticeably see a upsurge in the aggression come 30 overs.
It's a perfect over rate at 25 overs gone as well. What are we? Well, exactly 12:30. Hour and a half for 25 overs. You generally think is around 3 hours for a 50 over game. Quick drinks break. The bats have run off for a wee break and then just have a drink and carry on batting. Just a text from Matt Thiedham, James Thiedham's dad. A shout out to Devon under 18 boys playing Essex today at Billericay in the national 50 over plate semi-finals. They beat a very strong Gloucestershire side in the quarter-finals, so good luck to those lads today. Matt's not here watching James in the squad, but I'm playing for Somerset today. There's a lot of Sunday county age and Parkgate cricket. Devon are playing Cornwall in the NCCA Championship. That's the Devon first team. Cornwall 84 for 1 after 21. We will running through some one-day cup scores as well. And we are going to see a change of bowling. We'll come back to the one-day cup scores because we're going to see a debut bowl. It's not Harry Singh. I mentioned his off breaks might potentially come on, but it's going to be Arav Shetty. Arav Shetty's taken over from Barnard. I thought Barnard would just complete his 10, but no, there's a change. Bit of quick spin from Arav Ritesh Shetty. 21 years of age, is off breaks, but sort of quick, interesting action. Played a lot of twos cricket for Lancs this year. Not taking a vast amount of wickets, but he does bat as well. He's an all-rounder. 55 and 77 at Billericay, the end of July, sorry. 0 for 31 and 2 for 55 in the same game. Most notably, in the twos game at Southport, he had 3 for 40 and 3 for 92 back in June. But yeah, it's been a mainstay of the Lancs twos side, batting and bowling this year. All played off the back foot by Goldsworthy. So Barnard was still 2 overs to bowl. I wonder when they'll come into play. I guess it depends how Shetty bowls. Generally, we see Jack Leach bowling spin from the River End. Well, the Lancs have gone with the same tactic here. Both spinners so far. From that end, seam is rotating from the Scottish Pavilion end. Goldsworthy trying to get that square, trying to beat extra cover's left hand. Push 2, maybe even 4 in between deep cover point and short extra, but can't quite get it. He looks like a sort of pace he's bowling, attacking the stumps. Maybe it's hard to sweep or use the feet to him. So let him try and play him from the crease. Well, Goldsworthy did anyway. Yeah,
he certainly bowled quite an aggressive pace. He looks a tall lad as well, so he's going to, I suppose, as his spell develops, just find that length just to get the batters sort of in that in-between position, neither back nor forward. So there's a huge amount of spin on show here, so certainly the challenge to the spinners is to use their pace and deceive the batter with a bit of flight. I suppose a little bit of characteristics of Shoaib Bashir, very, very tall action over the top.
Somerset's current highest second wicket stand against Lancashire in List A cricket is a 99 by Jimmy Cook and Ricky Bartlett back in 1989. That was here. Well, the last wicket fell at 5, so that record has now been broken. 112 for 1. So a new highest second wicket stand against Lancs in List A cricket. Archie Vaughan and Lewis Goldsworthy into that record book. So he's got away with that one. It's going to be 4 runs. Tom Bailey can't get there. I say he's got away with it, but actually, with a deep third and deep fine quite a long way away from the wicketkeeper, almost any top edge is going to be safe there.
Yeah, certainly a false shot. Moral victory there from the bowler. But I suppose sometimes when you bat out there for a while, you're not going to play every shot perfectly, and it's nice to get away with the occasional mistake. Yeah, it was a good directed bouncer actually outside of the off stump, so he's had to drag it from off stump. Could easily have gone towards fine leg, but Goldsworthy got away with that. A very nice cut shot there through the offside. Yeah, I do think that Sutton, even though he's bowling relatively well, I think you're going to get some scoring opportunities. The fact that he hasn't quite found his consistent line. He's bowled the odd cut ball, seems to sort of divert to the short ball, which I think on this pitch, I think if I was a batter, you'd be quite happy for a bowler of this pace to bowl short at you.
Yeah. Still no deep mid wicket or deep cow corner in. That's what Archibald's tried to play it. There maybe could have been a single past mid wicket, but a false stroke Archibald was not best pleased with. Singh with 16 on his back. Short mid wicket. Balderson a mid on. Shot from Archie Vaughan. Again, only going to be 1 run. Not seen a pull shot for 4 yet. Most of the pull shots finding fine leg or deep square leg. Sutton set the field, or Harris has set the field for Sutton for a bit of cover for the short ball. Lanc skipper Marcus Harris has been at mid-off for most of the game. Close enough to his ball to have a chat. Good angles as he can marshal his troops from there. Bit of chat in the YouTube live stream chat. Yeah, Somerset got 3 part-time spinners in Thomas, Goldsworthy and Vaughan.
Part-time?
Well, they're saying, should we have one main spinner like Jack Leach rather than the all-rounders that bat and bowl a bit of spin?
I think it's in one-day cricket. I think,
yeah,
you know, they're frontline spinners in one-day cricket.
Yeah.
I think there are very few what you'd call frontline spinners in terms of like guys that take fifers in Championship cricket,
like your Harmers and your Leach. Yeah,
you know, like Rolf van der Merwe, you know, was very much a frontline spinner in one-day cricket, but in you know, in 4-day cricket he would sort of add some control to an attack. You know, people like Jack Leach are very few and far between.
I guess the part-time in this seems harsh. Just because they bat in the top 6 doesn't mean they're part-time.
Well, spinners often in one-day cricket, you know, most of the time you're playing on very flat pitches, so, you know, the art of being a good one-day spinner is to give the captain some control. You know, if you're playing on a pitch that pars at 300 and like the young left-arm spinner was doing earlier, Barnard, you know, he's going at 4 and over. All of a sudden he's just giving the captain a little bit of control over the game.
Yeah, I think it's great that Somerset have 3 genuine all-rounders. They got a wicket-keeper and 3 bowlers in their top 6. I mean, Tom Lammerby can still bowl if needed.
Yeah, all-rounders are crucial in one-day cricket as well. You know, if you have a couple of high-quality all-rounders in your team, you can balance out your team a lot better. You can actually play a frontline spinner or an extra seam bowler because you add that batting depth. Risky shot there. Sounds like a Harry to me. I think that last little passage of cricket there, I think that's a pretty poor bit of fielding there from Bailey. You know, on his heels, you know, you have a look at, you know, the way he's standing, sort of not really engaged in the game. You know, it can happen when you're a frontline bowler, but that pretty much landed about a foot in front of him. I think if he was in the game, he could have moved forward and caught that. If we have a replay, he was very much on his heels there as Archie Vaughan tried to go over him. I'd put that down as a half chance.
Yeah, I would say Lancs have fielded very well, generally the young side. Tom Bailey, one of the older guys in the field. Pretty good generally, but yeah, a bit of a slip there. We're going to see a change again. Balderson's going to come back on. He opened the bowling from the river end. He's now going to come off the Gothic Pavilion end. Right on mediums. Keeper stood back. I think the keeper could stand up, but he's going to choose to stand back. Well, Archie Vaughan isn't one to massively use his feet on the crease to seamers.
Well, at the end of the next over, we're also giving an opportunity to a young cricket fan.
Yes.
Esme is going to come in and commentate. I'm going to turn around now, and I'm going to give Esme the opportunity to choose who she would like to commentate with for the next few overs. I'm going to turn around, you point, and Dad will tell me your decision. No pressure.
Jeez, he's already told me. That's going to be a 50 to Archie Vaughan. Very well batted. He's got a chance to open in the One Day Cup this year. The right-hander lost Tom Lambie early, but Tom Goldsworth, Archie Vaughan and Lewis Goldsworth have batted quite nicely together. A record second wicket partnership in List A cricket against Lancashire, and now both have gone past 50. Yeah,
top knock there from Archie Vaughan. Had a slow start, but really ground in, and he's found his feet now. He's past 50 as his mate up the other end has, and now really got brilliant platform to launch from. A couple more overs and then I really do expect to see a little bit of an accelerator press, you know, sliding from third to fourth, something like that, Harry, pushing Somerset on and putting some pressure on this Lancashire attack.
Going through the gears, yeah. Finn Hill is also potential off-spin bowler. We talk about the options. Cian Roberts at 7, Finn Hill at 8 potentially. We don't know the exact batting lineup. I reckon Finn Hill might come in and give it a biff in the last 10 overs if it's set up that way.
Yeah, I've played a couple of league games this year against Finn Hill. He's looked impressive, shapes up nice.
Thornbury?
Yeah, he looks a good young player. Haven't seen too much of his bowling. Beautiful shot there from Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, what I said at the start of the over, Archie Vaughan doesn't use his feet to seam that much. Well, the keeper stood back, giving him a chance. I think the keeper should stand up to George Balderson. I think he's missing a bit of a trick here. Allowing Vaughan to get down and be positive. He's nailed that pull shot, but only 1 run. Yeah, so Finn would bat 4 and bowl 10 overs in league cricket generally?
I'm not sure he bowls that much. I haven't seen him bowl.
Okay. He was at Exeter and then moved up to play Weffel Prem 1 cricket.
Yeah, he's certainly a batting all-rounder from what I've seen. But yeah, I've been impressed actually. You know, shapes up nicely. It's good quality shots. Test for him, stepping up the level, but he's got a good platform built here by Goldsworthy and Vaughan to come in and express himself, show the Somerset faithful what he can do. I think it's important for the youngsters to come in and bat with a bit of freedom and not feel under too much pressure.
5 legs come up in the ring here. Wide Yorker, good stop at extra cover, but good single from Goldsworthy. Yeah, long on went back.
So that's the end of the over. Esme, what is your decision? You want to stay on with me? You're very brave. Harry's going to take a little break. Come in the hot seat, young lady. Tell me all about how big a Somerset fan you are. Oh, hang on, one second. You are now. Put your earphones on. Yeah, there you go. Get them comfy. Perfect. You are officially live, Esme. Lovely to meet you.
Hello.
How you doing? All right?
Yeah.
So, talk to me. Somerset fan, obviously.
Well, I've recently joined this area after living in Budapest, Hungary for 3 years. So yeah, we're moving back to England and I'm really enjoying it so far. My parents put me in this opportunity and I'm really happy that I'm here in this stadium and in the commentary box. It feels so good. I'm here with my family. My dad is here in the commentary box with me. My brother and my mum and some of my friends are also in the stands, so it's really a good opportunity for me.
Well, Esme, I'm looking down. I'm expecting to see you reading off of a script, but you haven't got one. Very impressive. You've got a budding journalistic career in front of you. So you lived in Hungary. Was that Dad's job?
Well, before that we lived in China for 6 years, and my brother was born there. And then we moved because of COVID, and we wanted somewhere where it was close to our family, but also somewhere new that we could explore, and we thought Hungary was a great idea.
Well, good plan, because China was quite good for COVID, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. In terms of the languages, do you speak any of these foreign languages?
Well, I used to speak like the beginner amount of Chinese, but I've forgotten it, so that's not great. But in Hungary, I only know a few words because it's the hardest language in the world, and there's no way I'm going to learn it.
Oh no, we've got a wicket there. Goldsworthy's tried to go over cover. Bailey has learnt from his mistake. He was awake that time. He's taken a really good catch there at mid-off. Esme, what do you think about that?
Well, it was an excellent try to hit it over his head, but I guess he was able to jump up and catch it straight away.
It was a good catch, wasn't it? That's a shame for Lewis Goldsworthy. Played beautifully for his 63, second Somerset wicket to fall, but I have to say I was expecting some slightly more aggressive play, and unfortunately Lewis Goldsworthy just hasn't quite got underneath that one, which has brought Lancashire a wicket they desperately needed. So was one of the main reasons for moving back to England because England plays way more cricket?
Well, I'm more of a football fan. I want to dedicate my life to football, but because football is a winter sport, I decided to pick up something that was more for the summer, and my dad really likes football, really likes cricket, and so me and my brother learned I'm a wicket keeper, but I play incredible, not half.
Excellent. So have you been playing the All-Stars cricket at a local club, or have you joined a local club?
We haven't joined a local club yet. Me and my brother a few days ago we tried out Taunton Dean.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's one of Taunton Dean's most famous people, Jack Leach,
Yep,
who's
heard
played
of
for
him.
England. You've heard about Jack Leach?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be around the Taunton Dean club scene for years to come. Balderson is continuing from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Somerset 129 for 2. I'm joined by Esme for the next few overs. She sounds like she's absolutely got life planned. She's well travelled, and she's got a very clear plan to dedicate her life to football in the winter and cricket in the summer. I think there's plenty of youngsters out there that would be trending in that direction with you, Esme. So your football side of things, what team do you support? I mean, this could make or break our relationship, depending on your answer.
Well, it depends if you like Arsenal.
Luckily, I support Weston-super-Mare, which are in like the 5th tier of football. So I don't think we'll be competing with Arsenal anytime soon. Who's your favourite player for Arsenal?
Well, I watch both men's and women's. I watched the Euros this year, and I had a lot of emotions watching them play. It was great to see them winning. But my favourite player for Arsenal at the moment is either Alessia Russo, who plays for the women's, and she is a striker, or Declan Rice, who is my brother's favourite.
Oh, okay. Sounds like you made a wise decision. Do you often go to watch the Arsenal games in the stadium, or are you more of a TV fan?
Yeah, we've not gone to any stadium to watch any football except for that one time we were visiting Norway and we just saw a game, Oslo v, I don't know, someone else.
Was that good?
Yeah.
Better coming to the Cooper Associates county ground, though, surely.
Yes, it is. It is better to like watch it from the top box. And
Yeah, it's not a bad view from up here, is it, Esme? It's definitely the best seat in the house.
Yep.
So James Rue at the crease now. He's just ticked off his first run of the day. He's been in great form, century in the first game. Good partnership with his younger brother who's next to come in. Thomas Rue scored a magnificent not out 80 to see Somerset home against Durham on Friday. So the Rue boys certainly in sublime form. Archie Vaughan has got himself to 56 and will be looking to just press on a little bit here. I think that will be a wide. Balderson bowling I think an off-pace bouncer, like a slower bouncer.
Yeah, that looked like it hit the wrong spot.
It was a bit loopy, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What would you do if you were wicket keeping to that? Would you be having a word with your teammates saying, come on, sort it out?
Well, I had a friend on the team back in Hungary who was a really fast bowler. He could bowl faster than our teacher, so I had to stand way back, but sometimes he left it off short and I was like, what are you doing? Tried to like get it to me so I could.
I get the impression, Esme, you're a young lady not to mess with. Were you the captain? I'm getting captaincy vibes off of you.
Well, I would like to be a captain, but Kian, the fast bowler, was the captain. He helped us win against Croatia, so I guess that was a great decision from the coach.
I think the coaches are missing a trick. You definitely have leadership qualities, well travelled, and you seem to have a good sort of idea of where you're trying to go. You mingle that into the team environment. I think you'll be a great captain for Taunton Dean ladies team in the future. How old are you, Esme?
I am 10 going into year 6 next Act.
10 going into year 6. Which school are you at?
I'm going to be joining King's College.
Excellent. Your favourite subject?
My favourite subject?
Geopolitics or something like that?
It's going to have to be games or PE. I
Games
really
or PE?
enjoy my sport, and my mum is a PE teacher, and although I know how to play a lot of games, I'll have to get used to the new sports such as netball, hockey and rugby.
Just a bit of everything, isn't it, Esme?
Yeah. I've never really played any of them before. I actually haven't played either either hockey or netball, but I have played for my school. I have played for my school football and basketball, and we came third in basketball and third in football and second to last in basketball.
Well, that sounds like a pretty successful term. So games and sports. Your mum's a PE teacher.
Yes.
You know the boring subjects like science and maths. You know, what's your favourite out of those ones? Is there a academic study that you enjoy as well?
Well, I've never done DT or FT, but I think I'm going to enjoy it because my dad is an engineer, and I've made some stuff with him before, such as my basketball hoop, and he's made a little cat house for our cat. So I think we're going to...
There's a big market for a well-made cat house. You could do a little side hustle with Dad.
Yeah.
My son's studying mechanical engineering at university at the moment. He does, he's doing things on the computer that completely fry my tiny little brain. So
I don't
your dad's
think
obviously
I would,
a clever chap.
Yeah, I don't think I would understand it either.
Yeah, stick to your sport, mate. That's the way forward. Nice early bit of batting here from James Rue. 138 for 2 here at the moment. We're getting into that stage of the game. 19 overs to go where Somerset will be looking to press the accelerator. We did mention in the last game, Esme, that normally... Oh, and that's a disappointing end for Archie Vaughan. He's gone down the wicket. Looks like he's bowled an arm ball or some kind of different delivery. It just left Archie Vaughan away. Keeper had a little bit of a fumble, which Esme obviously wouldn't have done if she was the wicket keeper. She'd have had those bails off straight away. There was a period where Archie Vaughan maybe had a chance to get back, but he was way down the crease. Unfortunately, back-to-back wickets have just curtailed Somerset. They are now 4 down. Yeah, it looks like a a carom ball or something along those lines. Yeah, it's a big shame. So I think Somerset now 3 down, but we have young Thomas Rue coming into bat. The Rue partnerships have yielded many, many runs for Somerset in their early days. A little fumble there as we see on the replay, but he did well enough to recover. Whip those bails off. Tom Rue, can he back up his back-to-back 50s? He comes into the crease. Quite a pivotal time, as I was just saying. 139, 30 overs, 19 to go. You can normally roughly double what you've got at 30 towards the 50. So Somerset will be heading towards a 280 score if they play well, but those wickets have certainly helped Lancashire's cause. Shetty with a beautiful delivery there. Looked like a carom ball flicked off that middle finger and just turned away from Archie Vaughan. Nice piece of bowling. He's got 2 for 14. That was very impressive stuff from the bowler, Esme, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't bowl that well. In the past week I've tried to change my bowling technique to try fit my style, but it hasn't really worked out for me.
That's what it's all about, this game. Finding your own style and then doing plenty of practice, playing with your mates as much as possible, listening to your coaches most of the time. Nice over there from Shetty. That's very good spell of bowling so far. Balderson bowling well up the other end. He's only gone for 18 off his 6 overs. Thanks to Brown & Brown, one of our partners here at Somerset. Any insurance requirements you have, give them a shout. Car, home, business, very, very good to deal with. So please give them a shout. Thanks for their support. Balderson is going to continue from the Marcus Trescothic end. We're going to have one more over of Esme commentating, and rather than me ask a load of boring and strange questions, Esme, I'd like for you to talk the audience through the next 6 balls. Are you okay with that?
Ooh, I could try.
So Balderson's bowling, and James Rue's batting.
Yeah, I don't know anyone to name, so I'm just going to call them by their numbers.
Well, Rue's left-handed.
I'm left-handed.
And Rue's right-handed. So James is left-handed and Thomas is right-handed. So it's quite a challenge for you. Balderson's the bowler. Away you go.
Yep. So that will be a bit of a challenge for the bowlers to try get there. Looks like it bounced before 16 catched it. Caught it. They're now doing a consecutive passing back to the bowler, who is taking a rather long run up.
Yeah, it takes a bit of energy, Esme, to run up sort of 20 metres and throw the ball down, but he's being very accurate, Balderson, isn't he, at the moment? Just every ball on the path to hit those stumps, making the batsman defend.
Bowler is the wicket keeper is standing about 3 feet away. Back coming in and squatting down. One of the Rue brothers just edged it off into a gap where one of the outfielders picked it up.
3 feet, Esme. How long do you think a foot is?
I don't know.
It's because we're so high up, isn't it?
Oh no, it's not 3 feet.
It's quite a long way back, that, isn't it? About
3 meters.
3 meters. Okay.
I guess. I've just been told that if I say Rue, I guess I'll.
Yeah, you can't be wrong if you say Rue at the moment. Balderson is metronomically accurate. He's just gone for 19 runs off his near 7 overs, so causing plenty of scoring problems for the Somerset batters. These two are just going to play themselves in a little bit, but these two, Esme, as you watch throughout the day, if they get themselves in, they play some quite exquisite shots.
Yeah, like once you get on a roll, it's hard to like break them down, and it's hard to make sure that they stop finding all the gaps.
Well, that's the end of the 33rd over. Esme, it's been an absolute pleasure. From China to Hungary to Taunton, we wish you well in your pursuit of your football and cricketing young career.
Thank you.
And maybe just pay a bit more attention to those boring subjects as well at school. But it's been an absolute pleasure having you on, Esme. Any shout-outs you want to do to any of your mates here at school, or your mum and dad?
Well, my mum and my brother are in the crowd with two of some of my friends that left China about a year before we left. So they've come to Taunton. That's mainly the reason why we chose to settle down in Taunton, is because one, it's close to my dad's parents in Chard, and two, we at least know someone here. So.
Well, that's always good. Well, thanks, Esme. You take a little break now. Enjoy the rest of the day, and I'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Oh, lovely to hear from Esme. Well-travelled, well-spoken, bright future. Just like the Roo boys out there. Well-spoken lads and seriously good players, and Somerset need them to just rebuild a little bit here after those back-to-back wickets. Great bit of bowling there from Shetty's. Just landed it on the spot, and a real sort of surprise delivery with that ball turning away from Archie Vaughan as he advanced down the wicket. Very, very nice piece of bowling. Roo down the wicket, he's missed it, he's out. Massive spell here. Shetty has done the damage again. 3 for 15 now. James Roo's gone for the aggressive shot, maybe a little bit too early, and Somerset have really stalled here in that period where you tick over to sort of batting to being aggressive. Somerset haven't quite got that right, and they're now in a little bit of trouble. 142 for 4.
Yeah, that looks a bit reckless from James Roo. Not often we say that. He's normally pretty good on the sweep, the reverse sweep. He does come down and bop over extra cover quite nicely to the short boundary.
I mean, you have to say, Harry, looking at that replay, those last two deliveries, that one there has spun sharply away. Two very good pieces of bowling. Reckless, yes, but you have to credit the bowler there. That's pitched in a good area there, and look how sharply that's turned past the bat. And a tidy bit of glove work behind the stumps.
I think a lot of that is the pressure. He's bowled a really good few overs there. I think because he's bowled so well, got Archie Vaughan out, got Lewis Goldsworthy out. James Roo's seen that the scoreboard's not really going anywhere. He's captain. He wants to play that positive brand of cricket. Suddenly, Somerset in a bit of trouble. They've lost 3 quick wickets now. And yeah, I mean, just Josh Thomas, left-handed, aggressive player. But him and Thomas Roo have a bit of work to do, both new at the crease. 2 St Andrews lads. Now Josh Thomas has gone to play up in Bristol, but they grew up playing together, living around the corner from each other, spent a lot of time on the cricket field together with Josh Thomas and Tom Roo. Yeah, a lot of people have said to me, Esme's had a stinker there. Esme comes on comms and loses 3 wickets. Esme, the Somerset fan, getting a 3 for Lancs in a 15-minute spell.
Yeah, I don't. That's not assign blame there. She was very nice talker, very confident for her age. Must be quite intimidating coming into the old commentary box and talking on air. Thought she was excellent, and what an amazing early life she's had, living in quite drastically different parts of the world. Lovely shot there from Josh Thomas. He's going to pick up a boundary to get off the mark. A rare loose delivery from the Lancashire bowler. Shetty's done a fair bit of damage in his 5 overs so far, picking up those 3 wickets. First sort of loose release ball. Thomas doesn't miss out.
Yeah, I thought for a moment it's going to be similar to Tom Lammonby, caught a point, but no, he's placed it well, gone away for 4. Positive start, good bat speed, wristy sort of player is Josh Thomas. He'll give the ball a hammer when he gets a chance. I think it was Derbyshire he got a 50 odd against last year, this month in the One Day Cup. I remember him smashing a couple of 6s over long off. I think we're going to see a bit of a meeting. Balderson Harris and Hands. So Luke Hands, the quick, bowled 4 overs for 12 earlier on. Bolton with the second spell from the, first from the river end, then from the pavilion end. Well, he's now off. He's going to field at mid-on. And Hands, who I think is one of the quickest fielders I've seen, and a pretty sharp bowler. Bowled pretty nicely for his 12 or 4 overs earlier on. Second best economy rate in this Lancs bowling lineup so far. Full toss, should be a 1, but he couldn't quite get it in the gap. Good run around piece of fielding by Arav Shetty from bowling to stopping the ball at extra cover. You always say the magic 350 over cricket, but Somerset will do very well to get there from this position. It's a good ball and another wicket. Hands has got Thomas Rue. Neither Rues got past single figures today. They were so good together in the last game particularly, but Hands is a good bowler, quick, and he's got a little bit of movement, and Thomas Rue edges behind. Somerset have gone from 129 for 1. Now suddenly they are 5 down, and probably going to see Cian Roberts on debut in at number 7 here.
Yeah, it was looking good, but the last 4 or 5 overs have really changed things. Lancashire I think they've deserved a little bit of, not luck, but breakthroughs. They've bowled incredibly disciplined, good areas, a couple of mistakes by the Somerset batters, and now all of a sudden Lancashire very much on top of this game at 146 for 5. Somerset are quite a bit behind the 8 ball at the moment and need a little bit of a partnership here, and Finn Hill's going to be the man walking in at number 7.
Yeah, interesting. I thought because there've been a few wickets to fall, I thought they might want to consolidate with a Cian Roberts, but actually Finn Hill, the aggressor, give him a chance with 15 overs to go. If he gets hold of a few, he accelerates Somerset up to a decent total. Unfortunately, run out was Finn Hill in the last game here on Friday.
Yeah, as I've said, I've seen a little bit of Finn Hill this summer. Looks compact player, nice technique. I think it's just the important thing early on in your career as you get yourself in. There'll be lots of butterflies, lots of nerves at the moment. Important for him just to try and get going. Nice piece of bowling there from Hands, just getting the ball to just offer back in towards the right-hander.
So you bowled at Finn Hill, I'm guessing? In one of the 2 games?
He was, yes, a little bit. He came in the middle order, so I was probably blown a head gasket by then and was taking a break. But yeah,
you're a bowler 10 straight through man.
Yeah,
these days, aren't you?
he's shaped up. He's shaped up pretty well from what I've seen. I think we had a good little scrap for a few balls, which was always fun.
How did you feel you're going to get him out?
Right. It's not rocket science, is it? You try and swing the ball away, catch the outside edge, and bowl the occasional one, shaping back in towards the stumps.
Yeah. It wasn't any particular weakness or particular plan you had.
I didn't bowl. I haven't seen enough of him to see that there's like an obvious weakness. He stands up nice and tall. He's got quite an orthodox sort of bat swing.
Good piece of fielding. Lancashire applying the squeeze here. I mentioned again, they didn't play at Sedberg on Tuesday. Rained off. Yes, somehow it has rained, despite how dry it's been down here the last few weeks and months. But Lancashire starting really well in their first game, the Metrobank One Day Cup.
There's a nice positive bat swing there from Finn Hill. Could have easily found the boundary with that one. Unfortunately, straight to backward point.
Yeah, he's not one to die wandering. No, he hits the ball very hard. Good soft hands to get off the mark though. Get himself going here. No Casey Aldridge or Ben Green in this lineup, so an inexperienced middle order, but the young lads getting a chance to stand up and bat for 15 overs here.
Shetty continuing his spell. He's really done the damage in this middle period here. He's bowled with accuracy, shown some good skills, turning the ball sharply away from James Rue as he advanced down the wicket, and that beautiful carom ball that got Archie Vaughan, thanks to Joseph Casson Estate Agency, our match day sponsor today.
So Shetty's bowled really well here. 3 crucial wickets, Vaughan, Goldsworthy and James Root. Turned this game on its head, really. Clever off spinner with a bit of variation. Quick pace. Not easy for Bell to keep to. He's taken 2 stumpings already. Interesting point made in the YouTube stream here. Only 217 list A caps in this side, and 99 of them go to Josh Davey. Only Surrey have put outside with less experience in this competition. Yeah, fair enough. And you look at that Leicestershire side with Hanscom and Holland, who've got over 800 caps in their 11. List A cricket.
Yeah, it's always going to be the way that county cricket is kind of changing with the inclusion of the 100. I think between the 2 teams there'll be at least 20 players missing from what you'd perceive as the first 11s. So lots of opportunities for other players to get a go. Young players getting debuts and a chance to shine. Piece of field in there from Shetty, who's actually noticeably a bit of a dynamo in the field. He's fielded extra cover in most of the game, and he's made some good stops already and has bowled beautifully. I'm going to step out, and Harry's going to have a new commentary partner in RJ.
Yes, if you're just joining us, it's a junior takeover day today. So we got children across the ground helping out with trees with the pitch report. We've had youngsters in for family day, of course, enjoying the cricket, but we're giving a few specialist roles, letting people experience 10 to 15 minutes of a special job. So do you want to introduce yourself?
My name's RJ Patterson, 15. Played cricket for Taunton Vale.
Nice. Well, brilliant stuff. We'll get more from RJ as Hans comes in from Scottish Pavilion end. Once more, Josh Thomas, swing and a miss. So not related to Dane Patterson of Notts and Middlesex?
No.
Not related to James Pattinson and Darren Pattinson of England, Australia? Different spelling? So Taunton Vale, do you play seconds or thirds? What team are you playing in?
I play thirds and under 15s this season.
Nice, great stuff. So you play, where's the seconds ground? On the back pitch of Taunton Vale, is it?
Yeah.
So you play, on that second ground there. Great, that's where Somerset 2s play. And again into the left-handed Thomas with 3, encroaching on the offside. I've really been impressed with Lancashire's fielding so far today. Right on the money. So where do you go to school?
Monkton Wood Academy.
Okay, yeah. Used to be called Heathfield, didn't it?
Yeah,
I did a bit of teaching there. That's where Rolf van der Merwe's daughter used to go. Justin Langer's kids went there. Yeah, I did a bit of supply teaching, a bit of PE teaching work there. One of our stewards is a former PE teacher there as well. Shout out to Mr. Fielding.
Oh yeah.
Good bit of cricket going on at Monkton Wood, is it? A bit of cricket there?
Not as much. We don't have a good strip over there.
Mr. Chalk, done a bit of PE teaching with you?
Yeah, he's my form tutor as well.
Is
so,
he? Oh,
yeah.
I'll send him a text. I'll make sure he's... Have you told him you're on today?
No, I haven't.
I'll give him a text. I'll make sure he's tuning in. So you're a Somerset member then?
No.
Not yet?
Not yet. Hopefully getting one for Christmas.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Josh Thomas on the pull. Just going to be 1 shot to deep square leg. He's absolutely nailed that, but can't quite get it for 4. Big round of applause there from the knowledgeable Somerset crowd. That is the 150 up. Doesn't mean anything, no batting bonus points or anything. This year of comp, it's all about getting as many runs as possible, then taking the wickets to try and win the game. But Hand as well, pretty nicely here, Hands, and he got Thomas Rue out in the last over. Finn Hill has just placed that nicely. Could they push for 2? No, because point nearly got there. So, what made you come here today then, RJ?
Just to get me out of the house instead of being on the PlayStation instead.
Oh, PlayStation in this summer? Surely you can't play on the PlayStation in the summer. That's a winter activity, isn't
I
it?
do try to get out, practice some cricket.
You wouldn't have a game of cricket today?
No, under 15 season finished a couple of weeks ago.
Do not have Sunday friendlies at Taunton Vale? For
No.
development, like that? So that is the end of a decent over there. 37 overs gone now, 151 for 5. What's your thoughts here? What score would you be happy with Somerset getting, RJ?
Maybe 215.
Okay.
220.
Right, fine. I do reckon that's in the game. Somerset we're aiming for a little bit more, but you say with 5 overs down, so 5 wickets down and 13 overs to go, it's not going to be easy. Inside edge from Finn Hill. Good piece of fielding at 45. Shetty has got Somerset in a little bit of trouble here. He's a spinner to look out for. Yeah, 258 list A caps in the Lancs side today, but Shetty's one of the more inexperienced players. Yeah, a few people on the YouTube stream agree with you, mate. You should be getting a perfect Christmas present in a membership for Somerset. Just the 1,300 tuning in so far today, 6,000 plus in the ground. There'll be a few more tuning in as the afternoon goes on. Very good tap into that cover region from Josh Thomas. Perfect placement to get the one. Really nice soft hands. So yeah, if you're just joining in, we've got RJ. It's takeover day where we're giving children the chance to come and have a go at the important jobs around the Cooper Associates County Ground. What else have you done today so far, mate?
Not much really.
You not been to the petting zoo or ice cream? Or there could be a mix-up here. No, this could be carnage for Somerset. I think he might have got back. Josh Thomas has been absolutely whacked on the ankle. That's carnage. We'll replay this a few times. Thomas wanted the run. Finn Hill didn't. Remember, Finn Hill was involved with a mix-up with Rue the other day. Finn Hill's not renowned for his running between the wickets. I think there should have been a single here. Josh Thomas was 3/4 of the way down, got 3/4 of the way back. If he can run 1.5 runs, then surely Finn Hill could have run. But Josh Thomas has paid a bit of a price for that. That throw's whacked him on the foot. This time there's an easy single for Finn Hill. Josh Thomas in a lot of pain. These two both Whipple Prem 1 cricketers, Thomas and Finn Hill, played against each other down end and Thornbury. Thomas has gone up to play with his other brother Harry Thomas this year. George Thomas playing for Three Bridges in the Sussex League. But they played a lot of Somerset 2's cricket together and Somerset Academy stuff. That little mix-up could have been costly. 6 down for just 150, and one of them being a run-out would be really bad news for Somerset. But they got by. We'll have a bit of a chat between overs here. And Josh Thomas will say, "Come on, mate, that's my call. Easy run." Would you be running that?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So what do you do? Do you bat or bowl? Tell us about your cricketing.
I'm a wicket keeper.
Are you? Good stuff. You're quite tall for a wicket keeper, aren't you? Quite happy. But who's your cricket keeping idol?
Josh Butler.
Yeah. Okay. So do you watch him in Test cricket, white ball cricket?
Yeah.
You're probably a bit young to remember Josh Butler playing here.
Yeah.
All those years of Josh Butler.
Long, yeah.
Somerset born and bred. This is the Josh Butler derby, of course. His hand is in again to the right-handed Phil. They call him Phil because Finn Hill. If you hadn't worked it out, F and not quite PHIL, but Finn and Hill. Yeah, YouTube chat agree. Easy single. So you're a regular? Do you watch on the live stream all the time when you can't get down here?
When I can.
Yeah. Sit at home watching us. Or do you get on at school and get the championship games on in your school lunch and break time? Streaky single for Josh Thomas.
When I'm not playing football, I do.
Yeah.
Brilliant. No, it's great to see. Hopefully this family day will get loads more youngsters wanting to be members here.
Yep.
Get you in, enjoying it all through the summer. You've got another 3 weeks of summer holidays, I guess.
Yeah.
So you're here next Sunday and the Tuesday after?
I'm here
two home games?
I'm here next Sunday.
Nice.
I'm not here Tuesday.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
So Finn Hill on 6 now. Just tapping that into the offside for 1 run. These t-shirts are quite nice, isn't it? I should have worn mine actually. Forgot mine from last year. You get to keep that.
Yep.
Nice shade of purple.
Yeah.
You get to keep your lanyard. Your RJ with commentator on it.
Yeah.
Where are you going to frame that then? You're going to put that up on your... Got a special place to put all your memorabilia?
Probably on my desk. Next to my medals.
Wicked. So Hans is 4th ball of his 7th over. Really impressive spell from the right arm quick from Lancashire. A little bit leg side that ball, easy for Josh Thomas to tick round the corner. So Luke Hans was actually a teammate of Joe Hayward's England under-19s. It was India under-19s against the Young Lions Invitational 11 back on the 24th of June back at Loughborough. Joe Hayward bowled 4 overs, 1 for 33. Luke Hans bowled 6 overs for 49. It wasn't Surya Vanchi who went ballistic that day, as Finn Hill pulls out for 1 run. It was actually down the bottom, number 9, Harvansh Pangalia, got 103 for the India under-19s that game. But yeah, another link between Lancashire and Somerset. Hayward and Hans playing together in that Young Lions side. So is your dream job to do what I do and just talk about cricket all day?
My dream job is probably refereeing football.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wouldn't that's a bit high for an LBW shot, I think. You wouldn't want to umpire cricket then?
Nah.
Nah. Do you referee at the moment in the
yeah, I do.
youth leagues?
Yeah, youth leagues.
Who do you, what leagues do you referee in?
Just the local leagues, and then cup finals when I can.
Is that sort of under 8s, under 11s?
Under 11s to under 14s.
Oh, brilliant. So you can referee only a couple of years younger than yourself?
Yeah. And then when I hit 16, I can do adults and women games and stuff
Brilliant.
like that.
So what's Mr. Chalk like as a tutor at Heathfield then? He just talks to you about football every morning, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Talks to you about his Bampton Saturday
Yeah.
results.
Talks about Chelsea as well.
So Shetty again bowled a really good spell here. I thought Barnard might have bowled his 10 straight through. Barnard was bowling economically without being threatening as such. Whereas Shetty's come on, Arav Shetty, the off spinner, with a pretty dangerous Karen ball. Quick right arm off each, and he's been even more threatening. He's now into his 8th over. I'm pretty sure he will definitely bowl through now. Then they might close it out with a bit of seam at the end. They want 2 here. Josh Thomas sprints the first one. I think that's a sensible no 2 there. That would have been pretty risky. They are running the first one hard, pushing for that second run, but can't quite get there. Remember, you can watch this YouTube live stream back at any point. It all stays on the YouTube, so you can clip it up, rewind, listen to Esme and RJ, our 2 young guest commentators today. Proper youngsters. Will Martin and Ben Warren are having a half day off today. We've got a youngster directing as well. Sorry, we haven't got a camera in the director's box, but 13-year-old Ollie is doing a great job. He'll be whispering in my ear, we're going to this now, we're going to the flats next. Or he's in charge of the whole operation. Just a few thousand people at your fingertips. You see any youngsters with purple shirts on around the ground? Junior takeover t-shirts. Go on, flash your t-shirt to the comms cam, RJ. Somerset Junior takeover t-shirts. We'll see if Ollie can press the button to get a comms cam. There you go, that's his first challenge. Shetty gets through the over quite quickly, doesn't give us much chance, mind. Another very good over from the off spinner. That's 8 overs bowled. Here it is, we're on comms cam. Nice t-shirt, these purple Junior takeover t-shirts. Get to keep your lanyard. Make sure you get your earpieces in wherever you are around the ground, your Virtue Motors earpieces. You can listen to myself, Esme, RJ, Trig, Sam, whoever's on commentary, wherever you are around the ground, even in Morrison's or as you're walking to the Ring of Bells for a pint at lunchtime, you just about hear us within 100 metres or so of the ground. Very family-orientated club down here in the southwest. All about getting youngsters involved. Who's your favourite Somerset player then, RJ?
Will Smead.
Will Smead. Ah, why is that?
Don't know.
Interesting, from a Taunton Vale boy choosing a Bridgewater lad.
Or Tom Abel, to be fair.
Yeah, I thought that might be. That was my guess, but there you go, both. Great shot for 4. Finn Hill with a late timing the square drive for 4. It's been a little while without boundary. It's a nice shot. Somerset have 10 overs left. They want to push. Can they get 100 off the last 10? It's a big ask, but they want to get over 250 if they can. It's not a bad pitch here. And Marcus Harris is a class act. Michael Jones is another threatening batter in the Lancashire side. A few youngsters for them, of course, as this competition has, but the top 4 with those two, George Bell and Josh Bohannon, looks pretty dangerous. So Somerset won't want to allow them to chase less than 250. Short ball, Finn Hill gets over the top of it. Is he actually annoyed himself? Could he just gone with that one? Could he gone over mid-wicket? There's no one at cow corner, no one at long on. Could he have tried to go over the fielders? Jamie Jewell, one of the Somerset regulars, likes to clarify that it's Taunton Cricket Club that play at Taunton Vale, not Taunton Vale. But yeah, but if you're a Lancashire fan, you won't necessarily know the difference between Taunton CC, Taunton Dean and Taunton St Andrews. So if we clarify where they play, it's a bit easier for away fans to know the difference between where Devon Conway's played maybe, or where Jack Leach has played, or Tom Abel. Right, all change here with the field, with the right left hand swapping over. Mike Burns and Ben Peveril getting a bit of exercise with Josh Thomas and Finn Hill, the right left hand combination. It's gone in the air. Josh Thomas has got that for 4. Fine leg, can't quite stop it. 1 bounce 4. Nice shot that. What do you reckon, RJ?
Good shot.
What's your thoughts on them banging in short balls?
I prefer short balls. But
Do you? You play it well, do you?
Yeah. It's more of a pull shot, to be fair.
I guess you've never kept wicket 15 yards behind the batter. Look at where George Bell stood now to hands. Quite a long way back, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Thomas and Hill, the aggressors in this middle order for Somerset. Now both rude boys have gone, taking the singles in between the boundaries. Nine extras from Lancashire. Current run rate 4.2, slightly lower than Somerset would want. Do you have Metrobank fever, RJ? Comes in one of the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slower ball attempted by Hands. I don't think you need to do that. He's bowling all right. He's just given away a free run there. The extra ball could be capitalised on. I don't think it's quite slow ball stage yet. Yes, it's the last 10. Finn Hill's a new batter. When you've got the pace of Hands, I feel like he just needs to steam in. Keep banging a good length. He's getting a bit of advice here from Balderson at mid-on. We've not seen mid-on or mid-off back to the seamers yet. Very few shots straight down the ground off the seamers. So where's your favourite place in the ground to watch from, RJ? What's your favourite stand to watch from a viewing point?
Probably Somerset stand.
Yeah,
Block
is that
1.
where you go for T20s, is it?
Yeah.
Is that because you want a Will Smead catch? Is that the idea?
Hopefully.
Number goes over your head. There you go. 13-year-old on the director's box, showing Will Martin how to direct. Like a 13-year-old Ollie having a great time. Ollie and RJ running the show here. Clicking a few buttons. Making sure it works. Right, Shetty is going to come on and continue this brilliant spell. He's taken the game by the scruff of the neck. He's changed what was a decent start from Lancashire into a brilliant start. Lancashire have dominated the last few overs, but Somerset are trying to roar back now with Thomas and Finn Hill at the crease. Shetty has an option of having 5 men out on the boundary. Deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and deep cover are the only 4 he's using. Mid-off is up in the ring. Finn Hill uses his feet. That could be pushing for 2. No, they're just going to take 1. Long on, gets round well. So feel free to dip in with your thoughts at any point, RJ. Let us know what you think about the tactics and what's playing out in front of you.
Yep.
Good single taking from these two.
Does look like that, to be fair.
Will Martin is looking analytically at the bowler's shirt, and he reckons the number and writing isn't quite in line with each other. I think he has one for Eagle Eyes. Feel for OW going down the leg side, surely. Finn Hill's tried to make room to hit through cover. Quicker, darty off-spinner ball followed him, hit his pads going down the leg side. Use of the feet and good single. Josh Thomas is hobbling still slightly. That whack on the leg he took from that throw for the potential run out. I think it would have been in, but it wasn't far away from the stumps. Near the end of the over, we'll zoom in on Shetty's shirt and show you what we're on about. How can they find a boundary here? Does one of them go to the reverse? Do they go to the scoop? He's quick enough that he could be scooped for 4. But he's also attacking the stumps, so it's a risky plot. Either of those shots are risky with the ball spearing in on the stumps. Makes room again, but it's going to be one to deep cover. Where are you looking at? Looking at this field, RJ. Where would you have been trying to take your boundary in that over?
Probably just trying to pull it leg side.
That's your shot, is it?
Yeah, but I'm probably a left-hander, so...
You're probably a left-hander.
I mean, I am a left.
You sometimes decide you're going to back right, do you? You're still making your mind up.
Yeah.
Well, Chris Wokes can back one-handed and change his mind in a test match because of injury, then good to be flexible. David Warner used to practice batting right-handed in the nets quite a lot.
I could bat right-handed, but it probably wouldn't be as good as one.
Yeah, no, I do practice occasionally. It's hard work, isn't it? But good to have those skills. Good to be practicing. Right, we're going to see a change in bowling now. We're going to see George Balderson back on. So a bit of an odd sort of set of spells for George Balderson. Started at the River End, then he had a short spell from the Marshall Gothic Pavilion end. Then Luke Hands came back on, and now Balderson has got an option of bowling 3 more from the Gothic Pavilion end. And we are commentating from the top of. Myself, Harry Everett, and guest junior commentator on our family day is RJ. So what does RJ stand for?
Robert James.
Robert James, there you go. So is it on the register, are you Robert, are you RJ?
It's RJ.
Is it?
Yeah.
Every teacher knows to call you
Yeah.
RJ, do they?
Yeah.
So you've educated them well. I did a bit of teaching, I know it's always complicated when the name on the register says something different to what the kid wants to be referred to.
Yeah.
So what year are you in now?
Going into year 11.
Oh, wow. So did you have Mr. Hill a few years ago, back in year 7 and 8? Big tall centre-back?
Yep.
Teacher, yeah?
Yeah.
Did a bit of work with him when I was at Heathfield. He's playing football down for Buckland Athletic, I think, last time I spoke to him. One down the ground. And a message from Lisa, who's a big Somerset fan. Her and her wife John, Somerset members, go home and away. They're not watching the stream today. Good luck to Lisa, who's just had a hip replacement. She wants me to wish happy birthday to Bidders, who's in the long room. A very happy birthday. He's a big Somerset fan. She said, great job by all of us on Family Day. So thank you, Lisa. And hello to the extra erratics who are playing at Ottery. Annie Chaves down there with the erratics. A few of them have been on Mystics tour in Cornwall the last week. Now they're watching the Somerset live stream in the bar at Ottery. So Thomas and Hill have got to try and find a way to get some boundaries and 2s here. Not an easy situation for them, both quite new at the crease. That could be a chance. Shetty's a good fielder. Can't quite get there. Leading edge. So you recognise Mr. Fielding, the steward, when you came in? Did you see him? on your old teachers?
Not that I didn't recognise him.
You might. It depends which gate you came in. You might have missed him.
Yeah.
He taught you a bit of what, rugby was it back in year 7 and 8?
Yeah.
That's a lovely shot down the ground. Smash for 4. I was just saying earlier, we haven't seen many 4s down the ground. I mean, it's a great effort from Hans. I didn't think Hans was ever going to get there, but I said earlier he was one of the quickest fielders I've ever seen. And from long on, he's made incredible ground. It always looked like it was going to be 4. He sprinted, he's rolled 4 times. We'll get the camera, we'll get our director, our 13-year-old director is going to help us zoom in. Look at this, great effort. That's one of the best efforts of fielding you'll see. And look at the rolls he does afterwards. Shows the pace he's committed to try and get there. For that 4 down the ground from Josh Thomas. So a bonus boundary for Somerset after a quiet period of just a few singles. We're going to see Ben Green back from his stint with Leicestershire. Wearing a bib now, running the drinks out to Finn Hill. So no Ben Green, no Casey Aldridge, no Jack Leach, no Jake Ball, no Miggy Pretorius. A lot of experienced players not playing today. Youngsters been given a go in this one-day cup. No Andy Mead either. So it's down to Hill and Thomas to try and get Somerset up to some kind of competitive score here. What's your thoughts on the DJ here today, RJ? You enjoyed the music they've been playing around the Cooper Associates County Ground?
Couple good songs.
Some of them too old for you?
Yeah.
You're more into the modern stuff. Well, Shetty's continuing. Here's the reverse sweep. Finn Hill is going to get a single down to the other end. Bit of an appeal from Shetty. But he's hit it, so it's not OW. 1 run to short third. Right, another big change in the field. Shetty wants a short third and a backward point to Josh Thomas, quite close together, not much of a gap. I think he knows that Josh Thomas is good on the cut shot. He's going to take 1 to long on. So you got your whole family here watching today, RJ?
No, just my mum.
Yeah.
My nan and my sister are coming down later.
Well, when they come, don't let them come too late. The game will be done.
My sister's got a football match.
Oh, so no, it's going to be late.
Yeah.
That explains. It's going to be nowhere near an LBW show. Hand is on the chase again, but he hurt himself that last stop. He's done well to keep it to 2. Leg buys this time. Yeah, so it is a complete sellout today, officially, but you know, as RJ just explained, some people have commitments in the morning or the afternoon, so might come in late or leave early, so that explains some of the empty seats despite it being a sellout. There's a few people in the bar, but more distractions today is the petting zoo, the donkey, the goat. Have you been out and seen them? The guinea pigs, the rabbits?
I walked past them, but...
Not bothered, not your thing?
Nah, not my interest.
Kids with bubbles, there's all sorts going on today. Face painting, plenty of entertainment as well as the cricket.
Football darts.
That's a bonus for Finn Hill. He could have been stumped there, probably should have been a third stumping for Bell, but the quick bowling of Shetty is hard to keep to. Got a wave on there, another couple of runs for Somerset. It's been a bit of a scrappy over, not particularly good shots, but Somerset have got runs behind square. Shetty will be frustrated. You gonna go at the beanbag toss game, did you, throwing it?
Nah. I'm going to have a go at the football darts.
Football darts, I didn't see that, I'll have to have a go at that. Is it like a sticky football that sticks to the dartboard, is it?
Yeah.
So you just kick it and see what you can stick it on?
Yeah.
What do you score then? Triple 20 each time?
I haven't tried it yet. I'm going to try it after.
Brilliant spell from the young off-spinner. Arav Shetty came on after Barnard bowled pretty tidily. He's finished his 10 overs. 3 wickets he got. We're going to say thank you very much to RJ. We'll give him a breather. I'll get Sam Danny back on. But thanks very much, RJ. Enjoy your cricket at Taunton Vale and Heathfield or Moncton Wood School. And we'll see you down here again. I'm sure your family enjoying the Somerset cricket across the summer. Well, after 10 overs or so of young voices, we'll bring old
calling me
Sam
old.
Dallin back in.
Good spell from Shetty, good spell from RJ there as well. Shetty was really
A better
impressive,
Somerset
wasn't
spell than Esme, dare we say. Esme took 3 for on a Lancs Somerset debut.
Oh.
RJ had a slightly quieter spell.
I'm sure she could get player of the match for Lancs.
Gordon Avery says Esme would have had that stumping on her commentary watch.
3 for 33 from Shetty. It just shows how much talent has been missed over the years in county cricket that Saka serving its purpose.
He was about 3 for 10 as well. Josh Thomas is good on the pull. He's nailed that one. And that man we've been talking about quite a lot with 18 on his back, Arab Shetty, is a good fielder, like hands, but even he can't stop that. Nailed to the Somerset stand for 4.
Yeah, just dropped too short for me. Short boundary.
RJ was just saying he likes the pull to leg. Just as he goes off comms, the left-handed pull to leg. The first ball's not on comms for. Left-handed pull to leg.
Almost dropped the knee into that. How good have Lancashire been, by the way? I think Marcus Harris's captaincy here has been
Brilliant.
superb.
Yeah, I totally agree. The fielding's been spot on. 1 lapped, I can remember. That should be a push for 2. Got to be 2 here. Josh Thomas coming back. No.
Again, brilliant fielding.
It is
come
good
round
fielding.
there.
Yeah, Sutton left-handed though.
The fielding's been brilliant, and so is the captaincy. The field plays it like balls. The number of balls that have gone to fielders, and every time he tinkers it, it seems to work. He's made bowling changes at the right time, and they'll be delighted with this. Lancashire having stuck Somerset.
Do you think
in.
Somerset are missing a trick, not gambling on the arm? You know Sutton's left-handed, or you should know that Sutton at cover is left-handed there. Do you not think you just take 2-2 and turning round that?
With 6 overs to go, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, last 6 overs. I mean, if there is a slip and a run out at this stage, you still got a bit of batting in the hutch. JT Langridge, Alfie Ogborn, they can swing the willow. Josh Davey, remember his knock against Hampshire in the T20 Blast semi-final a couple of years ago? He can accelerate at the end.
How could I forget?
How can you forget that? Exactly, yeah. Ben Green, Craig Overton and Josh Davey all smashed over long on in that Hampshire Hawks. Incredible semi-final.
So I've enjoyed Shetty. I've enjoyed Hands. That volley bowl at Thomas Rio.
Did you see his fielding as well, though?
I couldn't quite see it because I was right at the back of the Truscoffic.
Right.
Yeah, or the Truscoffic.
The pace on that, and he rolled over 3 times afterwards, and then he got back up, having been bowling. Rockets. Frustrated is Josh Thomas there. He knows if he can beat, well, again, a cleverly placed backward point and short third, it's probably 4, but
comfortably the quickest bowler on display, I think.
Yeah.
Exciting
but also looks
prospect.
good. You know, sometimes you see a young, quick be all over the place. Was it Sean Hunt bowled a couple of years ago and looked exciting, but just couldn't quite get
the
the
left
radar
armour
right.
at Sussex.
Couldn't quite get it right. You know, Jamie Overton bowled some quick spells here, but maybe we had one of the most expensive fifers in Blast history. You know, they're going to take wickets, but they're going to be expensive sometimes.
Very good from Balderson. Pace off delivery there. He just rolled his fingers across it and then had to realise quickly he had to do the fielding himself because he's got that field spread on the leg side for the left-hander. So, saved a run.
You talk about Lancs bowlers. One of their best bowlers in the last couple of years, Will Williams, has been brilliant for them, particularly in the County Championship, but has played One Day Cup. He's got a bib on. He's running around having a chat with Marcus Harris at long on. You know, the credit, really, the faith shown in Hands to be picked ahead of Will Williams.
200 up. Somerset, warm applause here at a warm Cooper Associates County ground. But they're in the same situation with Will Williams as Somerset are with Ben Green and Josh Davey and Casey Aldridge, right? Will Williams is joining Gloucestershire as of next year. That's been announced. Yeah, he's not been playing much first-team cricket this year, and I think you just can't stand in the way of these youngsters. Because actually, a lot of the time, players are leaving because they can't get game time.
They want more cricket. Yeah.
They want more cricket. And so if you've got people you know are leaving, but then you stand in the way, you let them stand in the way of the next crop, then you're just going to have the same problem on
That's
the team.
what I don't like about transfers being announced in the summer. I
Right,
like
it's
the
that
football transfer window. There's the
so
January,
early, isn't it?
It's too
when
early.
they can start talking to people.
And then they can loan for the rest of the season sometimes, but I really don't like that it's that early. I think it's silly. We are going to see Charlie Barnard come and bowl his last couple of overs. I think he'll bowl 2 from the River End to finish his 10.
Yeah, Barnard, 8 overs for 37 so far. Long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, I think. Shetty's going to come across from mid-wicket. Marcus Harris is going to put a fielder in at backward point.
They've had
just
two
cutting
in
off
that area for a while.
He's cutting off that dab. I mean, everything Marcus Harris has done has worked. So Hill's got 24. He's on strike. Tries to use his feet. That's good from Barnard. He saw Hill coming, actually, quite early there. And dropped his length back a bit.
What you mentioned about Harris's spot on again with the shuffling of the bowlers has been creative and it's been effective. You know, he bowled Barnard when Goldsworthy and Vaughan weren't particularly going anywhere. They were just knocking it around. Then he went to the dangerous Shetty, who got 3 massive wickets.
But actually, he bowled, what, 18 overs of spin in a row as well, because Barnard bowled 8 first up, then Shetty bowled 10, and they just offered him so much.
It's going to be 20
control.
in a row now, you'd think.
Well, yeah, that's true. Big shot from Josh Thomas on the back foot. There's a gap. He hasn't quite found it, though. Wonderful work by Michael Jones out there. A beautiful red snakes he's got on, the sun hat. But yeah, if you look at it so far, Shetty 10 overs for 34, Barnard 8.2 overs for 40. So 74 they've conceded so far from 18.2 overs to spinners. Somerset, what are they going to do? At what point do they go?
I think they go now.
It feels like they can consolidate.
I think they should go now. I feel like Alfie Osborne can still bat. He's underrated. JT Langridge can hit a long ball. Alfie Osborne will be a bowling all-rounder just about, whereas Langridge can swing the willow. And we've got Josh Davey and Keane Roberts, we've already mentioned.
Lovely shot from Finn Hill. He's going to go now. Inside out, over extra cover. I think that's my favourite shot. Left arm spinner to right-handed batter. Partnership, by the way, has moved well past 50. 61 now from 67 balls. There's the show of Finn Hill's intent. Lovely stuff.
Always think of Rahane. I always mention it. Inside out, over cover, Ajinkya Rahane. Lovely shot.
Bit quicker that from Barnard, just the feeling of his own bowling. I remember the one I saw was Jamie Smith off Tillam Walanawita in 2020 in the Bob Willis Trophy. That's when it's the first time I saw Jamie Smith, and I had no idea what
he did it off Jack Leach a few times in the Championship as well.
Oh, beautiful. Reverse sweep from Finn Hill, right in that gap. There's 2 fielders there, Marcus Harris and Arav Shetty. But Finn Hill's placement was sublime.
Just as you come on and we start complimenting Marcus Harris, is this the first poor call he's made? Bowling Barnard in the last 5 overs, is that a mistake? The first potential. It was a gamble. That's the most expensive over the match, I would think, without even checking.
What's he got? 4 left from Bailey. Balderson's got 1 left.
I think you could have gone Bailey.
But Pace then goes, potentially. So what we've got? 4 overs left. So Balderson's going to got 1. So yeah, he's going to have to bowl someone for 1 over.
You think Hands won't bowl again?
But I think the thing was that when they were picking up wickets, the plan might not have been to keep Shetty on to bowl 10 through, for example, but because he picked up those quick wickets, you leave him on. So they've suddenly been left with potentially having just 1.
My only thought in hindsight, could Barnard have bowled his 10, I mentioned at the time, while they were knocking him around, and then you go the dangerous Shetty. He's made room for himself. Josh Thomas has spooned it up to deep square leg. The floppy hat is not going to put off the catcher. I don't mind the option there. I think Josh Thomas is trying to play that later. He's trying to open up the short boundary to find leg. Balderson's got a bonus wicket there in the last 4 overs. They're going to have to go after him. And yeah, nice little partnership from Thomas and Hill. But is it enough? I think we'll probably see Keane Roberts come. I don't know how flexible they're going to be with this lineup. Yeah, Keane Roberts, that looks like, that's Keane Roberts coming down the stairs. Not the ideal situation for him to come in at, but
though in some ways, no pressure as well.
Yeah, it's not really his game though. Last 4 overs, it's not really his.
66 off 71 balls. That partnership was worth. As Finn Hill just gets a towel brought out to him. Hot day out there. Wipe that sweat off from underneath the helmet.
Annie's just texted me saying we're 1 short at Ottery. Sorry, Annie, I'm a bit busy. There's an extra player down there. That's on the live stream in the Ottery St Mary Pavilion. Well, this is very exciting. A Somerset debut for number 9, Keane Roberts. David Roberts' dad of Northampton course, former Western Storm coach, coached at Taunton School now. Yeah. Nervous, he texted me at 10:45 this morning. One word, out of nowhere. I then thought, then I checked the team sheet and thought, that's why you're nervous. Yeah. Did quite a lot of coaching with Neve Holland and Dave Roberts across the winter. Somerset MCC State School Pathway. And on that note, I have a quick announcement to make. Ben Warren texted me this morning, very exciting. Somerset announced a new trust to support state school cricketers.
Oh, excellent news.
Do have a look on the website. We won't have time to read you the whole piece, but it's very exciting actually. The Brian and Julie Foxwell Trust, designed to support the club in identifying, developing and inspiring state school cricketers. Stay a little bit low, I dare say, to Keane Roberts. Played that nicely off the front foot. Yeah, he was always down to bat number 8, was Keane Roberts. Will probably bowl maybe first change. The 2 left armers and Josh Davey. He's probably your 4th seamer.
Where's he plays club cricket? Keane Roberts.
Bridgewater. So he wasn't allowed to play for Bridgewater yesterday. Neither was Alfie Ogborn. So Jamie Ogborn played against me in the twos last week. He then went up to the first team yesterday, with Keane and Alfie not able to play. That's wide on the leg side.
I love how you managed to get that. He played against you in the twos in there.
Well, yeah, it's quite funny seeing Jamie Ogborn going from, well, I played against Alfie and Jamie in recent years, but he's, you know, it depends on his brother. It's a bit like James and Thomas Root. Jamie's place in Bridgewater 1 depends on whether his brother plays or not, basically. Yeah, got a wicket. Got Brad Porteous out. Pretty big wicket in that Bridgewater Bath. One of the bigger club cricket games in the country, actually. So many people I even know up north who look at the Bridgewater Bath scorecards because it's just two of the best club sides in the country.
Got a touch of the Tom Bailey's from this end a bit earlier on. Just chucked a few wide down the leg side. So is Bridgewater's rule you can only have one Ogborn in the team? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they did play together the other week, actually. Alfie's played as a batter and a fielder a couple of times when his bowling workload's been managed. That's straighter, better from Balderson. But Balderson's a very clever, canny bowler. He will bowl full and straight, and it's quite hard to get him away. Keane Roberts in the 47th over here on his debut just wants to get a half volley or a ball he can just tuck away to get off the mark.
Wouldn't it? That's the dream. He'd have thought about that last night, wouldn't
Yeah.
he? That nice little juicy half volley.
Yeah, he was up watching
very
Bridgewater
much.
yesterday. He was up watching the twos. And he's now here making his debut. There it is. Off the mark in professional cricket for Somerset. Keane Roberts, nice pull shot out to Sutton deep square leg. And that's really nice. I really like that from the Somerset fans. They're clapping one run, which they wouldn't normally do. Unless it's a really important one. But it's his first run.
And I think, look, no idea where Keane Roberts' career is going to go, but as someone who's like played at a very amateur level and not for a while, I always think about these people like, whatever happens now, play the professional game, scored a professional run.
Yeah.
Like, no one can ever take that away from
Like,
us.
do you remember when Archie Vaughan got run out without facing the ball by Andy? Was it when Andy Amee's at the other end? And you thought, actually, is he going to get another chance? Can they push for two? I think they go for two here. Yeah, Keane Roberts is quick. Finn Hill's just quick enough at the other end. Yeah, they got there. Good running from these two.
I liked how you corrected there. It was run out by Andy Ameed. No, Andy Ameed was batting at the other end.
Yeah, it's not Andy
Ameed's
Ameed's fault. It was a lovely shot.
But yeah, I mean, you can never, like, that must be, I mean, it's only the start and all those cliches, but of all the hard work that these lads and lasses
Think of
put
the
in to
family
get to
driving
well,
around
yeah,
all
exactly.
over the place.
The parents must be so proud.
Yeah.
And rightly so as well. Like, what a moment.
And what are some holidays from Taunton School, finished a couple of months ago, played a lot of golf at Valkyrie Park the last few weeks. Bit of time with Somerset twos, bit of time playing club cricket, and now suddenly he's playing first team. Yeah, oh, not quite past mid wicket. Right, I think Finn Hill goes ballistic now. I think
you have to, don't you? Free to go.
Well
Well bowled, George Balderson. 40 runs off his 10 overs. He was exceptional. His first four went for just 8 up top, picked up the wicket of Tom Lammonby. Came back a little bit later on and picked up that of Josh Thomas for 32. Balderson now a senior bowler, really.
Yeah.
In all forms of cricket. He 31 championship wickets. He's excelling for Lancashire in that format. He's a proper all-rounder. He's opened the batting at various points. He bats in the middle order. Now is his chance to turn himself into an established first-team player, and he's doing that this summer.
They are going Charlie Barnard for his 10th. Fair play. You do find in the one-day cup, captains are more generous and more patient with youngsters. They're a bit more ruthless and brutal.
I think you accept. A, they've got a wicket, right? So that's
Yeah.
got a new batter. Down the ground by Roberts.
Yeah, where's Roberts getting the boundary here? Or does he just take the one and let Finn Hill, the set batter, go? I think that's probably the plan here.
And, you know, also I think as a captain, you know, you realise that you're going to concede a few runs, right? Potentially at the back end of the innings. So you can't go changing your plans around just because someone goes for 12 necessarily, because that's the nature of bowling at this stage. Uses the feet, well bowled. Saw him coming. He was trying to open up the offside there, Finn Hill, for that inside-out shot that we saw not so long ago. Followed by Barnard.
Is there a paddle sweep or a little scoop in the locker for Keane Roberts, maybe?
Push it down the ground. Take one. Halfway through the over, 3 off it. Do a boundary or 2 now to finish it off Somerset. That takes it from a Lancashire over to a Somerset one.
Does it seem ridiculous that Josh Davey opens the batting for the first team in the county championship and he's going to bat 9 or 10 today?
Needs context. Slow sweep. Michael Jones is out there, going to get nowhere near it. Lovely shot from Finn Hill. That is the boundary that takes the over back into Somerset's favour, all the way to 6 out towards the Somerset stand. He was onto that rapidly, Finn Hill, bang, down on one knee.
Yeah, I was just thinking Finn Hill, it's a slog sweep or reverse sweep, I think is his go-to here. Needs a boundary, it's going to be quite hard to hit him over his head.
Pace off from Barnard, good comeback. Yeah, the reverse sweep, Marcus Harris has almost plugged it. I know he got one through the two of them, Shetty at backward point, Harris at third. But by doing that, they're saying, right, well, go on, you're going to have to take on the sweep and that boundary.
Short side, yeah.
Goes again, Finn Hill. He's got hold of it again. 2 sixes in the over from Finn Hill. He moves on to 48 from 47 balls. Finished the over with a flourish. Single, single, single. 6, a little bit of a breather. 6, 15 off it. Charlie Barnard's figures take a bit of a battering at the end.
12 and 15 off his last 2.
Yeah, which takes him to 10 overs for 64. And what was it, 12, 15, 27. So he was 8 overs for 33. 10 overs for 64.
I think if Somerset win this game, that might be a slight difference. Tom Bailey's going to bowl as we expected to close out from the Swiss Pavilion end, but that gamble bowling left arm spin the last 2 when we know Finn Hill's a powerful striker, good sweeper.
Who are we going to then for that last over?
Yeah, that is a big
Hands or
decision.
Sutton?
I think Sutton.
Because?
Just think the left arm is something different. I also, well, slight difference. Hands has bowled 8. Ollie Sutton's bowled 4. Hands is maybe a bit tired. He did dive and roll over and looked in a bit of pain hobbling around. Sutton's a bit fresher. Slower ball into the deck. Tom Bailey's very good at that. Keane Roberts can't beat Sutton himself at square leg. Yeah, I'd go Sutton. The only thing is, could you have bowled Bailey earlier to bowl his 10? I'm surprised Tom Bailey's not bowling 10.
In theory, you could have.
Yeah.
Go and tell Marcus Harris that. Say, Marcus, why have you left 2 blokes to bowl a single?
Well, we'll
over
see.
at
If
the
we
end?
get to interview him after the game, I will. If Flanks win and he gets 100 not out, then he'll be up for interview and I'll ask him exactly that.
Your opening question if he gets 100 not out.
Team game, Sam.
Got a listener from, where is she? Sophie Luff text in.
What's she
I
said?
know she was in Cardiff yesterday. She's here next Sunday, I think, Sophie, for the 150th
Yeah.
celebration. Somerset women's skipper.
She's been a bit all over the place watching Charlie Dean the last few weeks. Roberts makes room then and slaps it over the offside. Shame because he's got hold of that. There's only one run to deep cover. Look ahead in the sky. He's frustrated there because there's one man out on that whole side of the ground. He's done really well actually to make that room and connect, but pace off again. Bailey's clever.
It was a good game at Cardiff, wasn't it, yesterday? Charlie Taylor, our pal, was on.
Charlie Taylor's all over the
Commentary.
place in August. Not doing much of his BBC breakfast show at the moment.
Oh, he has been. He's been getting up early in the mornings.
And then suddenly he's off to here, there and everywhere. Another use of the feet, but Bailey just so, that's the difference, the experience levels. It's a big old clap because Finn Hill's got his 50. Finn Hill run out in the last game here. Those slog sweeps from Barnard really got them going. And fair play, that's what Somerset needed. They needed someone in the middle order at number 7. Finn Hill, first 50 for Somerset.
Yeah, fantastic. Hopefully the first of many for Finn Hill. He'll be delighted with that. He'll want to go on and win the game for his team as well. But a really fantastic moment. He's played the situation, done exactly what was required with Somerset stuttering.
Oh, again, slower into the pitch. Keane Roberts is frustrated because that's what a slow ball makes you do. You threw it too early, you don't middle it.
And it's also mother or father cricket coming back as well. You know, 2 days ago, he's run out without scoring on what he would have hoped to be a big opportunity for him. He almost sacrificed himself at the altar of Thomas Rue, and rightly so. And he's been rewarded for that sacrifice. Half century today.
Yeah. Well, Hans still at long on. He's now going to field this ball. Pulled straight to him.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him to see if he is going to have a bowl. Brilliant over that from a Lancashire perspective. Just 6 off it from the penultimate over of the
Marcus
game.
Harris has listened to me. Hans is going to find leg. Sutton's going towards the bowling end.
Lancashire 200 have kept Somerset to 238 for 6. Thank you as ever to WPA Health Insurance for their sponsorship of this live stream. And as Harry was saying, Sutton is trusted by Marcus Harris with the last over.
Isn't it
of
nice
the
when your
Somerset
guess
innings.
comes true and your hunch comes right?
It wasn't
like
a guess, Harry. It was based on knowledge. Well, it was, educated guess. All right.
Marcus Harris listening to me as I will listen to him later. There you go. He's not got an earpiece under his hat.
Sutton then, left arm, change of angle. What we're going to get? Got Hill on strike on 51. He'll probably want to face the majority of these balls if he can. They won't turn down runs at this stage. 2, 3, 8 for 6. What do you reckon Marcus Harris would have taken 3 hours ago?
I think anything under 260 he'd have taken. I think Lancs will be more than happy with this. Even if this goes for 20-30, I think he'll be more than happy. Ollie Sutton bowled 4 overs for 26 earlier. He wasn't miserly, bowled a couple of wides, but...
Hiding it outside off stump. It's going to be a wide.
Yeah,
He throws his head back because he wondered if it just went underneath Finn Hill's bat. Let's have another look. Finn Hill was reaching. So what you've got is this field. We've got long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and there was a fine leg who's now coming up in to the ring. Third drops. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, deep back, deep point really, deep cover point. So he's going to hide it outside off stump. Hit down the ground. Miss hit down the ground. The call is 2. No, I think they did right not to come back. He was scampering. They looked at each other. They both took a step. And I know we were in the last couple of balls of the innings, but that's a definite run out.
Yeah.
If you go there, Finn Hill gets run out. By staying there, okay, you get 1 run, but he might get a couple more balls to try and hit those boundaries. 240 for 6. Cut away. They'll just settle for 1 here. Roberts doing his job. 7 from 9. Sounds like 7 of 9. Star Trek fan?
No.
The character in Star Trek Voyager, I think it was. 7 of 9.
Films.
A Borg stroke human, I think she was.
No.
Desimilated from being a
Star
Borg member. I
Wars,
don't know,
but-
someone in the stream will know. 7 from 9, not 7 of 9.
Yeah. Free hit this over, as the commentators say. The commenters, I should say, on the YouTube chat.
Oh, lovely. From Finn Hill. Trying to hide it outside off stump. Finn Hill found it though. Lost it over Marcus Harris at mid-off.
The ball was lost outside off. You've been reading that? Was that article you sent me the other day about different language you use for commentary? You see that?
I don't think I sent that to
maybe
you
you
today.
sent me that. Is it Guardian or Telegraph wrote a nice piece about the different words, how you can tickle it round the corner, you can paddle it, you can scoop, all the different words.
Sounds like a
used for
Jim
shot.
Wallace kind of
I
piece.
can't remember who it was, but losing it outside, that's cricket commentary, you can...
Goes for the slog sweep, doesn't get hold of it. Just a single to Finn Hill. 2 balls left, nudging up towards 250. That's another one, isn't it? You nudge towards the score. 246 for 6. Not the total Somerset would have been hoping to set when they were stuck in. Lancashire will fancy it. Bunted and past the fielder. Tom Bailey at extra cover tries to get down.
Yeah,
He
should have
can't
stopped
cut it
that.
off. Probably should have done.
I
Fizz
think-
past him. Roberts moved into double figures.
I think anyone else, any other fielder in the 11 stops that. Tom Bailey will cut him some slack. He's over 30, he's pretty tall, and he's bowled a few overs, and he's got a floppy out on weighing him down.
Didn't cut him enough slack to avoid the analysis and calling him out for it though.
Well, yes, the standards have been good, high standards. This is
They have
professional
been
cricket,
brilliant.
and Lanc's been so good in the field.
250 up. What can they finish with Somerset? Gets into position. They tried a little delicate sweep. If George Bell hits, Finn Hill is going to be out. And Finn Hill is out for a fine 57. Somerset finish on 254.7. Meaning, if my maths is right, H, Lancashire need 251 runs to win this game.
Yeah, indeed. Slightly below par from Somerset. Nice little late flourish from Finn Hill. 57. It's a pretty decent knock from him at number 7. Good to see him bounce back after that run out on Friday in the Cider Ale Festival here against Durham. But Lancashire will be more than happy with keeping Somerset to 250 on a quick outfield, short boundary. Mike Burns and Ben Peveril will take the players off for a half-an-hour interval. And then Lancashire. Probably not with Marcus Harris batting. Marcus Harris is batting at 4 in the county championship. We reckon it'll probably be Michael Jones, maybe George Bell, Josh Bohannon as well will make it the top 4.
Well, we've seen a little bit of left arm spin from Charlie Barnard. We'll probably see a little bit more with Lewis Goldsworthy and Josh Thomas. But we're going to leave you for half an hour with a man who bowled plenty of left arm spin in his career and did quite well at it too. Ian Blackwell sat down with Richard Walsh. We hope you enjoyed the pair reminiscing together.
Welcome to another player podcast at Somerset County Cricket Club, and today we're joined by Ian Blackwell. Lucky, lovely to see you back here at Taunton.
Nice to be back, Richard. Yeah, thanks for having me.
That's right, you're very welcome. And I would describe you as the man who's played the most aggressive championship innings I've ever seen here or anywhere else in all my watching days. And we'll talk about that a bit later on. But can you tell us how you sort of came to be here in the first place? You came here first in 2000. How did that come about?
Yeah, I was brought up in Derbyshire, Chesterfield, and I played all the way through the age groups and got onto the staff there in 96-7. Had 3 years there, and in 2099 I played a couple of good games against Somerset actually in the one-day stuff when I was making my way for Derby, and Dermot Reeve was the coach, and I think we got hammered down here, but I think I got 80, and we got hammered at Derby and I got 40, and and sort of Dermot said, I think you've got something that we'd be interested in utilising, and we need a spinner for the years going forward, because I think we just had Logger, Adrian Pearson down here, who was 38 at the time, and obviously he could see me bat as well, and he had high hopes for me and said we want you to come and join Somerset.
And what was it like coming into the club at that stage with Dermot in charge and that sort of thing?
It was quite daunting in a way, because I think we all looked up at Dermot as an innovative coach and somebody that had obviously been at the very highest level, and he was always utilising the little grey areas in cricket, and just trying to be the best that he could be, and that sort of transpired with the squad we had. You go into a dressing room with Jamie Cox and Marcus Ruskothic, Andy Caddick, Mark Lathwell, some serious players in the team, and you sort of ask yourself, are you good enough to grace the same field as them in their team? So for me, that was having to break down those barriers at the age of 20 and, come into a side that, was very good and try and impress.
But obviously you came in and fitted in pretty well, didn't you? You seemed to pretty quickly establish yourself in the side.
Yeah, I think first year was pretty good. I think I might have scored 800 runs and got 30 odd wickets. But when you were playing on an absolute road here at Somerset, it was difficult to take wickets. And I think anyone who said they played at Somerset in the early 2000s, they all knew it to be a batting paradise and lots of runs, quick outfield, and bowling was quite tricky, but. I did okay, and I think then Kevin Shine took over the following year, and he brought Keith Dutch in from Middlesex, and I think he favoured him over me at the outset, and I don't think I played in the first team until the middle of I think after the first 6 games of the second season, which was obviously disappointing on my part.
But then that second season, I mean, you got runs, and we had the 2001 championship with the cup win, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, that must be one of the highlights of your early career.
Yeah, it was. I think they also won it, or they won it the year before I joined, and to go back to back and sort of, I think following those footsteps of what the team did, and to actually play in every game and to do quite well. We obviously thought we got a very good one-day side that could compete every year, and obviously Gloucester were, second to none back in the day as well, and it was a very close rivalry against the Gloucesters all the way through, and we were fortunate enough to win in 2001. But yeah, it's obviously a very big highlight of my career, that as well.
And I'm guessing to lift a trophy at Lords is something a bit special, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, can't remember much of it, if I'm honest, Richard, but I just remember, I think England won 5-1 on the same day in the football, yes. And all I remember is just the phenomenal support that we had from the Somerset faithful, and to hear everybody's names being chanted and all the adulation, especially after the crowds we get here to follow us to Lords was very special.
Yeah, you've touched on something which everybody seems to mention. The crowds here are something different, aren't they? I mean, you've obviously now involved with umpiring, and you come here, and the crowds here as a player, and when you come as an outsider to look in. I mean, there's something special about Taunton crowds, isn't there? Yeah,
I've had it on all fronts. I've obviously come down here as an opposition player as well. Certainly when I'd moved to Durham, I think when Somerset got the better of Durham in one of the, I think might have been a quarter-final down here, you just realised that I was so happy sort of being a Somerset player with the crowds that they had rather than somebody from the opposition. So, yeah, it's a great place to come. The crowds seem, almost on top of you, and they're very vocal after they've had a bit of a session on the cider, and it just makes for a great atmosphere because there's no malice there, not to the extent where it becomes that aggressive, but they make themselves known, and most of the players appreciate it, and I know the home players do, and it's a great atmosphere to play in front of.
That 2001 team, I mean, you talked about Dutchie come in. Jono came in as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that sort of seemed to be the finishing touches in that team. It was sort of a rebuild, wasn't it, slightly? You came involved in 2000, they came in 2001, and suddenly it all seemed to click, didn't it?
It did. I think, obviously, we need to take wickets at Somerset, and I think we'd got enough batting power. Yes, we were going to miss Marcus playing for England, and, Caddy was missing at times, but when we were full strength, we did need a second spinner, and Dutchie was a very good addition to that, and he was obviously in the one-day setup as well, and me and him bowling in tandem worked very well for the club, and to have someone like Richard Johnson with his strike power, swung the ball, which if you're not going to bowl at express pace here at Somerset, if you swing it, you can get wickets, as Caddy proved time and time again. So Jono slotted in nicely, and he's just a great guy to have in the changing room as well.
And obviously, if we can now move on to that 2003 season, let's talk about that game when Derby came down here, and talk us through it. It's looming large for me, so it must be with you, I'm guessing, but you've talked about it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was off the back of us all receiving letters from Peter Anderson for being that bad in the year that we were all threatened with a sack, and I think we came into those sort of last three games with something to prove, and we finished very well here. I know I certainly did, scoring three big lots of runs, and the one against Derby, it's all a blur, really. I think we thought last game of the season it was a green wicket. We thought, well, we'll win the toss and we'll bat anyway, just because we'd had a gut full of fielding all year long here, and obviously it didn't go to plan. I think we were quickly 20 odd for 4 when I went in, and yeah, it was just one of those. Certainly didn't want to get out to Corky moments, which sort of started my innings, and it was quite pedestrian at the start, if I remember rightly. I just didn't want to get out to Corky, and I think he ran through the top order quite nicely, and we managed to limp to lunch, I think, at about 100 for 7 or a little more, and then after lunch, obviously found my third or fourth gear, and every ball that seemed to hit the middle either went for 4 or 6.
You're a bit understating it there, Blackie. Corky took, I think, 4 wickets for 5 runs off 18 balls.
Yeah.
And then your innings, actually you scored your big runs very quickly with 11 sixes and 29 fours, I want to say. That's off the top of my head.
27.
27. You see,
I do know, only because every century I did score that Jerry used to write me a scorecard. He used to do 2. He used to do 1 for me and 1 for my dad, and I do have them all framed up, to be fair. And the 200 is actually in my downstairs toilet. So every time I do visit the lavatory, it's something that I do look at, and gives me a bit of a smirk every now and again. Just I did play, and it was but the years keep sort of going. Oh God, that's 20 years ago now. So time certainly flies, but I do fond memories still of that day.
It was such clean hitting there, Blackie. That's what I remember of it. It wasn't slogging, it was clean hitting.
Yeah, it was just one of those days where things hit the middle, but equally you play out at Somerset and everything is true. The bounce was true. The wicket wasn't a particularly quick wicket, but it came onto the bat nicely. It bounced as it should do. And you could hit up on the ball. You could, wait for the ball to come under your eye line. And Corky was skillful. He got wickets by swinging the ball. And I think I just tended to watch the ball a lot more than perhaps other people for those reasons that I said earlier. So for me, it was not a case of trying to hit every ball for 4 or 6, because I think that's the danger of when you do that. You just hole out. So it was just one of those freak days, and it happens once in a career. And fortunately, it was for me against Derby, and I believe it was Hildy's debut as well.
It was indeed. I was going to mention that. I mean, he's somebody else you've watched develop over the years, isn't it? I mean, he's had a wonderful career.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's actually godfather to Lily as well, my daughter. So yeah, me and him are very close, and it's great to see what he achieved at the club as well.
Go back to that innings again. Is it true that one of your 6s hit St James's Church roof? Do you think?
You tell me, Richard. I was, in the moment, it was. It definitely looked like it was heading towards the church. I think Kevin Dean was the bowler, and it's not that big a hit, to be fair. But I think some people say at the top of the church. I don't think it got anywhere near the top of the church, and if it did hit it, then I'll take that.
It's your target zone, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, long on.
Bottom end.
Certainly from the Botham stand end, anything into the graveyard and the churchyard is in my locker, and anywhere towards the flats and Cow Corner as well.
So where we're sitting now wouldn't be far off where the ball would have soared over.
Yeah, not too far, I suppose. You see some big hits nowadays, and whether or not you can compare with the stands that are here now, and you think, oh, that's a big hit. And I remember Kieswetter hit him one over the flats, and whether or not you think, could I have done that back in the day? You're not sure, but it seemed big at the time.
It did indeed. And 2003 saw the start of the T20 competition, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, what were your thoughts at the time about that?
I think everyone saw it as a bit of a hit and giggle. Certainly not the hype that there is today about T20 and the money involved, and probably the adulations that you get, certainly at international level if you move up, or IPL, and even now the 100 that's come out. We saw it basically as the 4-day team still playing one-day cricket. And then when you lost a few games and you're out of the tournament, you played all the youngsters to give the old boys a bit of a break. But now it's very much seen as a completely separate side, and the young lads come in and play with no fear. All the shots in the book, and some shots that you've never even seen before, and the game certainly changed. But I think we all loved it because it was it was seemed half a day's work for the same pay. So that was how it was viewed back in the day. But now it's obviously very different and very serious. And
you'd have made a lot more money, wouldn't you, now?
Potentially. I try not to think about it, Richard, if I'm honest. Well, you look at some of the money that's flying around now for players that really haven't played a 4-day game in their life, or they're not regulars at their county yet. They're going to T10 tournaments and the UAE or wherever the next tournament is, and they're earning some life-changing money, and fair play to them. It would have been nice if it was 20 years ago and the same happened, but unfortunately not, and I've got a life of umpiring ahead of me.
Let's move forward now to 2005. 2003-04, we were learning T20, weren't we? But then somebody came onto the scene in 2005 who made a huge difference to this club, didn't he? Yeah,
Graham Smith. We were lucky enough to have Ricky Ponting the year before for half a dozen games. I think he came for a month, and just to be able to learn from both of those two was just a big eye-opener. Graham came and captained the T20, and he just had a clear plan. We're going to win the toss, we're going to bat, we're going to post the total on the board, and then we're going to squeeze. And some of the field settings seem a bit rogue that he operated with, but he said that's where people hit the ball. Under pressure, you revert to the slogging across the line, and he was very innovative in that sort of sense. And we just got on a roll, and I think that is the tournament essentially. If you can get on a roll, win games, and we won games where we should never have won, but we put enough pressure on the opposition, and it's such a new tournament that people couldn't chase 7 and over. Now you think it's 10, 12, even 13, 14's gettable. 50 in 3 overs. No way going to get that back in the day. But now, you never say never. And, we just utilised what was ahead of us at that time. And Graham Smith was a fantastic leader, and everyone followed.
I mean, that was a special day, wasn't it, the game at the Oval? And it rained, and everything came into play. And we were very much the underdogs going into that final against a star-studded Lancashire side.
Yeah, I think we enjoyed that, to be fair, and I think it helped us being. I think we were the second semi-final on, so that we almost played back to back. So we were allowed a leisurely morning, which we had a meeting, and Gareth's put together Mark Garrow, the coach, he put together a big sort of montage of clips of everybody being brilliant, and we watched it, and Graham Smith said a few words, and it was actually really powerful ahead of the day. And then we went to the Oval. We managed to watch some of the first semi-finals, so we could take in the crowd, the atmosphere, see what the wicket's doing. I think it went in our favour quite nicely, that did, and having a shortened chase against Lancashire proved to be the winning formula for us.
Yeah, I mean, and that was special. And the open-top bus ride, you remember that here?
I do remember that, yes. It was a bit surreal and strange, but I think a few people did turn out to see it. And, it just brings a smile to your face knowing that you've brought something to the town and certainly the club.
And obviously you took over the skipper's role when Graham Smith went. I mean, that must have been a special time for you.
Yeah, it was. It was the back end of the year after the T20s when Graham left. It was... it was great to sort of have a chance of captaining the club that I love so much. And as a young sort of side, it was difficult. It was tough. We had no real senior pros. We had quite a few missing with injury or selection with international cricket. So we just went out and played. There was no fear. I don't think there was any expectation on us, and I think we did okay, but by certainly no means we weren't challenging for any silverware. But it was an ambition of mine that I wanted to captain the club and take it forwards the best way I could.
Before we move on from 2005, you played in another never to be forgotten day when we beat the Aussies down here.
I did. I was under the radar that day. It was. I think the Graham Smith and Jaya Sarir show. Yeah. But Australia came and, they treated it very much like a bit of a practice and a warm-up. They had several batters come in, get 70 and disappear off and, let someone else have a go. Whereas we weren't likely to do that. We were obviously trying to win the game. And I think chasing 340, I think we were 200 for none off 20 overs. 2 of the best hundreds I've ever witnessed in all my life in one-day cricket. I still think we just about limped over the line, 5 down with Hildy scoring the winning runs, I believe. And I managed to bat for a little while and get 20 odd. So it was, a fantastic day in front of a full house.
I mean, that was fantastic. Again, one of those days, if you were here, you'd never forget it. A really special day. And then let's move into 2006 when obviously you started the season, but then you had a shoulder injury. Yeah,
I came back from India's one-day setup and series there, and I'd had a problem. So I'd had a jab while I was out there, which hadn't worked at all, and I was still getting the same pain. And I think it was only the second game of the season where I knew something wasn't right, but I didn't exactly know what. And I chased the ball down in front of us here, and I turned to throw it, and something pinged. And I threw the ball about 30 yards and I fell in a heap, and I'm like, this is not right. So I remember Brian Rose driving me to hospital, and we went and saw a specialist, and they said the only way we're going to really know is if we go inside and take a look because the scan was clear. And I said, I can tell you it's not clear. There's something definitely going on. And all the things that were happening in the shoulder were when it was moving. So a stationary scan, everything seemed normal. I had no tear in the skin when I was stationary because they put some dye into the shoulder to see if it leaks through, and it didn't. But he said it was like a half-inch tear in the labrum, which I had. But there was a big dossier of what was wrong with my shoulder, and it wasn't great. So I had to have an immobilisation sling, and I had a slap tear repair done, and all sorts of bother, which obviously I've had it done 3 times now. So ultimately that's what finished me off.
Yeah. And obviously then you didn't really play the rest of the season, did you?
No, I think I played the last 2 games, came back, and probably too soon, probably shouldn't have bothered. But I think I was going slightly mad at that point, and to miss an entire season wasn't an option for me. And I was ready to start playing again, and I think it contributed a bit towards the last 2 championship matches, and it was not a great season for me.
Cam White skipper, didn't he?
Yes, I did some commentary actually that year, so it wasn't all lost, and quite enjoyed doing a few games down here where Cam White got his 150, was it? I think
he got that T20 150.
Yeah, so it was interesting from that perspective, but also gutting I couldn't have been out there with him, doing the same.
Yeah, indeed. And 2007, you were part of the side that actually got us back into the First Division.
Yeah, I think our cricket took a turn for the better, certainly on the 4-day front around that time when Justin Langer came as captain, and the way he did things, it was interesting. But ultimately, we needed that rudder in the ship to steady us and turn us round, because, one for a better word, we were a bit of a rabble and with no direction. And the only time we had direction in the previous 2 years was when Ricky Ponting and Graham Smith arrived. So that was certainly addressed. And the way he played his cricket is one of the hardest men on field that you come across, and that was his advantage. But a lot of people could say it was his flaw as well.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we came back up. And we've stayed there ever since, haven't we? I mean, I've got pictures of celebrations at Essex, wasn't it?
Chelmsford.
Where we won it.
Yeah.
Always a nice place to go and win.
Always, because, they're a bit like the crowd here at Somerset on a Friday night in a T20, about it. And, to go there and to perform in the Championship and actually to win there was fantastic. And I think a lot of people took a big sigh of relief once we got over the line, because we knew we shouldn't be in the second division. As Notts at the time, they were a very good side, but to come ahead of those and actually win it, I think that just showed just how much we'd turned the club around.
And we had, a couple of bowlers, really fast bowlers. We had a good partnership there with Pup and with Caddy. 2 brilliant opening bowlers for us.
Yeah, and Caddy's record speaks for itself, but I think Charles was probably one of the most underrated swing bowlers at that time. I've never seen a guy swing the ball as much since Richard Johnson came to the club. But just to have a left armer and a different angle of attack just completed us, really. And, he got wicket after wicket. And, once he got on a roll, he could get 5 for 50 and, roll sides out for 150, which just made our jobs as batters even easier.
We've talked about your batting a lot. We haven't talked much about your bowling. And
not much to say, Richard, I think.
You've had some good returns for the club, haven't you? 7 for 90 was your best for Somerset?
Yeah, back-to-back weeks of 7 to 90, I think. Yeah. But that, few and far between for me. It was, a case of playing here. My job was to bowl maidens, was to bowl from one end to rotate the seamers at the other end. And if I could pick up a wicket here or 2 along the way, then I was doing my job for the team. But my job, I basically said, go at 2 and over, keep it as tight as possible. And that wasn't very easy playing on a wicket like Taunton. Just glad they don't bat the way they did or now to how they do back in the day. So, I could bowl at batters and they, respect you a little more than perhaps they would now. But I love bowling. I'd rather bowl than stand in the field. And if it was my wicket, I could prove to people that I could spin the ball and take wickets. But I wouldn't say I was a wicket taker. I would say I was somebody that kept it tight and could bowl lots of overs, and quite often bowled a whole session, unchanged. And that's how I like to do it. I like to bowl 10, 15 overs on the trot and really get stuck into the batters.
Something we haven't talked about that's happened in between the times we've been talking was your England career. I mean, tell us a little bit about that and how that all came about.
I think initially it was I got my chance via an injury to Andrew Flintoff. It was one of the cups out I went to Sri Lanka, and just a round robin tournament. I think we only played 2 games in our group of 3, and it was can't remember what kind of it was. Just an ICC Champions Trophy type thing, and I got the call because Flintoff, I think, had a shoulder injury. I had something, and obviously they thought they might need an extra spinner as opposed to somebody that can bowl fast or medium fast, and obviously my batting helped me get that position as well. But that was my first introduction to playing for England, which it was a bit of a surprise at the time, but one that I hoped would come, and very thankful for the opportunity.
Of course, we had 3 of you playing for England, didn't we, at one stage?
Yeah, with Johnson and Caddick as well, yeah.
And Trez?
Yeah, Trez, yeah. I'd say Jono was a bit after, but me, Caddy and Trez both went to that ICC Champions Trophy.
Yeah, I mean, that great ambition to play for England and to get that chance, something else you can tick the box to say I've done it.
Yeah, you get your numbers playing for England and no one can take them away.
37?
Yeah, that was my shirt number, but 170 was my ODI number, and 629 was my test number. But it was one of those surreal moments where, am I good enough for this? Why have I been picked? What am I doing? And then, you have to go in and bat out of position and not bowl perhaps when you would do for your county. So it's all a bit surreal, and I don't think we quite got the opportunities back then as you get now with, being included in series after series and given those opportunities, where I just felt I was playing for my next game, which, rightly or wrongly was a good way to look at it, I suppose, because if I performed, I knew that I was going to get another game. But equally, I never felt part of the team, which, is a strange thing to say, but that's how I felt at the time.
We won promotion in 2007 back into the First Division. You had a big season in 2008, didn't you? You got 1,000 runs.
Yeah, I think only 5 of us that year got 1,000 runs. I think it was me, Trez and JL for Somerset. So 3 of us were playing here, which probably shows you just how flat the wicket was compared to everywhere else in the country. And I thought I'd perform pretty well, scoring quite a lot of consistent runs and saving games at the right time if we were in trouble. And I chipped in with a few wickets as well. And it was a pretty good year for me, 2008.
And then, disappointingly, you drifted off and went over to Durham.
Yes.
Hard decision to make?
Very, yeah. My wife at the time, Beth, she was pregnant with the twins. And I'd still had 2 years left on my contract. And, a move to another club wasn't on my radar. And even when it happened, it still wasn't on my radar. So, it was one of those unfortunate things where certain things aligned in the wrong way, shall we say, and it led me to having to go somewhere else. But
you had good seasons with Durham, didn't you? Very good seasons.
Yeah, and I think I didn't have anything to prove, but it was nice to go to Durham and actually won Supporters Player of the Year my first year. I think I scored just under 1,000 runs and got 48 wickets. So I knew that I could do it. It was an amazing new challenge, and to go into a Durham side that were full of internationals, playing with Benke and Diver and, there was Plunkett, Mustard, Onions, Harmison. The list was endless, and Shiv Chanderpaul, he was overseas, and, to slot into that side and to win the championship, it was a phenomenal first year, and something that probably the previous year would never have even thought would happen.
No, and then you had times there, and then towards the end of your playing career, you had half a season down at Warwickshire, didn't you? And another championship.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second half of this Metrobank 50 over game. Somerset taking on Lancashire. Lancashire have been set the target of 250. Somerset players currently in a team huddle. Umpires in the middle. Sam Dalling is joining me for the first part of this run chase. Sam.
Peter.
Great building job by Vaughan Goldsworthy. They got to roughly 30 overs, tried to put the pedal down, got it wrong. The two roos rarely failed, and it kind of stalled a little bit, but a good little catch up at the end. But I just feel like Somerset are 25-30 short of where they'd like to be. 280 looked like a minimum sort of par score. So I think Somerset are going to have to take a few wickets early on to make this a contest with some good players up at the top of the order. Jones and Bell opening the batting. Marcus Harris to come in as well. Lots of strikers throughout their order, but yeah, I think Somerset are going to have to take a few wickets in this power play.
Yeah, Josh Bohannon as well. Look, we had Ryan Campbell on Friday, and he said 275 he would have taken at the start, and I think he still felt that after the game. That's around par, and it was Arif Shetty bowled beautifully those 10 overs, 3 for 34 off the reel on his debut for Lancashire as well. What a day for him, but they did just stymie Somerset, and that is why they find themselves having to bowl extremely well, which Alfie Ogbourne did on Friday.
Yeah, Ogbourne in from the river end, bit of a way swing and a bump ball to first slip. God, got a bit excited there. I was excited as I can get after a Cornish pasty, a little bit of a food coma, but yeah, nice start there from Alfie Ogbourne. He'll try and shape the ball back in towards the right-handers. Bowled beautifully in his last game, as you mentioned, picking up his first 5-for in the Somerset first team. Yeah, Somerset did all the right things early on. They lost Lammonby early. I think Archie Vaughan and Goldsworthy both past 50. Will probably be a little bit disappointed. One of them didn't go on to make a 3-figure score. And the wheels kind of came off for about 10 overs. Josh Thomas played nicely. And nice to see Finn Hill get into the action, passing 50 as well. So some good stuff out there from different contributors, which is often good in this Metrobank 50 over series. You've got a lot of young players making their way in professional cricket, so good to see a few younger cricketers get a go.
Oh, good shape, and I like Alfie Ogbourne. It's been a shame that he's not had more opportunities. I can see why he hasn't, just because of how difficult that Somerset side is to get into. I think he bowled well in championship cricket when he's played. He's obviously a serious competitor as well. I like his attitude. He interviewed really well on Friday night. For these guys, playing alongside lads they've grown up with, to all go out there and play professional games together and to perform in them. It's all very well playing, but to perform and to push your case.
Yeah, he's a great lad to have around. Good spirit, good talker. He likes doing the odd bit of media stuff, doesn't he? He's all full of theatre when he bowls. He loves taking wickets, and yeah, he's got some skill. He's really blossomed and taken a lot of his opportunities when he has played in the Somerset team, and especially here at Taunton when the wickets start to maybe spin towards the back end. Him bowling left arm over, creating a foothold for Archie Vaughan to operate outside of the right-hander stump. Could certainly be a tactic that Somerset could use at some stage towards the back end of the season. Nice bit of swing back in.
Quiet word. Michael Jones is using his feet towards him as well to try and negate that swing. He's starting outside his crease. He was maybe a yard or two down when he dug that Yorker in, and Alfie Ogbourne just gave him that stare, the quick bowler's stare.
Yeah, I think what you'll see from a young quick bowler, they'll be, probably 50% of their natural character when they first, blood into the first team, and a couple of good performances, they get a little bit more established in the team, and then you'll see the true sort of character. You can definitely see a noticed sort of change from Alfie Ogbourne, coming down, having the odd word here and there. But that's a beautiful shot there from Jones. Punched off of the back foot through extra cover. Not a bad ball there from Alfie Ogbourne, but beautifully well played through the covers for 4.
Yeah, and he couldn't have turned around more quickly there, Alfie Ogbourne. As soon as that shot hit the bat, he about turned and walked away. He knew exactly where that was going. There he is walking back. You can just see him in the corner of your screen there. No words to say there. Lovely shot from Jones. He's a quality cricketer, Michael Jones. Ormskirk boy, was up at Durham. He's effectively gone home over the winter. Played a bit in the 100, or played one game for the Northern Supercharger last year, I think I remember.
Very good shot there. That's going to race away for 4, even though Josh Thomas got a reasonable hand on that. He raced across the outfield, only half stopped. Something flew off of Josh Thomas, which he's going to retrieve now. Maybe one of those finger sleeves. It would look from a distance away like his finger fell off, but I assure you it's probably just a little bit of protection there. But 2 very nice shots there from Jones to get himself going. 9 off of the first over.
Back-to-back boundaries to finish it with a bit of a flourish. Josh Davey with the new ball from the mark. Just what we're not going to get just yet is him bowling to his Scotland teammate, Michael Jones. Those two, both Scotland internationals. We are going to get him at George Bell. He's just marking his guard. Looks like he's taking off stump. What are we having here? A little changeover in. Is Josh Thomas going to pop off, or is it Finn Hill going out to deep square leg? I think it's Finn Hill going out to deep square leg, is he? I assume. 2 fielders allowed outside the circle in this opening power play. He'll be down at third in front of the James Hildreth stand. Hats off to anyone going down there all day, although they should have hats on because they're very much in the sunshine.
Yeah, I think I played with Josh Davey for about 3 seasons before I heard that he was Scottish. I think his dad was working up on the oil rigs off the shore and was born in
Aberdeen. Yeah, he's an Aberdeen boy.
Glasgow, yeah, but he's about as doesn't really give off Scottish vibes, does he, when he talks?
Well, it made me laugh because in the comments the other day they were talking about where these players were going, and Davey's been released. They hadn't confirmed his new county haven't confirmed his arrival, and someone speculated, well, he is Scottish, and maybe he's going back up there. I thought, you don't quite know Josh Davey.
Yeah, he's much more accustomed to the sort of suburbs around the M25 than he is all the way up there, but
he's
a fine cricketer, very good cricketer.
Here, is he?
Sorry?
10 years here, Josh Davey? Easy?
Well, he's been here a while. I mean,
he was here
you almost lose track of time, don't you, with life and things like that. But yeah, he's certainly put in a good shift for Somerset, been a pretty solid performer. He's gone up the top of the order a number of times and done pretty well as an opening batter as well. So interesting to see what he decides to do for his next passage of his career. Shot there from Bell and nicely stopped by Goldsworthy at point.
2014 is when he joined.
I got told off via text by Michael Burns saying, "Midlands, I'm from Cumbria, lad." So yeah, Burns, he wasn't very happy. I'm sure he'll get over it though. I did reply saying, mate, in my book, anything north of Bristol, south of Scotland's Midlands.
I missed that.
Yeah, I think that gets in your head, doesn't it? I know he moved to Somerset from Warwickshire. And he's got a bit of an accent, so you just kind of assume.
His accent's proper Cumbrian, though, if I remember it. I reckon there's a strong rumours, if you look at various newspapers and articles, that Josh Davey might follow Ben Green to Leicestershire.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, James Taylor, Alfonso Thomas, that will be, pretty familiar with these lads. Ben Green's obviously been on loan to Leicester and done exceptionally well. And I think you've got that decision at some stage in your career. Ben Green in particular, who's really blossomed here at Somerset, one-day cricket and T20 cricket. But he probably aspires at his age to be playing 3 formats, which he will do at Leicester. And I'm sure he'll be sad to move on, but Ben Green is of that age now where he wants to be playing as much first-team cricket as possible, and I'm sure he'll do that there. And maybe that's the same with Josh Davey. We've got a good battery of seam bowlers, and he is one of those players over the last pretty much his whole time here has been very much the guy to miss out when certain people are available. So he will also want some regular first team cricket, which I'm sure he'll get elsewhere.
Dot ball to end the over. Just a warn off Davies first. Lancashire 10 without loss. after 2. I mean, they loved Ben Green when he first went up. They fitted into the dressing room. It's the Championship, isn't it? It's that ambition, and they're in a really strong position because if we do end up, however it ends up next year, 2 divisions, 3 conferences, it looks like Leicestershire will be in the top tier of that, and it could end up in this weird position of being an ever-present in the Blast and the Championship this summer, but for 2 different teams. And I think at some point, as good as a loan system is, at some point as a player, surely you want to have a permanent home, to not be moving around, to have one dressing room. So I think that would be a good move if that comes off. Yeah, Davey was on loan there last year as well.
Yeah, and I know that I think you got to look at it from like Leicester's point of view as well. They've got, you know, in Alfonso and James Taylor, you've got 2 very sort of experienced and very motivated, you know, passionate cricketers. And I'm sure that's their mentality in their coaching careers now. And you know, Leicester for too many years have, you know, certainly from a Championship point of view, of being kind of in the doldrums, and you know, procuring good quality players like Ben Green, Josh Davey, if that is the case, is certainly the way to change that around. You know, Nottinghamshire often picked up a lot of like high quality Leicestershire-born young players, James Taylor, Stuart Broad being the obvious ones that spring to mind. You know, when you have that period in your club, you need to, you know, be a club that attracts the top players, not produces and loses. So you know, that's certainly a sign that they're, you know, a motivated club that want to be on the up and up, which is good to see.
Odd one width, but straight to Finn Hill. Cover point, and just to finish that off, also in terms of players will look at them and see Alfonso and James Taylor, because if you look at their lineup, Leicestershire, like, there's some fun players, but actually they've got players that they've got the most out of that maybe haven't quite made it at other counties, but have gone up there and made careers for themselves. You know, Ian Holland, who played a lot for Hampshire and the USA, but he's now bowling really well. He's restarted his T20 bowling. He's taken 31 wickets. Ben Mike, you see Josh Hole coming through. Rayan Ahmed's good fun. Sol Budinger. Actually, a few lads have come from Nottinghamshire and been released by them and gone the other way. Managed to secure the services of Shan Masood as an overseas player as well. So he's done Derbyshire, Yorkshire, Leicestershire. 3 dots to start the over from Alfie Ogbourne. George Bell, 1 from 7.
Yeah, but we wish the lads well that are deciding to move on. For, you know, it's the three guys that have played a fair bit of first team cricket: Casey Aldridge, Josh Davey, Ben Green moving on. I'm sure Somerset fans will keep an eye on how they're getting on.
Flicked away by Bell. Fine. Thomas Roos down there does really well. Keeps it to a couple. Nice from him.
Work down there from Tom, who had a bit of ground to cover, had to get a dive in. Good running by the Lancashire pair. And started nicely.
Andy Ameed as well. We also wish the king of this competition. But, and people, you know, there's been some criticism of the number of players leaving the club. And I think you can look at it both ways. You think actually it just shows how well you're doing in bringing your players through. If you've got people who can't get into your first team regularly. If an underage could have gone anywhere, but are good enough to be first team cricketers, you want your players to want to play as much cricket as possible, otherwise you'd be a bit suspect of their motivations.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that smells of, you know, the first and second division is very much established now, and you know, lads that aren't, let's face it, doing quite enough to stay in the first team of a Division 1 team, you know, drop down the league and play in the second division and play major roles. You know, it's probably fair to say that there is a little bit of a disparity in the sort of standard of the 2 divisions. But like I said, if you're procuring the right kind of players, like I said, Josh Davey has plenty of success in the first team here at Somerset, and so does Ben Green. So I view them as 2 quite shrewd signings by Leicestershire in particular. Casey Aldridge, he's been trialling. He's been on loan at Durham, so you assume that connection might be his next port of call, but
yes,
we're yet to find out.
We're yet to have it officially confirmed, but word on the grapevine is that's where he might end up. Josh Davey then, continuing from the Marcus Jaskovic pavilion end. Lancashire 12 of our lost, remember, chasing 251. If you're at home and you're relatively local, got some good news for you, by the way. Yes, this game was sold out, but the club has managed to stick 100 tickets on the gate at £15 each. Come down, enjoy the sunshine, enjoy a drink, probably a cold one rather than a hot one. Doesn't have to be alcoholic, can also be alcoholic. Something to eat, and this second innings, hopefully Somerset's third win from 3 games in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Plenty of cricket still to play, 47 overs remaining. Big shot, bang! Michael Jones, Scotland international teammate to Scotland international teammate. That one felt a little bit better out of the screws. All the way for 6.
Yeah, superb shot that. From Jones, beautiful crisp strike, moved his feet down the ground. I think that's probably the style of batting we don't really see with the way that Somerset set their team up. They're looking to build a platform where Lancs have really come out quite positive. Both batters happy to use their feet. I think they've identified that going hell for leather in this power play is going to be their best way of putting a good dent in that run chase. And I have to say, I don't disagree, because it does look a very sort of placid pitch, nice pace to it. Seems to be skipping through a little bit better than it did against Durham on Friday.
Why is it we think par's a bit below? Because Northern, you walk into Taunton and go, right, 300 is par, without looking at the pitch for a 50 over game.
Well, I think, you know, both teams are 20 players short of their first 11, so you don't have...
Tipped in the air, and it's gone. Somerset have their first wicket. Josh Davey has his revenge. Hit for 6 by teammate Michael Jones. Not so this time. Chipped up to Thomas Root.
Yeah, he'll take him for 6, no problem. You can have your 6, mate, but if I get you out in a few balls later, happy days. Yeah, that's a bit of a false shot there. Looks like, interesting to see if there was a little puff of dust there. It was a very full, wide delivery. Maybe it just held up in the surface. Yeah, a little bit of a puff of dust there and a false shot there. Easy catch to extra cover.
Wasn't Thomas Root at all.
Very
the shot.
Good.
Michael Jones was...
Yeah, big puff of dust there, so just held up in the pitch there. Very, very wide half volley. What a great shot. You'll be disappointed with that after that.
Just hits the top of the bat, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can. I think it's a real good indication of the pitch being a bit dry there. There was a large sort of puff of dust there, as we saw in the replay. Normally when that happens, the ball just sticks in the pitch a little bit longer and arrives at the batter a little bit slower than planned. It certainly looked like that. Josh Davey won't mind, so I'm sure they'll have a good joke about that next time they put on the tartan.
Over a haggis and a whiskey, no doubt. Right, new batters Marcus Harris, the Aussie. Played a handful of tests for Australia at top of the order. There's a chance they're looking for top order batters. Maybe he'll get another go. He's had a few goes. They'd Ashes his series over here. He was in the squad for the last Ashes as well. He's in that documentary after the Johnny Bairstow run out. Basically saying, well, I don't know why everyone's kicking off. It's their rules, and we're just playing by them. Prolific for Lancashire in the Championship. Brilliant overseas signings and a few spells at Leicestershire, at Bristol as well. He's on a 3-year deal at Lancs as well. They've got him semi-permanently. Davey around the wicket. Played a little bit for Somerset twos, I'm pretty sure, because he had a couple of club stints playing over at Taunton when he was... first, I think he turned 18 over here and then came back a couple of years later. He scored no runs whatsoever in his first stint, but looked $1 million until the last game. He played against Western-super-Mare and Foss Hunt was playing. And he was just walking towards Foss Hunt and flat batting him straight down the ground. Picked up 50, I think, as an 18-year-old. And then was prolific second time around.
Well, we certainly started brightly with those first 2 balls, but successful over there from Josh Davey. Lancashire 18 for 1 for the first 4 overs after Ogborn continue. But yeah, the pars, I think the pars naturally are in this particular competition are going to be, you have to sort of rethink it a little bit. Like I said, massive amounts of change in these two squads in particular, more inexperienced players. But I think 250s, yeah, probably about 30 shy of where they'd want to be. But in any run chase, if you get a couple of wickets early on, the middle order in, you get your spinners on, they bowl well, kind of like Lancashire did. Their blueprint, I think, playing the game, I thought was exceptional. They were, up until the 30th over, they'd only taken 1 wicket. They didn't panic, they stuck to their plans, took pace off the ball. And then you get a cluster of wickets, new batters in, and I thought they squeezed Somerset really well. And apart from a pretty good knock by Finn Hill at the end, Somerset would have been way short of what you think par was. So, all in all, I think it was a pretty good performance from Lancashire. But Finn Hill's, I think his batting has just brought Somerset in with a good chance, providing they take a few wickets throughout this first sort of 20 overs.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought they fielded well, but I thought Harris skippered them really well as well. His changes, the field placings he set, and he seemed to just get everything right. Yeah, they conceded a few runs at the back end, but that can happen. There's Casey Aldridge on the field with 5 on his back. Did he take the catch? Josh Thomas, remember, took that blow a little bit earlier on his finger. I think he's the man who's popped off. Not a bad sub-fielder, Casey Aldridge. And a few Lancashire fans get in touch. Shout out to the Unwin family, spending their Sunday afternoon together in Heaton Moor. Got the live stream on. Kids are out playing. Glorious Sunday. I bet they've had a roast as well, decent one. Gonna guess lamb for the Unwins.
Width offered there by Alfie Ogborn and smothered through extra cover for 4. Leaning into my theory that we talked about yesterday. Big ones score straight, little ones score sideways.
Further proof, as if you needed it.
Yeah, it's a nice shot there from Val. Just a little bit of width there. Stayed leg side, threw his hands at it. Nice piece of timing. Ogborn round the wicket, closing down that angle. Nicely flicked off the hip and pick up 1 to win the over.
Good chance for George Bell in this competition as well. He was near ever present over the last couple of summers for Lancashire in the county championship. He's just played the 4 games so far this year in that tournament. So a chance to find a bit of form, maybe get into the side back end of the season. I think Lanc's promotion hopes in red ball cricket have just about died a death. I don't know what you think. Lancashire fans obviously had that really bad start that led to a bit of a change at the top. Keaton Jennings, despite scoring a lot of runs, decided that perhaps captaincy, well, it's better for him to focus on his batting, and then they won a few games. Jimmy Anderson's been playing, he's been leading them. I spoke to Tom Hartley about the change, and he said it's just been different under Stephen Croft. You feel like they've come out of their shells a little bit, they're really backed. Play with a bit of freedom, but they lost a key game at home to Glamorgan in second. If they'd have won that, they might have been in with an outside sniff, but it feels like it's gone now.
Nicely finished off there from Ogborn, 23 for the loss of that 1 wicket. Jones just chipping that catch to extra cover. There's some unbeatable travel offers. Travelmyway.co.uk.
Frank Sinatra running it.
I did it my way. Search for holidays, flights, cruising, whatever you fancy.
You got a favourite destination?
Check them out.
Where do the Trigos go? Trigos go. Sorry.
Burnham.
Burnham.
So we can afford.
That's your holiday, is it? Lovely. Couple of junctions down. Davian chipped up. Oh, and just over mid-wicket.
Kids get 45 pence to go and buy a stick of rock, and Dad plays Burnham and Barrow golf course. What a day out.
Sounds like there's some winners and some losers in that scenario.
We had a nice day out the other day. Cheddar Gorge, that was a nice little walk.
Gorgeous.
Sat on a wall, fish and chips, ice cream, beautiful.
Tell you where we went with my nephew and daughter the other day. There's a zoo, Noah's Ark Farm Zoo near Clevedon. That is absolutely fantastic. Davey around the wicket. Aldridge in at first slip. Lovely shot. Finds a gap. Won't go all the way. Just pushed by Marcus Harris. I feel like his wicket is key. If Somerset can get him early, that does bring Josh Bohannon to the crease, you'd imagine. So still got quality, but Harris, I think, if he bats for any length of time, Lancashire will be strong favourites.
Yeah, he started very nicely, Harris. Beautiful shot straight out the middle of the bat. Even the defensive shots are perfectly timed. Oh, another crisp drive to mid-off, and nice bit of fielding there by Tom Lammonby. Yeah, I think he's going to wear a hole in the middle of his bat the way he's going at the moment.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, he's seeing the ball beautifully.
Started life at Western Australia, same club side as Justin Langer, if I'm right. I think it's Scarborough. Yeah, played there and then made the move to Victoria 5 or 6 years ago now, and seemed to just pick up a level. Average notched up. Like scoring hundreds for fun.
Yeah, I had a winter there very early on in my career at Scarborough Cricket Club. Didn't play for them, but was just training over there, and worked with Justin Langer's batting coach, Noddy Holder, who's sort of quite a famous coach in that part of the world. Guess what we worked on for a few months? Playing the short ball. He used to just sit on the bowling machine, absolutely peppering you. I'll tell you what, if you go there and don't come away a good puller, you ought to give up. Black and blue for the first couple of weeks.
Good from David.
From Josh David. Little fraction full, I think. There's first few balls. Just needs to drive it into that pitch a little bit harder.
How early do you think Somerset brings spin into this? Lancashire did in the 10th over.
Yeah, I think the same sort of I think a lot of teams would like to get through that power play before they bring spin on. Maybe like Lancashire did that 9th or 10th over, you could bring spin in just as a little bit of a teaser. Yeah, if you can keep the batters quiet, I think through the power play, you know, old money here at Taunton, you'd probably want to be 60, 70 off of 10 overs. I don't think that's going to be the case today, but if you're sort of somewhere in the region of 40, 50, you've probably done a good job. They've got that wicket already, and as soon as you get the opportunity to spread the field a little bit, take the pace off the ball and get the batters kind of in their shell. And I think that was, Goldsworthy and Vaughan did it really well. They sort of knocked the ball around, not many boundaries through that period. And then as soon as they tried to go up a gear, so those first couple of aggressive shots cost them their wicket and kind of changed things. Yeah, you kind of want to get the batters into the knock for singles mentality, just to try and drive that run rate up a little bit. Another ball a little bit too straight there from Ogborne. That's going to go all the way for 4. For me, Alfie Ogborne, I'd be having fine leg in the ring with a pitch of this pace, and yeah, he's making that move now. Langridge is going to go into the ring, and Josh Thomas is going to sit out there on the boundary. No, That's Finn Hill, sorry.
Casey Aldridge had gone from slip to mid-wicket. Subfielder.
Thomas is still off the field.
Yeah.
Aldridge is at mid-wicket. Yeah, that seems a more sensible field from my eye.
There's someone moving around on the top tier of the Lord Ian Botham stand there, I think.
Sit down.
Great bit of fielding.
Goldsworthy, like a leaping salmon, a backward point. Great stop there.
He's just a brilliant all-round cricketer, Lewis Goldsworthy. You know, we were talking about loans and then people moving on. Goldsworthy is an example of one just on the other thing. Gone on loan, excelled up at Leicestershire last year. There was a spot opened up in that T20 side with Rudolph van der Merwe leaving Somerset. He's claimed it. Brilliant to see. He was one who was almost pushing Andy Hamid for the One-Day Cup King crown last year. His weight of runs, that 100 Harry was talking about against Leicestershire earlier.
Yeah, Andy Hamid is not re-signing or hasn't been re-signed. What's his? Is he done with Somerset now? Or is he going to play out the season, or you assume that he's not featuring at the moment? So he must be trying to get himself another gig somewhere else, I would imagine. We wish him well, as you know, he scored some really good runs for Somerset, especially in this competition.
He's not in the squad for this year's competition. He has played a couple of games for the South Asian Cricket Academy over the last couple of days, couple of weeks, I think. Got a few ex-pros in there, Feroz Kushi. In fact, Bayan's been playing a bit. They've got some talented cricketers, I tell you there. One of Moeen Ali's nephews looks a really good off-spinner, batting off-spinner. They've had 18 signed from Saka so far in the last 2 years. That's the world's most prolific academy. The academy without any bricks and mortar. Yeah, hopefully Andy Hamid gets another gig somewhere.
Marcus Harris just struggling for his timing there. Alfie Bourne's found a good length, and I think that hard back of a length is the area where the ball just grips into the pitch a little bit. Anything full and short seems to be easy pickings, but Alfie Ogborn just honed in there. 31 for 1, 7 overs gone, so nice little fight back there. A good attacking start from Lancashire, but that one wicket has just stalled things of late. Run rate's 5 and over, so sorry, 4.5 and over. Required is just over 5, so we've got a game of cricket on our hands, that's for sure. Here, Josh Davey from the Trescothick stand end. Poor delivery and well played by Bell down the leg side, and he's flicked that over short fine leg for 4.
Yeah, loose delivery. George Bell again backing up your theory. No chance for final over them up in the circle. Still George Bell just helps that one on its way.
Yeah, just got to find an area here, Josh Davey. Just keep bashing the top of those pads. Middle and off.
Are we at the stage already where the effectiveness of the new ball is already worn off? Even though because we've got one from each end, so it's only in its 4th over. Still that early.
She gone already. There's no swing. I think you're into the sort of scrambled seam, cross seam deliveries, looking for the pitch to play a bit more of a part. Try and get one just a nip back. Just means that your line is so much more crucial. You know, you've got to get the ball bouncing on a roundabout off stump. Don't really have much margin for error. Certainly not short here at Taunton on a pitch like this. I think anything too far back of a length is going to be easy pickings. Those last 2 balls, I think that's where Josh Davey just needs to operate. Make someone of Bell's stature hit the ball back past you. Don't give him any width.
Got a chat, I think. Is it Casey Aldridge in there? Mid-wicket? He's in the game. No, it's not.
Is that Casey at extra cover?
Yes. Roberts, I think, at mid-wicket. Anyway, I think he's in the game. A couple that George Bell, straighter ones, has just tried to turn into the leg side that have just popped up. That one's gone under the bat. Speaking of Moeen Ali's nephews, another one of them, Isaac Mohammed, opened the batting for Worcestershire today. He got 63. Kashif Ali, another Zaka graduate. Big score for Worcestershire, 340 at Chelmsford. Essex are now starting to chase that one down.
Yeah, keeping on the old Ali traditions, they've produced some steady cricketers. Moeen, Kabir. Next generation to come. Another poor delivery from Josh Davies, sliding into the pads, and pretty easy pickings there for Bell.
At what point, what do we need? 5 and over here, Lancs to win? At what point does it become more about wickets than containing Somerset, or is it already at that point? Do we start in that zone?
Well, I think the dangerous time in a game where when you're under par is, as a captain, I think we spoke about it on Friday, is, as a captain, when you sense that it's a comfortable life out there for the batters and they're staying relatively close to parity with the required run rate, that's when I think you're forced into making changes of bowlers, styles. The captain has at his disposal 2 left armers, a couple of spinners or 3 spinners. As soon as it looks like the run rate is a comfortable get, I think that's when you look to change it. I'd probably change Josh Davey after that over. I think he's bowled 4 now. I think he's looks like he's striving. He hasn't quite found his line of length. Boundaries are flowing. I think that's the time to get a JT Langridge into the attack. Another tall left-hander. He'll be bowling to right-handers with an enormous leg side boundary, so he could go into the pitch, get a couple of catches out in the deep. Lancashire playing nicely at the moment. 40 for 1. Life's looking quite comfortable for them at the moment. Davies bowled 4 overs for 19, Ogborn 4 overs for 20, so they're not bowling badly, but it just looks quite comfortable at the moment. Would you agree?
Yeah, exactly as it was on Friday, just too comfortable. Oh, I'd be tempted to go for a spinner, though maybe not from this Draskovic end. Squeeze that one, maybe you have to wait until after the power play. Yeah, you just need to get Harris. Bell's settled in now, 17 from 25.
Yeah, it's a particular headache in this scenario as well, as Bell plays a beautiful shot through the covers, over-pitched by Alfie Ogborn, and Bell hasn't missed out on anything that he can pounce upon. Got nice shots through the leg side, and that's equally as good through the covers.
George Bell. Ian James Rue behind the stumps. Playing in England, the 19 World Cup together. Bell was the keeper. He's almost run that single there, George Bell, by the time he said no.
I think Archie Vaughan just had the old wink, wink, nudge, nudge to get himself ready to bowl. So
the left-hander, don't mind that.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of Archie Vaughan off spin pretty soon.
I mean, he could bowl from the Draskovic pavilion end.
Well, it does make it a little bit of a headache when you've got a partnership settled left-hand, right-hand. It does put you under a little bit of pressure. There's always one side of the ground that's short. Bowlers have got to adjust their lines. You've got to keep adjusting your field.
How difficult is it when you've got
Well, I think
right
all
left-hander?
left-handers should be banned.
Yeah.
personally.
Is that the club's official line, or
Well,
just yours?
no, it just creates a little bit of a headache, especially when you have a lopsided sort of ground. It's not enormous here at Somerset, but it's quite noticeably bigger on one side of the pitch. Poor shot there from Bell, straight down Archie Vaughan's throat. Good short delivery there from Alfie Ogborn. A little bit of a gamble, but Bell has taken the bait, and he'll be disappointed with that.
Big celebration from Alfie Ogborn again, giving it the double fist, screaming. It looked like he almost rolled his wrists on it, rather than actually trying to hit it true. He just tried to flick it. He's annoyed. Let's have another look.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much acreage out there to get it in a gap. I think he's got caught in two minds there, whether to go the whole hog and go up, and like you say, he's rolled his wrists on that, and he's just picked out the fielder perfectly. So many different ways that he could have played that. It was a bit of a flicky effort, really, instead of a real committed, full-blooded pull shot. Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. He was playing nicely. He's gifted Somerset a wicket there, but good, brave bowling there from Alfie Ogborn, who, rightly so, is in a confident frame of mind. He's struck, he's got 1 for 25. Somerset have struck. Perfect time now, Sam, to get a spin on with a new batter at the crease.
A very fine batter, but he is brand new. His first list-day innings of the season. Bit of 90s Britpop blaring out here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. This is the partnership. These are, and with no disrespect to the rest of the Lancashire side, you're also fine players. These are their two stars, right? These are the two senior lads who they'll go, right, if we're going to do well in this competition, Bohannon and Harris need to be going, what, do we get 8 games, Harry? 7? 8 games? 500 runs minimum from those two.
Cool, that's a big ask, isn't it? You expect that, they don't you, from quality players?
Yeah, maybe not 500. Maybe I meant 400. Averaging 45-50. It's a lot of runs. Both capable of it, though. Tell me what Andy Amid's been doing for the last few years. Good finish to the over from Alfie Ogborn.
Yeah, good set there from Alfie Ogborn. 9th over about to be bowled. Somerset mirroring the tactics of Lancashire. Archie Vaughan has just given his cap to umpire Ben Peverell, and he's going to be twiddling his off spin from the Marcus Trescothic stand end, and a good time with a new batter at the crease. Don't forget, if you want to travel your way or my way, travelmyway.co.uk. Check out what sort of offers they have.
Unbeatable one.
If a perfect day of sunshine at the Cooper Associates County Ground is not for you, and you fancy something different,
Coming on to bowl for Somerset, number 66.
well, look, what's on
By
offer?
Pump Supplies,
Would be
Archie Vaughan.
where would you go if
You
if you could jet off tomorrow, Sam?
If I could jet off tomorrow, I've always wanted to sort of do Ljubljana and Lake Bled and that kind of thing. So probably just a couple of days there would be lovely right now, I think. I'm not a big fan of the sun. I wouldn't go and sit on a beach anywhere. It's not me.
I went to Portugal last week. It was absolutely roasting.
He's Vaughan around the wicket. Marcus Trescothic put in. 2 Marcus Harris. Starts with a full bunger.
Yeah,
Flicks
I
it
don't
around the
know
corner.
how a fair-skinned person would be able to cope, actually. I've been of the slightly dark variety. It was about 30, 35 degrees.
No.
Played a round of golf, teed off at 11. I was like a crisp by the 9th hole.
Iceland was my ideal summer. It was about 12, 13 degree peak. Beautiful sunshine. I was happy when I went there. That was a good holiday. Expensive place, though.
Viking vibe, isn't it? They're a big breed of humans over there, aren't they?
They're all a very high standard
Iceland,
of living.
Finland.
Yeah. Look after themselves well.
Yeah, I used to follow the old World's Strongest Man stuff. It was always like, I remember the name Magnus for Magnuson, and
that's
that
the
is
one.
a thunderous shot there through the offside. Over pitch there from Archie Vaughan. Bohannon hasn't missed out.
Yeah, what a way to get off the mark as well. Josh Bohannon floated up there by Vaughan. He's not quite got it right these first couple of balls. Maybe wasn't expecting the nod so early.
Yeah, I know I had an invitation a few years ago
to
probably
compete.
pre-COVID. So I'm hoping if they're listening, because I know they're massive followers of county cricket. The Iceland cricket organisers, if that's what they're called, they asked me to go over and do a coaching weekend.
I think that one's just popped up.
He's all right.
Hit him on the side of the face. Did he get one on the chin, Alfie Ogborn?
Let's have a little look. It could be a falcon.
Mike Byrne straight away over. Umpire's very hot on any kind of head injury, and rightly so. Just it. Oh yeah, it bobbled. Nasty bounce. Nasty. I think Harry Everett's been doing a bit of work over at Iceland Cricket in the past. What was your invite? What do they want you to do?
Yeah.
Coach.
I think 2-day sort of training camp. And they look after you and take you to see the sights and all that kind of stuff.
Slip comes out.
Northern Lights.
You have to go in the winter for the Northern Lights.
Yeah, I think it probably would have been that. Yeah, well, I don't know what sort of facility they've got, but
thing is, though,
it sounded quite random.
2-day training camp. You go in the summer, you might end up literally working for 2 days because it doesn't go dark. 48 hours of nets might really put you to the sword.
That sounds like my version of purgatory, to be honest.
Sounds like Harry Everett's every weekend.
Never-ending day.
End of the over, Vaughan's first. Better comeback as well. Started with a full bungery, got away with that 4 that Josh Bohannon punched through.
Harry
to get
would
off
love an all-day net, I reckon. Yeah. He'd be slinging until his arm fell off, wouldn't he? He'd be loving it. Right, another change. Is that Kean Roberts?
We have no change in here.
With his medium seamers. I'm going to take a little break. Harry's going to join you, Sam. Yeah.
Lovely.
Good time to talk through
an all-day net.
This is his first bowl in first team cricket at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Or indeed his first bowl in professional cricket, full stop. David Kean Roberts had a little bit of a chance to shine with the bat and did well. That would have given him a bit of confidence, probably takes the nerves off. If he'd have been sat up there and hadn't got out into the middle, then he may be jangling a little bit more right now. Right, H?
Yeah, good timing for me to come on, actually. I spent the lunch interval chatting with Kean's parents and grandparents, actually. All 4 of them come up here. No longer living in Cornwall, so a bit easier for them to get in now. But yeah, great to see him get an early bowl, get his confidence flowing. It's not a great start, but he'll get away with it. 1 run out to deep cover is better than the 4 or 6 many full tossers can go for. Yeah, I got a trivia question straight away, Sam.
Go on.
Name me the last time 2 Cornishmen played in the same Somerset 11.
2 Cornishmen.
Gazzard and Holloway was my only thought, but I'm not sure they overlap that much.
Do you know the answer?
No. That's why it's for the YouTube comments. It's a discussion point for the next 30, 40 overs of commentary. We'll leave it out there for the live chat and on Twitter sphere.
Gazzard and Edwards is to shout from the back of the box. So Goldsworthy's Cornish, right?
Yeah, that's right. So obviously these two.
Yeah, and
these two's a thought.
Gregory's Devonian. You know, it might have just snuck in one of these Metrobank games.
Tveegs reckons 3 at the same time. Gazzard was definitely the mutual. As Kean Roberts is a little bit leg side there, just tucked for 1. With 9 on his back. So Kean moved up here in year 6. He moved up to school in Somerset. Before that he was down by the Lizard in Cornwall. Dad obviously Cornish despite playing at Northants. He never played a List A game for Northants though, Dave Roberts. He was a Red Bull County Championship specialist. So Kean Roberts beating him there. Jolie of course played 1 game for Western Storm, don't forget. Jolie Roberts 1 game for Western Storm, so they're now even. The nice link between the 2 Cornishmen is also that Lewis and Kean Roberts both got given their county caps at the youth presentation evening together as well. So despite them being different age groups, they've got that nice link coming through together.
I might just step off right now because this is your time. You shine all the time, but give Harry Everett a platform to talk about Cornish and Devon cricket.
Yeah, my Cornish knowledge isn't as good as it
and he
could
is
be.
just the happiest man in the world. Even happier than if he was told he could have a 24-hour net right now.
I haven't got the stamina in the body these days. I've been asked for a game every day next week. I just can't do it anymore, Sam.
You've climbed the three peaks, H.
I'm knackered. Yeah, I'm going to play an all-day game against Shrewsbury Saracens in Stoke tomorrow. There's Ed Pollock and Ed Barnard's brother normally turn up in that one. They're pretty useful.
A good start from Cian Roberts.
As part of
Consistent
our
pace.
Fun Day,
We're through 11 here at the Cooper Associates Counting Ground. Lancashire replying to Somerset's 250 at 51 for 2. And therefore they need exactly 200 runs for victory. Archie Vaughan and skipper James Rew just in conversation. Having a chat in the middle of the pitch. I don't mean it's like an evening with. You'd be quite good at hosting that, I reckon. That could be a good forte for you.
Yeah, I did one last year actually. Myself and Vic did. What did the Bridgetown Centenary do?
What you want? You on 5 figures for those kind of hosting gigs yet? You surely can charge that.
Pay me in food, right? It's a chat.
Well, that's probably 5 figures then, isn't it?
No, just ask Vic questions, just like we do on comms, basically.
Vaughan to Bohannon. This is key, this period. Trying to cut one that's not quite wide enough. Nice Vaughan is a shout from Rew Senior, Rew Junior doing the fielding. 4,000 of you on the live stream.
Yeah, the numbers have gone up big time this afternoon, haven't they? People just chilling after a quiet morning.
Chance for a caught and bowled. He's got it. Yes, tried to get through the covers, couldn't get through it. Almost rolled his wrists on the shot. Josh Bohannon, and we talked about how big a wicket he was. Archie Vaughan diving forward, picks up his first wicket. Somerset's third. Lancashire 51 for 3.
That's a big breakthrough. That talked about Harris and Bohannon. You were saying the 500 run men you reckon for Lancashire. Well, that's a big breakthrough. And Archie Vaughan, that was an interesting point actually. Dave Robertson mentioned earlier that former Western Storm coach knows his ground well. And he was saying, despite his son being a seamer, he actually said he would have bowled spin before his own lad. I thought that was an interesting point. He said, you know, don't worry about JT Langridge and Cian Roberts too much. Get Archie Vaughan in early for the left-handers, and maybe even a Goldsworthy or Josh Thomas.
Yeah. I think I'd have done the same.
Friday this wicket was used, hybrid surface, and that's a poor shot from Josh Bohannon. He's looking at the pitch, but it's not done anything too dangerous. He's just not executed the shot.
He's come off the sticker of the bat. He's just mistimed it.
Very splicey.
Good catch from Archie Vaughan as well. It was down low by the time to get. You know, the ones that fire back at you that are really quick, you don't have time to react.
Yeah.
Those are instinctive. That one you have to think about just tumbling forward.
So both wickets, 2 of the 3 wickets, Archie Vaughan catches.
In the game, Archie Vaughan, as is young Harry Singh, who's going to come in or has come in at 5.
Yeah, didn't bowl his on breaks today. Very impressed with Arav Shetty's off spin. That was always going to be the first off spin he used, but
I don't think they needed him to.
No, exactly. Barnard bowled well, particularly, what did he bowl? 8 overs for 33, then went for 12 and 15 of his last 2, which was a gamble.
Had the whole of last season in this competition, 7 games, but just the 87 runs, so not gone as well as he would have liked. I did see a little bit of him. I think I saw the game he made 25 in. Shaped up nicely. He's got bright blue pads on.
Straight away, his stance to me looks a bit like Chris Green, you know, former recent Lancashire teammate, squad mate.
Current. Pushed into the offside for a single. I mean, he's still there. I guess he's played a couple of championship games and he's there for the Blast quarterfinals.
Which is weird that he's hanging around. Is he just going to do a Matt Renshaw and have a Scotland road trip for a month or something and then play in the Blast quarterfinal maybe?
Playing 100.
Playing the championship? Well, yeah, it's a bit of a shame, isn't it? He's not able to play for Lancashire this month.
Immediately, mid-on, mid-off becomes long-on. No, it doesn't. Mid-off becomes long-off. Get it right, sir.
What you said was plausible.
It was plausible, but it was incorrect.
Incorrect, yeah. That's right. I don't think any commentator's ever been perfect and never been incorrect, so we'll let you off. What's your thoughts on this Lancashire batting lineup so far? my thinking is, well, why I ask is, Michael Jones seems to have batted all over the place for Lancashire and Durham. Marcus Harris was an opener for years and years and years, and suddenly this year he's come to Lancs. And despite playing in Gloucestershire, Australia as an opener, he's suddenly number 4. Then today's number 3. There seems to be a lot of movement. I know it's a different format, different competition, different personnel, but have they got the top 4 in the right order? Does it not matter? You're having a little bob along now, aren't you?
Yeah.
No answer.
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
No
I was
answer.
listening to the music, yeah.
You listened to the Proclaimers.
I was.
You switched off. Don't worry, I'll ask the live stream.
Yeah, go on,
The live
ask me.
stream will
Sorry,
reply
say
to
that
me.
again. I didn't mean to ignore you. I was just listening to the Proclaimers and watching.
I just wanted the thoughts on the top 4 and what order the top 4 for Lancashire are in. I think the top 4 has to be the top 4.
Yeah.
But I might have gone Jones and Harris, for example.
I think Harris is
Bannon at
happy
3
for
and
it.
Bell at 4. I'd have
Yeah, I think you've got to go with, I think you give George Bell the really big chance, like to open the batting against the new ball. I think Harris is quite happy at 3. If you skipper as well, been out there captaining.
It's that little switch off rest time, is it?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I know you do get half an hour.
Good tight lines from Kim Robs. I like that James Roos stood up to him. I think it's a very sensible decision. Trap him in his crease. Bold tight lines. It was yeah, Vaughan has taken all 3 catches. I corrected myself. First of all,
Well,
I said he took 2 of the 3. He's taken all 3.
Well, you thought there was only 2 wickets to start with.
No, because all 3, yeah. Caught and bowled and the 2 catches off Davey and Ogborn. Pretty unusual that an outfielder takes 3 of the first 3 catches.
I wonder what the record is.
Cool,
For most catches for an outfielder.
That's a serious question, that is proper cricket stat badgery. You know what, off the top of my head, I don't know why I keep mentioning this man's name, who's nothing to do with either side. I remember Ajinkya Rahane in a test match. Was it 7 or 9?
Been watching videos of him.
I did, he's one of my favourite to watch. Left-hander now Keane Roberts is bowling at. But yeah, I'm sure he took, I don't know, but I'm going to guess 7 or 9 in the test match. Whether that was 1 innings or 2, I'm not sure. Before you ask your special sources.
Dan Kingdom would know that, wouldn't he? I'm going to have a Google.
So Harry Singh on 2, Marcus Harris on 10. Many of you at home are using us as radio commentary now with sadly no BBC comms. That's a cheeky run. Oh, clean pick-up from Tom Lammonby. That could have been curtains, either end.
Good pressure, wasn't it?
Yeah, he
Maybe
went one-handed
bubbled.
for the quick pick-up, which is fine. Obviously harder to pick up, even on the flat outfield here. Or the square, really, the practice wickets. Alfie Ogborn gave the cap presentation to Keane Roberts this morning, the 2 Bridgewater teammates. They played a lot of Somerset 2s and academy stuff together. Nice special moment. I always love that when a senior player, but a mate of yours, you know, a club mate and a county mate. Only a couple of years a senior. Special, special memory. I'm sure that we put on the Somerset social pages later on.
There's been a few special memories, haven't there, already? I mean, James Rue being the first to greet younger brother Thomas off the pitch.
Yeah, the
on
cuddle.
Friday
It's
night.
like,
That was
normally is
lovely.
it a fist bump? Is it a handshake?
Yeah.
Is it ignore? No, we'll have a cuddle. We're brothers.
That was a nice moment.
Yeah, that was cool.
Giving him a little hug on the way out as well. They've both come together, both on naught at one point. Thomas saw Somerset over the line. It's going to be a bowler that's going to have to see Somerset over the line, though. This is setting up to be a decent clash. 2-5-1, remember.
Yeah, I think this will be a cracking game.
On to Harris. Uses his feet. Well bowled by Archie Vaughan. A crowd catch.
Oh, that was a big crowd catch as well.
Wasn't it? Saw him coming there. Really good bit of bowling. Yorked him.
Dare I be rude?
Goes again. This time, chance of a catch. Oh, falls just short. Some people in the crowd thought it was a catch again. Josh Davey diving forward. Unfortunate.
You know what? I think Josh Davies almost outside the ring here, so he should be in the ring because the power play rules. Don't know if he's misjudged it or just not walked in quite hard as he thought. It's a hard catch, don't get me wrong, but the fine margins.
Just pushed down the ground. This time Harris back in his shell. Was thinking about it, wasn't he?
We'll get a proper replay at the end of the over and we'll zoom in and analyse it with a fine tooth comb, but I think he's just slightly misjudged that. And then look, his feet are outside the 30-yard circle when he dives. Whereas now, look, he's got inside the 30-yard circle. I was going to rudely say that Family Day brings some different fans in, so they might not be quite as aware the crowd catch the bump ball. But they're all watching animatedly. A few thousand cheering still.
Sitting on the back foot. Those bright blue pads of his. They're a slightly different shade, aren't they? It's not my eyes deceiving me.
No, they definitely are.
Got the wrong blue
I don't
paint
know
out.
the blues, but is that a lighter blue and a darker blue?
Yeah. It's very dark, almost navy blue, isn't it, the kit?
Not plaids, I don't think they're actually the colour of the pads. Well, yeah, maybe Singh's got plaids and Harris has got actual blue pads, but then they've got white straps at the back.
14 gone, 57 for free. You'll have to inform me. Plaids are things you stick on top of white pads, are they?
So a lot of people just wear white pads and then stick your plaids over to make the colour blue or yellow or whatever colour you want to use. Here we go, this is crucial. Analyse this. We almost need the angle from where Josh Davies starts. I think he goes outside the ring. And this yard can make it different. Marcus Harris gets 100 not out, they win the game.
I think that first angle showed it. I think where he finished his dive, he was only just back in the ring with his feet.
I don't know if he just happened that ball to walk in from deeper or he misjudged it.
If you watch it here, look where he finishes. Only just. I think those feet are outside.
I mean, could it have been a no ball? I don't know, because we're outside. They weren't using their full quota in the middle overs. But, you wonder, certainly if that's in the power play. Anyhow, the fine margins of sport, professional sport, that's why we love it. Marcus Harris is still there, and he doesn't give many chances. JT Langridge, the tall figure down at deep fine leg. Not seen him bowl yet. Whippy action. That's going to be 4 under. I reckon. Can deep cover get there? Alfie Opal's made good ground there. He didn't quite get hold of that, Marcus Harris.
You went early there, didn't you?
Yeah, not off the middle of the bat. You can't hear the sound quite as clearly up here. If you're down in the crowd, you'd probably hear the crack of willow or the dudder miss-hit sort of sound. Alfie Opal's left arm throw suited the pickup nicely. Here should be a push for 2. JT Langridge getting round to his right does nicely. Could have palmed it off. Could have used his partner in Casey Aldridge, but chose not to. Good to see Casey Aldridge on the field. Has someone been off all innings so far? I've seen Casey on the field a lot.
Josh Thomas.
Yeah, has he been on at all?
He started, he took a blow on the finger very early in the ring, and it looked like his kind of a finger tubey grip had fallen off or something. I'm not sure he's been back out.
No, good shout. So is that going to affect whether he bowls or not? That could be pivotal. Shot, that's going to be 4 runs. I don't think Casey Aldridge can even get that one. He's pretty quick, but not that quick. Marcus Harris, anything slightly short. Kieran Roberts can't hurt short here to Marcus Harris. Lovely reference here, Craig King. Reminder that USA and Oman made history in February with the first ever all spin bowlers bowled in an ODI. I love that.
Did they use 5? Or did they have about 7?
That would be good. I just meant the entire game was just spin.
Quick game that. I mean, T20 sharp.
Good
anyway.
over 8.
Hard to get any sort of story.
No,
in. Ah.
Big shot from Marcus Harris and to leg side Casey Aldridge. Oh, he's not miles away. It would have been one of the catches of the season. It has gone for 6. But if anyone's capable, it's Casey Aldridge. One-handed, sprinting, tall, jumping. Oh, wow, that would have been a catch. But to call it a hack seems harsh, but it's not the most aesthetic of 6-0 leg side.
I was thinking that. The first couple of balls he came in, Harris, it looked $1 million. He was finding fielders, but he was just punching it straight, crisply coming off his bat. And then, it's a little bit, not dodgy, but he tried to hit Archie Vaughan, hasn't been able to. That one wasn't.
That's edgy as well. It's almost that arrogant seems harsh, but that Aussie swagger. He's the best player in these two sides. The best record, the highest level.
He's one of the best players in county cricket, right?
He's played Test cricket, whatever. He's played Ashes cricket. No one else in the 22 has done that. James Root's been called up to the Test squad but not played. But Marcus Harris is a class above. Fine. He's almost thinking, who's this lad making his debut who's just come up from school? I should be whacking him everywhere.
Thanks very much. Our match sponsor, Joseph Casson Estate Agency. You've just moved house, you don't need an estate agent, but if you're out there and you're thinking about moving, unless you already really hate your house. If you're out there thinking about moving, why not check them out on loan? On loan? Line.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
My estate agent was wearing his Somerset hat up Snowdon on Friday.
Lovely.
He's here today.
I love how you got roped into 3 peaks with your estate agent.
No, I wasn't roped into.
Vaughan to Harris, off spinner to left-hander around the wicket.
Harris is good using his feet.
I think that's a bit harsh on Harris. I feel like he's not thinking, oh, he shouldn't be bowling to me, but more, I'm going to put him under pressure because it's his debut.
I think he can. He thinks I can hit him. I think he's thinking, this is someone I can target.
Yeah, and if
And
with
Archie
Josh Thomas
Vaughan's not
off,
matchup.
it suddenly gives James Root a bit of food for thought.
Yep. Oh, it's a sensible decision.
Uses his feet again, this time gets it straight enough. Couple in the previous over weren't quite timed. One went pretty close to Josh Davey, that one nowhere near him, fall down the ground.
I like watching a batter use their feet to spin. Harris, you know he's going to take on mid-on here. And Somerset are playing that sort of cat and mouse game. James Rew, the skipper, of course, is the wicketkeeper. He's choosing to now send Josh Davey back to long on. But he wanted to make Harris go first of all, I think. Now he's sending him back. Does Harris now run down and milk a one? Does he stay in his crease and just punch at one? Lammonby's 5 yards off at long off. Davies 3 or 4 yards off at long on. Oh, he's changing his mind. Now he's going back. That's an interesting one. Do you not think he could have paddle swept that for 4? There's a massive gap between square leg and the keeper. No one in that area. He's had a full toss on his pads. He's just got that 1 to long on. Whereas any kind of paddle sweep, that's 4. So you just wait for that full toss and leg stump, which doesn't come very often in professional cricket. Tom Lammonby's warming up. Quite a vigorous warm-up. That's an odd one. You've got 2 left-armers in the team for their bowling. Will JT Langridge be offended if Tom Lammonby bowls before him? I think he might have a slight right to be.
Offended.
Slightly miffed.
Yeah, but
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it's again. Lewis Goldsworthy's going to be bowled instead of Keane Roberts from the River End.
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
So without Josh Thomas at the moment, Goldsworthy's definitely a first spinner. I don't know if they're both on the field. I'm not sure who James Rew would go to. Goldsworthy's a bit more experienced. Josh Thomas is former St Andrews and lots of twos cricket together teammates.
I think he'd go with Goldsworthy.
You would go Goldsworthy.
I think he's a senior bowler, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
He's got the experience, particularly when Harris is out there.
Yeah, a lot of people would say matchup-wise, you wouldn't bowl left-arm spin orthodox into the left-hander's wheelhouse.
It's been interesting to see what the angle he's going to use here.
He hasn't got a left-arm wrist ball suddenly in there, neither is Jack Leach, neither is Josh Thomas. And that would suddenly turn one the other way. It's going to be a skiddy straight-on one or the left-arm orthodox tweak. Well, long on's back, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and deep cover. Standard format out. Good start from Goldsworthy, straight on the money.
Those seagulls swooping.
Yeah.
Making a bit of noise.
Afternoon chip time, isn't it? Oh, wow. Second ball, Marcus Harris. I did not expect that. T-Roo is at short third.
It was just a little dab he was trying to play, wasn't it? It wasn't even a fully fledged
trying to beat
sweep.
him on the right hand. Fine third. This time he just bops him straight. Lewis Goldsworthy, I do think, is one of the better fielders of his own bowling. Moves well, gets down, gets his body. Sometimes you've got a rugby tackle the non-striker. Just be brave. Harris getting frustrated here. Look at his body language. That's 4 dot balls. A lot of this innings, I've seen Harris think, why am I not getting a run there? Shouldn't be a dot. Does he let his frustration take over and play a wild hack? Does he try and run to mid-off? No. Because this be a maiden. You don't see many maidens in 50 over cricket at a small ground like Taunton. We saw 2 in the first innings.
Hit 2 sweetly. You promised me there wouldn't be another one today.
I did, actually. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, happy enough to be called out on that. And there isn't. That was slightly leg side. I think Goldsworthy almost lost his patience last ball. It's been a little bit quicker leg side. Love to have seen him bowl the same ball again. 53 mile an hour that last ball.
Yeah, decent over.
Plenty
Just a
of
one
young
off it.
people
78 for
arriving
free
today
Lancs.
for the very first
The
time.
run rate they require to win
Including
just
Tom
creeping up,
Kerr, who is
5.2 now,
this week.
which
Tom
is
attending his very first
very
Somerset
achievable
match.
in
Tom,
one-day
we hope
cricket.
that
But they're
those
3 down. If they lose
many,
another
many
couple of
more.
quick wickets, then there might be a little bit of panic. Archie Vaughan going to continue. And the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. Will we see Marcus Harris try something a little bit? We saw something fancy, didn't come off. Will he go for the heave that Harry was talking about? Somerset would love that. That's what they want him to do.
Massive, massive.
Just try and overhit one. Wouldn't even mind if he got hold of a couple. If he then stuck one down on one's throat. There is a long on, deep mid wicket.
He holds the key to this run chase.
Trying to make some width for himself. That was a straight ball, flatter one from Vaughan. Just trying to get it past Lewis Goldsworthy. He's a good fielder off his own bowling, but also at backward point. Happily to take the one there, Marcus Harris there.
If this Marcus Harris wicket falls, I think that will be the biggest cheer of the day. Perhaps to be eclipsed if Somerset win the game, but you just look down that. Brittle seems harsh, but young, inexperienced batting lineup. Tom Bailey can, he can biff for 30, 40 odd, bat number 9, but a lot of young lads in there. Which sometimes is the exciting lack of, youth. They've got no baggage. They've got no fear.
I wish I was fearless. The fearlessness of youth.
Great to see former Somerset straggler Marcus Harris. Keith Templeton's just texting the stragglers.
There it is, big shot, not Marcus Harris, but Harry Singh looks down accusingly at the pitch. He's been bowled by Archie Vaughan, who has his second wicket. Low fives, high fives seemingly off the agenda, apart from Josh Davey. That's showing his age there, Josh Davey, with the high five. Archie Vaughan, wicket number 2 for him. Singh goes for 3, Lancs 79 for 4.
That was a rash shot. I thought it would be Harris that played the rash shot. I don't think, a bit of pressure was building. Nearly a maiden from Goldsworthy, 5 dot balls, then a 1. But this is a bit of a filthy shot, really, Sam. It's outside.
Bottom edge.
Yeah, it's outside the off stump, so he's maybe swept it on the line. He's thinking there.
He just tried to hit it too hard.
Yeah. He's not really got his head over it completely either.
Bottom edge, just has a look accusingly almost, but it's off his bottom edge. Not what Lancashire needed that from Harry Singh.
I like your thought on the high and low 5. I think T. Roo went straight with the high 5.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, is that?
Low 5 for T. Roo, though. I mean, it's around Archie Vaughan's ankles.
So Goldsworthy has to do a high 5 based on height, is that what you're saying?
George Balderson in at 6. Has opened the batting for Lancs before in red ball cricket. A good top 6, actually, they've got. Well, Harry Everett, were you just dabbing there or something?
I was meant to be a...
the fist pump, then you're trying to be a pro.
I think I was then pointing to you to make sure you knew it was your wicket. I thought you were looking away for a second.
I was just confirming. I couldn't quite see the stumps. I was just confirming what had happened.
No, Harry Singh bowled Vaughan, added on the scorecard for 3. To fall of wickets, 18, 44, 51, 79. That shows no big partnerships.
Partnerships are key. This chase stuttering. 250 all of a sudden, looking like a decent score. 172 they need to win.
Tom might be still warming up. Maybe it's just to keep him busy, get his throwing arm ready.
2 left-handers.
Good fielding. Brilliant fielding by Thomas Root. Is this where you'd love an Andy Mead just to bowl some off-spin at the left-handers?
You love Andy Mead's off-spin, don't you?
Absolutely.
79 for 4, 18
well,
gone.
do we call it off-spin come leg spin? It's whatever you want it to be.
Bag of tricks. Yeah. I don't think you wouldn't be bowling 2 left-arm spinners right now. 2 left-handers, I don't think. There's that bottom edge from Harry Singh. Looks down off stump on the ground, wanders off.
That looked a more solid single from Marcus Harris.
I think we might have seen the last of those attempts to smash the ball down the ground. Just given the situation,
Rebuilding
for the time being, yeah.
Yeah.
Still got 32 overs left. That's a long time.
Are you surprised Lancashire lost 4 early wickets? At halfway, I don't feel like we felt. Even if Somerset were going to win and take wickets, I don't think I thought Lancashire would have been 4 down inside 18 overs.
It's been a brilliant start for Somerset.
To get 3 of the top 4 is impressive. It's just the best of the top 4. Somerset haven't got yet. That's the worry. We can keep banging on about how good Marcus Harris is, but Balderson's going to be the next most important bat to stay with him now. Extra mid-wicket brought in. A straight mid-wicket and square mid-wicket, but that was slow and square enough for Balderson to tickle it to square for 1. Yeah, George Balderson. Middle name Philip. George Philip Balderson. They had the Anderson Phillip, didn't they? The West Indian seamer overseas last year.
They did. Don't they still have him? They're not re-signing?
Not played in recent games.
Played 5 games start of the season.
Yeah, championship. Yeah. Cosworth's bowling at a nice time for him here.
Any other Phillips you want to chuck into the mix while you're making the link?
Can't think of one, can you? Felipe, Josh Felipe, he played in Taunton somewhere. Didn't Josh Felipe play for Taunton?
Taunton Cricket Club, same as Harris.
Not at the same time, surely, that'd be cheating.
No, he's a bit younger, Josh Felipe.
Very nice player.
Yeah, played for Australia. Played for Sussex for a bit over here, didn't he?
Yeah. Same time as Rashid Khan, I reckon.
He played here in a T20, definitely remember that.
Archie Lennon might have been playing when he was like 16, I seem to remember a game potentially here. Oh, I just talked up goals with his fielding off his own bowling. Maybe he could have got that one. Harsh on him.
You're harsh. You can tell you're a fielding coach, aren't you? God, you give those lads some stick.
You can also tell by the body language of a bowler. As soon as that went past Goldsworthy, he's annoyed. Look at his body language now. That every run makes such a difference in momentum or psychology. Gosh, Sam, 19 overs in and they've gone early. The DJ Ginge from Ilminster's gone early. No one's bitten for Sweet Caroline yet.
Bumble's song.
Are they? Have a look around the stands. Is anyone going big on Sweet Caroline yet?
He needed it on Friday. Beer and Cider Fest would have got a good Sweet Caroline.
It's too early. You can't play Sweet Caroline other than the last 10 overs of any form of cricket.
That's an unwritten rule.
Yeah.
Vaughan going to continue. What's he bowled? 5 overs, 2 for 15. What a bowling change it's been from James Roux so far. To the left-handed Harris. Just pushes it down the ground for 1. What's James Roux trying to say? He's trying to say to Josh Davey, come up into the ring, please, from long on.
Who's he putting a slip here, by the way?
Is it Finn Hill?
Yeah, I wonder, is it senior? Is it a good catch? I thought Thomas Roux might be a shout for slip, just because he's a keeper. Nothing to do with the brotherly thing, really.
Just trying to get a few spectators in the Marcus Pavilion end to sit down.
You're right, I think maybe Finn Hill, because he doesn't move quite as well in the outfield. That's quite often another reason.
I think for a slip fielder, though, you need a specialist, right?
Yeah, they have so many in the championship side, but this young, inexperienced side.
Balderson just got a couple from 4 so far, make that 5.
No, Gregory or Overton this side, it would be bankers. Occasionally we see Lammerby or Abel in there, but Lammerby's on the boundary at the moment. There he is.
Push wide. Of Roberts.
That's really good.
Langridge did really well because he had to come, Lammerby did really well. He had to come round that left-hander, it went to his right, and just scoot right around it. I thought they might try and get 2 there. Field changes for Harris. He's pretty well set now, 39 from 47. Lot rests on his shoulders.
Was that nearly a leading edge? You're right, Harris doesn't quite look settled. I know he's on 39, but doesn't look particularly happy.
Another thing, because he's lost 4 of his mates. They fall down for 87.
Yeah.
Another good over from Archie Vaughan. Free off it. 3 balls.
I'm slightly concerned. We've no longer got 13-year-old directing our ear. We've got our usual mischievous Will Martin, who's told us to look out for something at the end of the over. So we don't know what's coming up. We'll just let it play. Oh, this is a stinker.
Is that you falling or dropping a catch?
Absolutely.
Oh, I see. That's you.
Is
Is that you dropping a catch at backward point?
Used to be called buckets. People at my club said they've never seen me drop a catch, and I've dropped 3 in a month now.
Look at this. You get there early, into position.
With 2 hands as well.
Oh,
I've dropped 3 two-handed catches in a month.
There's a hole in your bucket, dear Harry.
I know. Yeah, shocking. Yeah, the amount of people text me, I saw you on TikTok.
It's your celebrity status these days, Harry. Here we go, one more. Oh, we're zoomed in as well. There he is. Everett gets there. Look at the pace as well. Head down. Makes no eye contact with anybody. Paid pro as well. What are you on, $1,000 a week?
That was Dan Jankovic, the Northants commentator.
Oh, yeah?
He was keeping, and he didn't fancy it, so I shouted for it to move. It was so high. The keeper definitely could have gone for it, but I did call it early. JT Langridge, anyway, is going to get his first bolt. Will Martin has been waiting to stitch me up with that. That's been, yeah.
So what game were you playing in?
I was invited to a cricket content influencer 11.
You're an influencer, right? Oh, here we go.
I knew I'd get that. I couldn't answer your question without saying that, because that was what the game was called.
Was this that Content Creators Cup?
It wasn't that, because I was in Derbyshire on Monday, which was almost on my way up to climb Ben Nevis.
Were you invited to that?
Well, indirectly, yes, but I was going to be commentating on the Baker Cup in the evening, and Somerset were at Cornwall at Wadebridge, which rained off, so I said no. Lovely shot from Marcus Harris, going to be 4. Thomas Root cannot get there from deep third. Pass goals with it, point as well.
Just a little bit of width, too much width.
But yes, I opened with Dan Jankovic, formerly of We Cricket, now Our Cricket, and he was keeping. I do think he slightly could have helped me out there with a loud call from the keeper. If it goes in the high in the air, it should be the keeper's, but I then called it and dropped a dolly, so I've got no excuses really.
What do you mean by you were indirectly invited?
For the
Content Creators Cup.
So I'll let the JT Langridge bowl his 3rd ball at Marcus Harris. So I believe the way they do it is through a draft.
Right.
So I was invited to sign up for the draft.
Right.
So I was asked, Harry, do this.
Is it based on followers rather than cricketing talent?
I don't think cricketing talent's got anything to do with it. It's characters in cricket, whatever you want to call it. People look from all over the...
Content creators is what they call it, Harry, which is what you are, right?
I don't know. I don't know if I quite fit
that looks like content to me. Willow, I'm sure Will will tell us.
But yeah, I then didn't enter the draft as I knew it was the Baker Cup final day. And at the point, I was hoping I'd still be playing in the Baker Cup final day before that semi-final robbery. Quick ball from JT Langridge. No longer of Ilminster. Clevedon cricketer now. And he gets the ball through a decent lick. That's the one for the over signal. Ben Pembrell will not let him get away with that one. Good start from JT Langridge, really, that 1-4. Quick ball, just to let Marcus Harris know he's there.
Didn't know if you were straight onto WhatsApp to the Content Creators group or if you were trying to get another game tonight somewhere.
No, I'll get a bit of stick. No, I'm a couple of hours coaching this evening. After a few days off, I've got to get straight back into it. JT Langridge then, last ball of his first over. That's quick. In behind that solidly is Marcus Harris, but probably the quickest Somerset bowler on show. Yeah, and we reckon the quickest Lancashire bowler. Just over 80 mile an hour.
Yeah. Which is similar to Hand, really.
Yeah.
And the trees were saying maybe you can bump a couple of miles an hour on that. Left armour, different angle as well. Impressive start from him. Harris is on 45. It's not been such an impressive start for Lancashire. They are wobbling. This game very much in the balance. 159 runs to win. See a bit more Archie Vaughan. I think we'll probably see Archie Vaughan right the way through his spell here. 6 overs, 2 for 18 he's got so far.
No, I do not do the TikTok dances. Cider junkie. I don't even have TikTok, I'll be honest.
That was sort of a TikTok dance, wasn't it?
Most people do have TikTok and content influencing, but
Do
I
they?
feel like I'm too old for that.
All down the ground. I'm interested in your, like, what's your sphere of influence? Where do you think you're most influential? Devon or Somerset?
That's a good question. It would have been Devon a few years ago, but maybe is it increasingly Somerset now? Bit of both. I mean, I've grown up literally on the border, a mile from the border. I now live a mile from the border. My best mate's house was split in two by the border.
Will be shot down the ground. It struck his skipper, though, on the pad, I think, and it's deflected it down to mid-off. I think that might have been a boundary.
He saved, yeah, Marcus Harris.
4.
So if Lancs lose and end up 3 runs short, Marcus Harris has cost him 3. That's definitely going for 4. Off the thigh pad.
Yeah,
Oh,
off the
nearly
thigh
pops
pad.
as well. Tell you what, Mike Burns has done well to get out of the way of it as well.
Just down the ground for a single.
I think the ricochet, sorry, it's Ben Peveril this end. The ricochet has actually made it harder for Ben Peveril to get out of the way off the thigh pad.
Good use of ricochet, that.
Love that word. That shot was similar to the one I got given LW for yesterday. For a defensive shot.
Didn't like your decision, did you?
Both umpires apologised to me afterwards. At least they agree with
Say,
me.
one of them gave you out.
Well, exactly. It's a bit late now, chaps.
It's that one away, Balderson. Not the most convincing. Will they come back for 2? Harris fancied it. I don't think Balderson did.
Yeah.
He could have got back for 2 there.
You reckon that's all right? Kate Soldier's good fielder. I think they could have got there to the distance he was away.
I think because of the way, to have any chance of running him out, he'd had to pick it up and throw it in the same movement. And all he could do there was really underarm it.
Yeah, agreed.
Or if he'd have steadied himself, they'd have had time. So I think there's 2 there.
Yeah, Balderson's missed a trick, I agree.
So actually,
4 runs missed off the
I was
over.
going to say they've lost 4 in the over. Another single to end it. So they've taken 5. It could have been 9.
Do our brains work too similarly? I just have to beat you 2 of you.
We are the same person.
Well, yeah, we are. Even your own dad can tell us apart. Is that right? Isn't he here today?
Yeah, he's downstairs. You could tell when I went and sat next to him, he knew it was me, not you.
I didn't try.
He's 53.
So we see, look, there's the worm, right? The run rate. Similar in the way they're going. Lancashire had actually a big over at the start, a strong start. But then they lost their cluster of wickets. And Somerset's cluster of wickets didn't come until later. It was overs 30 to 35. Just at that point, you hit 30 overs in 50 over cricket. And you think, right, we're going to try and double our score. Somerset lost 4 wickets in 5 overs, which really slowed them down. But intriguing what we've got ahead of us here.
Yeah, nice showing of the worm on the big screen as well. Nice for the fans in the ground to be able to see all the little stats we have up here. Quick again from JT Langridge. I mean, Marcus Harris isn't going to be bothered by young Seamer's pace, particularly having grown up in Australia, faced, well, from Kagiso Rabada to Mark Wood to Jofra Archer. He's not shy of a bit of pace, but it's going to make him think a little bit. Deep square legs back, deep fine legs back, deep third and deep point. We didn't really have much more chat on the last time 2 Cornishmen in the team, but when was their last 2 left-arm bowlers for Somerset? I think I might know the answer for this. Left-arm seamers, yeah. Did Harding and Ogborne play together in the One Day Cup a couple of years ago?
You'd know that more than me. I was trying to think,
Were we on
Champo, maybe, or T20 cricket. So we had Willoughby would be your one, right?
Oh, no, I'm thinking more recent than that.
Wagner.
I was about to say, overseas-wise, is Wagner's the only... Abdurrahman was a spinner. Is Wagner the only left-arm seamer since Dirk Nannitz? Yes, I think so.
Willoughby have played with anyone? Matt Bulbeck before that.
I mean, we're not counting Tom Lammerby here. I mean, out-and-out left-arm seamers. Unlucky, couldn't quite stop that. Thomas Rue, great effort again by the groundsman Shed, out by Gimlet's Hill, diving full stretch. But another 4 runs. It's the back foot punch that both Harris and Balderson play well now.
And also, it's the angle, isn't it? Left arm seamer to left arm batter, that angle is just opened up for that shot. If the ball's there, there's no left hand that isn't going to take that on.
So stay awake with us, live chat. All 1,400 of you. Is that the latest stat we got? I'm sure YouTube's
1,000?
How many is yours saying?
4,712.
Is it? Oh, I don't think mine updates as quickly as yours. I have to refresh mine to see the viewers? Surely not.
Well, maybe they've turned you off. Maybe apparently they've got an option.
Yeah, 4,800. Gosh.
I did wonder why you said the numbers are peaked. They've been pretty good all day. It was 5,000 at one
Why
point.
did mine think it was 1,300 watching? Must have been a little. Maybe it was when poor old Esme came on and took 3 for. They all tuned up. She did a great stint at commentary, but suddenly took 3 Somerset wickets.
It happened.
She'd be on our leaderboard, actually, our Top Gear leaderboard.
I've seen that for a
3
while.
wickets in 10 minutes is pretty good going. And yeah, Language into the left-handed Balderson. Good single that. Harris went back. Tell you what, that's not miles away. Harris should have just run straight away. I don't think he thought there was a single there and started going back, and then suddenly he heard the Balderson shout.
Yeah, it was definitely a single there. And they need to take them here. Harris onto 49, Balderson 10. I wonder if he just overthinking it a little bit. Actually, in his head, he's working out what the team need to do. That sort of burden of captaincy.
Yeah. So come on, live chat. Tell us the last time 2 Somerset left arm seamers.
Neil Hancock signed and played a few T20s. Did he play at the same time?
I think you're going too
Willoughby?
far back, Sam.
Okay.
Harris then, 49. Language, not going to take the run to mid-on. When is she back on Tom's? Gordon Avery wants Esme back. Take a 3 for Somerset this time.
Do you think that is too far back?
Who
are the other left arm seamers?
Did Harding and Osborne not play together? That's.
Well, I can Google it for you. Why don't I find out? You cover me over.
Right, it's going to be Josh Davey then. James Rue's having a long chat with his experienced seamer, the opening batter in the county championship now, don't forget. Josh Davey, who sadly departed at the end of the season. A bit emotional, really. Josh Davey's had some amazing innings over the years. He's a player I have very fond memories of. I remember some partnerships, I remember some night watch duties. That 6 hitting against Hampshire in the T20 Blast semi-final, I always remember him opening the bowling with Craig Oves in the Bob Willis Trophy. How good was that? Davey round the wicket to the left-handed Balderson then. Oh, it could be, no, it's a leading edge right in a gap. He's got very lucky there. Could be a run out as well. Brilliant fielding. He's in. But Kean Roberts, that's a great arm. On your first team debut. Everything's happened that ball. Leading edge, not caught, in between 3 fielders or 2 fielders and the bowler. And Kean Roberts has sprinted round from mid-off. Good fielder is Kean Roberts. But I think he just made his ground. Correct decision, not out. So, the left-handed Harris on 49 now will get his chance to get to another list A 50. Captain of this Lancashire side. No, solid, in behind that.
They did play together, yes, in the One Day Cup.
Ah, yeah, I'm right for once on my own questions. What year?
2022.
So
no one in between that, is there?
No, I think it was only one game though.
Again.
Do you reckon one game?
Only looked at the one game, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I think it might only have been one game because Harding didn't play many.
Played 3 games, Harding.
Yeah, he's at Midsummer Norton now.
Is he? He was at Glamorgan 2s for a bit, didn't he? Went out there.
Josh Davey wants someone to sit down, but he's looking very high up. That's a long way up.
I think actually, Harris has had this a few times with people thinking that they can stand on the higher tiers, but actually Harris wants them sat down.
Fussy
Anyway,
Australians.
Here's Davey around the wicket. Driven. Can't get it past backward point.
Tell you what, so a few dot balls when he's on 49. Not that he's going to be worried. A man with 15 list A 50s, 53 first class 50s. He's not going to win nerves on 49, but there's been a few dot balls.
Very good career, 32 Red Bull hundreds. A lot of those have come since joining Victoria.
Yeah, Perth born, but played a lot of Victoria, isn't he?
Yeah, he moved 7 or 8 years ago now, I reckon it was. Just felt he stalled a little bit.
So many players move from WA because they just can't. They're the best stateside they've been for years. They can't get the games to WA. Go and do well elsewhere.
Well, he was playing, I think he just ran out of runs. Driven this time he will reach 50.
Should reach 51.
Comes back, makes it to 51. Marcus Harris, the Lancashire skipper, leading this chase. 51 unbeaten and 61 balls. He's been out there 74 minutes. Found the boundary 4 times and hit a 6. So actually he's found the boundary 5 times. He's key. We said he's key.
Yeah.
Needs 100 really.
Yeah, personal scene back in 2011. He got that youngest Australian he was to score a first class 150 at 18.
He's just signed for Taunton at that point.
Taunton Cricket Club, yes.
Wow, bang, he uses his feet. Didn't quite time it, actually. Oh, and it's a misfield from Roberts, who misjudged it. He was looking there, Keane Roberts, at whether he could run anyone out.
Yeah, he was.
And he just took his eye off the ball, I think.
Which I actually think is a fair call. I don't mind that single because Bolson could have been run out. Bolson went about 5 yards down. I think if Roberts picks it up and throws as he did last time, that's probably out. Harris knew it was 4 or dot until the misfield it became 1. Scoreboard just taking a while to catch up.
I think it's given the runs to Alderson, the previous one.
Yeah, that's
because
not
Harris
right.
should have 50.
Harris definitely got to 51.
And he should have 52 now.
Marcus Harris's half century came off 61 balls and included 4 fours.
He was certainly on 49 when we gave him that too.
You haven't celebrated another Landmore on a 9 at the end. Do you remember your Zach Crawley 100 on 99?
No, it was Tom Banton, wasn't it?
Oh, no, that was this year. You had a Zach Crawley one a couple of years ago. Do you remember that? That
No,
was
Banton was a couple of years ago.
Was it, or maybe I always remember your Zach Crawley one. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. I remember the Banton one. I went
Zach
big on the
Crawley.
call.
Because Zach Crawley, to be fair, was a complicated one. Because I think the scoreboard was wrong at the time. Anyway,
That's all I remember.
Not
Banton.
easy.
There we go, Harris on 52.
They've reset it as... We're going to see JT Langridge then in for his 3rd over. Left arm slingy, quick. Somerset just want to get Harris. Yes, they'll take bowls, of course they will. They'll bowl the rest of the team out if they can, but they really want to get Marcus Harris. Absolutely crucial. 5 balls until drinks. Sam didn't fancy waiting until drinks, so he's gone with 5 balls to go. Tweaks will come in for a very brief spell before the drinks interval. Whippage, again leg side for Marcus Harris. Only be 1 run. I think he was trying to get that past Casey Aldridge. Wristy flick. You don't normally associate with Harris, but gave him a little bit more power there. To no avail. Oh, here we go. Yeah, love this. We'll see. Only 6 left-arm seamers have ever played for Somerset in the Championship. Okay, so that's not going to include Jack Harding or JT Langridge. Willoughby, Bullbeck, Lammonby, Wagner, Ogborn and Woodman. I don't remember Woodman. Edge
Mark
game
Davis?
trees. Mark Davis, not since 2000?
Oh, since 2000, sorry.
Who's
Asterix.
Remind me, Woodman. That's not
Rob Woodman. He's now
yeah,
like
Kings,
cricket master at Kings.
Kings, yeah. I didn't realise he bowled left arm. I thought he was a batter.
I think he came in.
Was he a Lammonby
came as
sort of?
Yeah. Probably sort of started off as a left arm swinger and always kind of evolved, don't you, as you grow.
Like that. Sam reckons he played some 50 over cricket here as a bowler. And went to Gloucester as a bit more of a batter. Yeah, I remember. Plays for Taunton Dean occasionally. Doesn't play this year. Yeah, I've played against him 3 times this year and he's not played at all, but did play a bit last year. Lovely cut shot, or back foot punch really. Nice pick up. Outfield on the boundaries, done really well. That saved 3 runs. Thought it would have been 2 at least, but no. Great work in front of the Somerset stand, who are very impressed and give him a big ripple of applause. Yeah, I'm surprised Ogborn's not got more of a go in the Championship as a left arm this year. Never really let Somerset down. Has a habit of playing against Hampshire. Every time he seems to play red ball cricket, it seems to be against Hampshire. Got James Vince out as his first professional wicket, which is a pretty good start. Rob Woodman had 2 wickets for 268 runs in his Championship career. So, not a full-timer. He's whistled past the outside edge of Balderson's bat. Lancs behind the Duckworth Lewis par, interestingly. 110 when they ought to be at 128, according to the stat gurus.
Nice piece of bowling there from Langridge. You expect a lad of his size to get some bounce. It's a real beauty, that one.
You faced him for Clevedon or Ilminster at any point?
I think I might have played against him, it would have been a while ago. Almost certainly when he was playing for Ilminster.
When you were at Western?
Quite,
Prem
yeah,
2
possibly.
maybe?
Yeah, I mean, he's starting to fill out. You know, he's such a tall lad. You know, guys of that size, especially bowlers. You know, they take a bit of time to grow into their body. I mean, he's a He's a big lad, isn't he? You know, being under the watchful gaze of the conditioning coaches, getting him a bit stronger, fitter. Yeah, he's certainly got all the raw materials, that's for sure. Well, look at the match summary there. Goldsworthy 63, Vaughan 59. Hill, I thought, played beautifully at the end for his 57 not out. Getting Somerset up to that 250. Shetty, I think, was particularly impressive. His 3 for 34 of his 10 overs at the moment at the halfway stage. Lancashire are on Nelson, 1-1-1 for 4. Harris seems to hold the key at the moment, 54 not out. Archie Vaughan's taken a couple of wickets. Davy and Ogborn 1 apiece.
Well, I've got a little stat for you at this stage, which I think is fairly interesting actually. 111 for 4 off 25 are Lancs now, whereas Somerset were 108 for 1. Lewis Goldsworthy got to his 50 on the stroke of drinks with a single last ball. So Lancs 3 runs ahead, but 3 wickets ahead. So you can probably say Somerset just on top because they got those 4 wickets.
Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our match sponsors.
Yeah, you always kind of look at, well, I'm not the only one, but you look at 50 over chases when you get to that 30 over stage. You imagine you're playing a T20, what would you be chasing? So you'd imagine if it goes sort of truish to form, Lancs will be chasing somewhere in the region of 115, 110. So in the modern age, you think that's sort of gettable. But I think it's all about Harris, really. You know, he's the in batter. You know, he's obviously a high quality player as well, so he's unlikely to think he'll give it away anytime soon. So if he's there at the end and the Lancashire players around him bat well and don't get bowled out, I'd imagine Lancashire are maybe slight favourites at this stage with Harris in, but I think that quite dramatically swings Somerset's way if Harris is out sub 80.
Yeah, agreed. Right, should we give a few mentions around the grounds then? So, plenty of games going on in the Metrobank One Day Cup today. Derbyshire Falcons got to 341 for 8 off their 50 overs. 60 for Jewel, 72 for Basra, 80 for Ross Whiteley. No noticeable big wickets. Knott's in reply, 75 for 1. It's got 1 wicket so far. Hamid's out for 9, was a big wicket. Slater and Haynes at the crease. Worcestershire Rapids wrapped up pretty good score, 340 for 9 against Essex. Again, no hundreds, but big scores for Mohammed, Kashi Valley, Jake Libby, 50 for Brooks again. Essex 105 for 2 in reply. Das out for 51, but Wesley and Allison are still there. Gloucestershire allowed Leicestershire to get 285 for 7. Big 100 for Hanscom. Hanscom loves getting runs in this competition. Brilliant for Leicestershire in the last couple of years. 61 for Cox. Gloucestershire in reply. 53 not out for James Brace. It's a pretty good start. 85 for none. Give you one more before we go back to action here. 238 for 8 were Kent after their 50 overs against Durham. 68 from Jack Leaning, not out. 3 wickets for Mitch Killeen, who was bowling for Durham against Somerset in the Championship. Emilio Gay is 50 not out as Durham, 106 for 1. Durham, who of course lost here on Friday. Josh Davey, though, back from the Trescothick Pavilion end here.
Oh, great shot there. Nice. Is that Harris or Balderson? Balderson, yeah. Thundering shot. And that's not what you expect first up after a drinks break, but fully confident bat swing there. Race past Josh Davey. Just a little wake-up call there for Josh Davey. Right, game's back on now, pal.
Yeah.
No more of those sort of floaty half volleys. Hit that pitch. It's a better length there from Davey, but nicely played by Balderson. Yeah, two decent players at the crease now. Somerset really need to find a way through one of them. Ideally, Marcus Harris, who's on 54 and on strike now. Just a quick birthday shout out from a young lady that is involved with Whitminster Cricket Club. Emily, happy 8th birthday. She obviously must really love her cricket because she apparently watched me get a few runs in club cricket last week. So
no.
that deserves an extra happy birthday. I hope you have a great day.
What was that, a Burbage and Eastern Royal come and watch you?
Well, it was a whole week ago, so it was an away
can't remember
game.
you played
I can't
last
remember
Saturday.
where it was. Froster, that was Froster.
I always say Froster, but no own Shane Thomas for them this year. Didn't you kick off a bit of Froster last year? Didn't you go around the... Didn't Matey want you around the back in the car park? Was that Froster?
Doesn't ring a bell, Harry.
Didn't something happen? You tell us some stories about... I thought it was Froster.
I don't get into arguments these days. Too old for that.
Must have been back in your youth. Kid single. Josh Davies nearly clattered. Just sort of curled up into a ball. So where would you go here with the bowling then? In James Ree's shoes? Would you carry on with Davey?
Well, I think again it's just about that.
How you get
I think it's the captain's eye here. You don't want the two batters to feel comfortable. Me and Sam spoke about it the other day. You know, when you're thinking about a bowling change, if a batting partnership gets through 4 or 5 overs and they're, you know, ticking away the rate, and it doesn't feel like you're going to get a wicket, I think that's the time where you've probably got to look at other bowlers. You don't want to get batters too settled to a particular bowling style. You know, with this pitch as well, you can always bring spin in and out the attack. Ideally, you'd want a spinner bowling sort of a 7 or 8 over spell at sort of 4 and over, which keeps pushing that rate up a little bit. At the moment in modern day cricket, the required rate is under 6 and over, so certainly very much in control, even though the Trade Nation win predictor does put Somerset in charge to the level of around about 60%. But I have to say, with that's not how I see it at the moment with players of that quality at the crease, which obviously the Trade Nation win predictor doesn't maybe take into account.
Yep, agreed.
119 for 4, 24 overs to go.
Josh Davies getting James Rew asking a bit of advice here. I like that from James Rew. He's a good captain and he knows that Josh Davies is the most experienced player in his lineup. It's worth picking his brains for. Not an official advice, but in today's lineup, you know, Josh Davies is going to give him some thoughts. Lewis Goldsworth has a bit of a chat with him as well. Who would you give the captaincy to? If James Rew, say he was injured and missed the game, there's no Sean Dixon, would Tom Lammonby potentially do it? I don't think Josh Davies would necessarily fancy it. I'll tell you what, I think Marcus Harris is a bit fussy. There's a big black sheet behind the bowler's arm which acts as a sight screen here, and there's no one bothering that, but to the side some of the stood up fans are getting in his head. And he makes a mistake.
Bit of an inside edge on that.
I don't know. We'll have to get a replay here. Sure.
Going down, high, could be anything. Let's have a look at the replay.
Big reaction from JT Langridge.
Gut feeling is that must have been an inside edge. It looked quite a full delivery. Oh, it's close. Yeah, maybe just sliding on the way down.
He stifled his appeal. You know, he started going and then pulled out. Does very well to rotate the strike, Harris.
Kind of looks like he's the South African left armour, the great big tall fella, sort of.
Marco Jansen.
Yeah, it looks like him and bowls kind of like him.
Yeah, a little bit more slingy than Jansen, but I know what you mean. Tall, hairstyle.
Dodgy mullet.
Yeah, knew that was coming. Yeah, Marco Jansen's a slightly better batter than JT Langridge might. Yeah, he played in the same SA20 side as Abel Overton and Ronald van der Merwe. Is Langridge taller than him, do you reckon?
No, he's enormously Jansen guy, isn't he? But Langridge, he must be, what, 6'6", 6'7"?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Interestingly, that Quick Info calls him James Langridge rather than JT.
Yeah, I like what I've seen so far, though. He's just got that ability just to be a bit of a disruptor there, but bowling short on this pitch is not really giving you much pace. A rare 3 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, all the way out to deep mid-wicket.
You were asking for one earlier, weren't you?
Yeah, well, there's plenty of space out there, so I quite like the idea of JT bowling the occasional bouncer. I think anything top edgy will present a chance, but he's only got one fielder out there catching on the leg side, unless there is a fine leg that I can't see. Yeah, there is a fine leg, so there's 2 catches out there, and I like that. He just needs to get it a little bit higher. Oh, what a beautiful shot that is from Marcus Harris. Crunched through the offside. Perfect textbook cover drive. Not a bad delivery by any stretch, but met with the full face of the bat. And probably that's been the one feature of Marcus Harris, almost from ball 1. He's barely missed the middle of the bat.
Shows the class of the player that he didn't race away, he didn't whack it, didn't go hard or fast. He just knew straight away and placed it perfectly between mid-off and extra cover. Placement, superb. Somerset, a little breakthrough here. 124 to win now.
Yeah, I don't think the runs are really going to be in the psyche of the Lancashire batters. It's just about taking the game deep and building this partnership that's already going pretty nicely. You know, they're comfortably up with the rate. You know, 4.8 required, 5.3. It's nothing really if these two stay together. They're right on track with Duckworth-Lewis. You always say with Duckworth-Lewis, you kind of want to stay within sort of 20 runs of it. You'll see over the next few overs how that Duckworth-Lewis calculation goes. You know, if these two bat for 2 or 3 more overs, they'll be ahead of it. They're a couple of runs behind at the moment. Always a good indication that you're going pretty well as a chasing team. 128 for 4, 27 overs gone. JT Langridge has bowled some good deliveries in his spell so far. Josh Davies got 1 for 31 off his 6 overs. It looks like we're going to have a little change. Lewis Goldsworthy with his left arm spin is going to come on to bowl at the Trescothick stand end, spinning into 2 left-handers. It's quite a small boundary on the leg side, so maybe the captain's just asking the Lancashire batters just to take a risk here. 2 men out in the deep catching. It's unusual in modern day cricket that batters don't play the sweep, so I expect that to be an option if they're thinking about being aggressive. I mean, that's the danger, I think, for Goldsworthy, being aware that that boundary is quite short on the leg side, that he bowls a little bit too wide of off stump, and the Lancashire batters can just keep ticking at 5 and over. That's a nice line there from Goldsworthy. Massive gap there at 45, no man in, a little paddle sweep. It's just an easy 2 runs if you can get it round the corner there.
Watson's looking good. Looking pretty calm, composed, solid. Not all phased.
There we go, a little tickle round the corner. He's going to get a couple of runs for his troubles.
Clever option, that.
Yeah,
No,
I think
outside the line,
I think if either left-hander gets a sense that Goldsworthy's going to be bowling outside off stump, they'll get their pad outside the line and be able to tickle round the corner quite easily.
Premeditated, because he's expecting that outside off ball.
Yeah, well, now they've forced a move now. Tom Roo's gone to 45, which leaves the whole of mid-wicket open for an easy single.
Oh, that's not
Good
far
shot
away
there.
from extra cover. Kieran Roberts has
Easily
done
a
well,
chance.
brilliantly, to stop that, only being 1 run.
Yeah, superb bit of fielding there from Kean Roberts. That looked for all money a 2, and he's done well there to slide throw quickly. Keeping it to just
Happy birthday to Huey Whitbread. Huey
one
Whitbread,
run.
who was 7 years old yesterday. Happy birthday, Huey Whitbread.
Far away from Lammerby, actually cover that. Now, are they going to Alfie Ogborn? Yes, they are. Change up. Alfie Ogborn's normally start and finish, but Somerset know that if this gets into last 10 overs and Harris is still there, then Lancs will win this game. They've got to try and get the breakthrough earlier. Going to give Ogborn another go. You got 5 overs earlier on.
Wearing number 3.
Start opener 1 for 25. Got a pretty important wicket. George Bell. Caught my eye. I just remember watching Hanscom here. Hanscom got 100 in that Leicestershire semi-final, I think, or got a big score when Goldsworthy got 100 against his previous lone side. And just looked a class above these Aussies who come over here and they're used to playing on hard tracks in the sunshine. Make batting look easy. Quick bowlers just play with these. And then 34 for 4 then. Cut off 6-10, I don't think they're going to endanger that. Required run rate's 5.4. That's not really going to be a worry. If Lancs keep wickets in hand, they'll win this game. Somerset are going to go all out for wickets. Can they tie up one end and for straight and induce a mistake from one of the batters? Not seen Josh Thomas at all, and that little knock to his finger. Case Hodges on the field most of the game now, most of this innings. Not a good sign from Josh Thomas' point of view. Fortunately, there are 6 frontline bowlers even without him. Tom Lamb will be the only other real option, but I don't think we'll see him bowl with 2 genuine left arms in the side. 4 runs. Keepers can't get there. Just 2 leg side from Alfie Ogborn. Easily whipped, put away, tickled to fine leg.
Yeah, loose delivery there from Ogborn, getting a little bit greedy on his line, and easy pickings there for Balderson. That's what you've got to try and minimise as the Somerset attack now. I think the way that you get wickets here is just to try and bowl as many dot balls as you can, force them into a shot, maybe an aerial one that might create an opportunity. At the moment, the Somerset attack are neither looking threatening nor stringing enough dot balls together. It's a bit easy at the moment for the Lancashire pair. That's what I think might be a good opportunity to bring Archie Vaughan in, 2 left-handers on the strike, get them all spinning away, hope for a bit of magic.
Well bowled, good Yorker there, but not good enough to rid Harris. Well, Sam reckons we'll get 500 runs this season in 8 games, so he's got to live up to that billing.
Decent season, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, take that. That's his contract.
Make sure for all you holiday makers, check out travelmyway.co.uk.
Cool. What a shout this is. Have you? I've not heard of this name, Treeks. Gary Gilder? Left arm seaman, do you remember him?
Oh, yes, I do.
2003. South African. What a shout that is. Did you play with him?
No, I think he was here the year before I came back. He was
you
quite a rogue signing, I remember. I think he had a particularly... I think he had one game that was almost like a standout shocker. I don't think it was a
6 matches in July and August 2003.
Yeah, I think he was a reasonable left armer, but I kind of vaguely remember him having a really bad game as Harris goes inside out. I think he needs to run. That's just checked up a little bit.
Good chase from Cian Roberts.
Thought he hit it well enough, didn't run. Nearly ended up with a bit of egg on face, but manages to scramble back for 2.
Yeah, great chase from Cian Roberts, quick across the outfield. Gary Gilder, first class, highest score of 39. He was a bowler.
Oh, he got decent bowling record.
151 wickets, yeah. Average of 26, economy of 2.9. A bit of list A as well, 64 list A wickets. Yeah, ended his career for Somerset. Here we go, so we can get, I'm looking for a shocker here, am I?
Well, I just vaguely remember
1 for 69 in a list A game, is that the one you're thinking of? That could be it.
Same, unless it's off 3 overs. Yeah, I don't know.
August 2003 was his last few professional games. I'm going to find you. Gazard played, Blackwell played, Hildy played. 8 overs, 1 for 69.
Well, that's not too bad, is it?
Not horrendous. No, Keith Parsons, actually, old mate pass. 3 overs for 31. He had a worse day out.
Yeah, it can happen.
Chris Tremler, Chaminda Vast were playing for Hampshire that day. I want to find this game you mentioned. So he only played for Somerset 6 times in July and August 2003. Sorry, no sign of a shocker. Top score for Somerset of 12. Did play against Northampton in the Championship where he didn't bowl. It's a bit rogue for him to bat 11 and not bowl. Jamie Cox bowled 1 over for 8. Gary Gilder didn't bowl at all.
Maybe he might have got the yips or something like that.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe.
To play as a bowler who didn't bat, he batted 11 and not bowl.
Yeah, he might have got the yips.
Not even
Could be wrong. I can't remember where I was last week, Harry, let alone
no, we got
15 years ago.
We're like a cricket-related Somerset rabbit hole here. Any memories of Gary Gilder? Let us know in the live chat.
It's a good name, isn't it?
It's a good name. Right, I should have made way there. We got excited. Well, Sam was around here in 2003, a little bit older than me. I'll let him come and tell you what he remembers.
144 for 4 here. Harris 70, Balderson 30. Lancashire playing nicely. Somerset searching for a breakthrough. 20 overs to go. Just over 100 is the chase. Somerset need to either take a wicket or string a few low-scoring overs together, put the Lancashire batters under pressure.
Ideally, both from their perspective. It's Harris, isn't it? Right, we said it from the start. If Harris is still there, 15 overs time, Lancashire will be winning this game. Need him soon, Triggs.
Yeah, I agree with that. If Harris gets a sort of, I suppose, probably looking at it now. What if he gets 100? I think Lancashire win the game. I think it's as clear as that. He looks very well bedded in at the moment.
I was intrigued by that conversation before I heard the name, but I'm disappointed in myself. I don't recall Gary Gilder at all. Need a couple of quick wickets really here. A little bit of magic. Puts Lancs massively back under pressure.
Oh, close, not given. Michael Burns turns it down. Alfie Hogbourne absolutely convinced.
He loved it.
Let's have a look at that. Oh, wow. That's out. Oh, dear me. That is absolutely stone dead.
Oh, back foot. He moved across as well. Harris is looking down almost. Alfie Hogbourne can't believe it.
Oh, that's...
It's only tight, isn't it?
I mean,
not quite sure what it's missing.
I mean, the only thing is height potentially, but
he's not a tall man.
No, that's out.
He's not a tall man. His knees bent.
No wonder Alfie Hogbourne was so excited about that one. I think Harris has got away with one there. Yeah, that's stone dead, that.
That's the swings and roundabouts of pro cricket, isn't it? I mean, Somerset got one with Colin Ackerman when he clipped it onto his pad, the inside edge. It was Alfie Ogborn, I think, who got that one, but that...
Stop replaying it, Sam. It looks worse every time I see it.
Yeah, Michael Burns won't want to see that one again, I don't think.
Well, he had a little go at me about getting his place of birth wrong. Maybe that might be in my reply later on. Harris gets 120, not out.
Somerset needed that. Lancashire will be delighted.
Over bowled. I'm not going to even watch the replay. I can't see it again. Oh, dear me. Back leg.
Hello to the houses and the Morrison houses who are here.
Alfie Ogborn doing the classic teapot pose. Not sure what the reason would be there. Maybe, I think the only thing you could say would be height, but if you saw the side on, it's probably hitting 3/4 of the way up that middle and off stump, maybe even middle.
Ooh, he must be thinking it's missing leg, surely, but he's wrong. Anyway, it's gone. And what's here right now is Lewis Goldsworthy. Can't get that one away, Harris. And lifeline. Thomas Ruin at mid-wicket doing the fielding. 105 to win, 19 left. 18.5 now. Versus out. Got into position really early, and Goldsworthy took a bit of pace off that. A bit of work from Casey Aldridge, who not in the 11, but has been out there for most of the 50 overs in the absence of Josh Thomas. Worrying for him, that finger injury. You know, this is his big chance, just being given another year on his deal here at the Cooper Associates Catting Ground. Would have hoped to have played every game in this tournament. Oh, well bowled. That's great from Lewis Goldsworthy. He was dancing down the track. George Balderson, so Goldsworthy dragged it back even further. Could have gone anywhere, that. End up picking up a couple of leg byes. How would you be trying to get Harris out? Obviously, they're just trying to get him
LBW. Alfie Ogborn shaping it back in LBW.
How else? Oh, big shot. It's up in the air. I think it's going to fall safe. JT Langridge tried his best to get there. He was never anywhere near it, really. Bit of a risk there from George Balderson. Not sure he needs to play that shot. Looking a bit uncomfortable against Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, I think they're going to remain aggressive. I think it's just, you know, you're kind of at the mercy a little bit when the ball's not spinning, it's not doing a great deal. It's about trying to bowl in a way that's going to promote a false shot. And the only really way you do that is just by being quite attritional, stringing a few dots together. They might, you know, take a rash shot. There are sweepers out. Yeah, certainly from Alfie Ogborn's end, the occasional bouncer. I think where Somerset have slightly got the bouncers wrong. The bouncers have been sort of, you know, nipple height. I think to get a bouncer top edge, I think you really need to be challenging the top of the helmet. You get the bounce a little bit higher, so you lose a bit of control as a batter.
Grown for the misfield there from Tom Lammonby. 6 off the over. 152 for 4.
Yeah, but it's hard to criticise because, like I said, it looked like Somerset did produce a delivery that really ought to have been that breakthrough, but not to be. We move on. Hit your next mortgage for 6. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Scan the old QR code. I'll navigate you to the Cooper Associates website. You can
the River End,
remortgage or whatever you need to do.
Good
They're
time,
the
isn't
experts. I'm definitely not.
Interest rates just gone down, haven't they? Bank of England's have dropped them. Not that I'm advocating just going out and borrowing 500 grand or something for a house just because.
Why wouldn't you?
Interest rates have dropped slightly. Right, change of bowling. Archie Vaughan. Alfie Ogborn almost picked up the wicket of Marcus Harris. Now Archie Vaughan is going to do the same thing. 7 overs, 2 for 23 so far for him. Been involved in all 4 wickets. 3 catches, including a caught and bowled. Surely he can be the man. Mid-off is down at long off. I like the fact that mid-on is in the circle, just saying to Balderson. If you want to try and hit me over the top, you can. Quite deep though, so they take a single to him.
Quite fancy a house move at some stage.
You ever lived anywhere but Western
I've always lived in
permanently?
Western Supermare, but you know, somewhere a little bit further, somewhere in between Western and Taunton. I think if you had a triangle between Western, Taunton, and Street, a little bit of a rural location. What a nice pond. Well, Mrs. T wants a nice pond.
Deft from
That's
Harris.
a beautiful shot. That lovely little tickle round the corner. A bit of a reverse ramp, I'd call that. Just trying to manipulate the field, get those fielders at the 45 positions a bit finer, which gives you a little bit more of an angle for a cut shot. I think that's what's been good about this partnership. They've kept up, you know, the tempo. They've been aggressive at times. They've gone over the top a few times, which I like. They're both in pretty confident mood at the moment. Harris 75, Balderson 34. Somerset desperately need a wicket.
77 now. Mind games Archie is the cry. I'm not sure that's from a fielder or a member of the crowd.
Close to Archie Vaughan there. Well struck. Was that a chance? Didn't really fully stretch his arms out there. It looked like it was quite close to just grazing through his centre part in there. Oh no, just a bit too high. I do smell there's something brewing here. There's either going to be a flurry of boundaries or a wicket. Just sense that the Lancashire players just want to push the accelerator a little bit. I don't think they need to.
No, it's great.
But I think it's good for Somerset that maybe they are starting to, you know, expand a little bit.
They're slightly ahead on the worm, and Somerset lost this pastoral wicket just as they were looking to push ahead.
Well, that's the game there.
It'd be a mistake,
on
wouldn't it,
screen
if Lancashire did that?
That really is the game. The Goldsworthy Vaughan double roo little area there. They were just starting to look for that worm to go north as it did towards the 45th over a bit earlier, which would have pushed them to, you know, more than 280 mark. But those 4 wickets really curtailed the chances of getting there. And if it wasn't for Finn Hill's 50, I think Somerset would be way, way short.
Off that last over, just tick it along. That's all they need to do, Lancashire. I don't want them to do that, you're right.
Oh, big shot and well struck all the way for 6. Very nice shot from Marcus Harris, playing against the spin, hitting the ball over mid-off. Very well struck. Yeah, do you get the sense that something's going to happen in this game? One way or the other.
Oh, that one falls just short of Tom Lammonby. It was struck firmly. Saw the puff of dust as it hit the edge of the square. Should just be one. Casey Aldridge having to deal with a flock of seagulls in his eye line. Flying across low, getting away from that ball. They're going to come and nestle down here at the other end. Lots of them out there. Expensive over so far, 8 off it, only halfway through it. This time Balderson tries to go aerial, and he goes just to the right of Roberts. He's not hanging around here. What's that? And they will mind it, but they also won't too much.
A little spin on offer here for Goldsworthy. Coming towards the end of his 6th over. He's gone for 30 at the moment.
31. 11 off the over. 82 runs to win now. 96 balls in which to do it.
Harris now on to 85, creeping up to a runner ball with his strike rate. Balderson's just supported and played nicely for his 37. Captain James Rew probably getting the old scratch head moment. What can we do? Because he'll feel like he's under the pump to get a wicket here.
He's played some beautiful shots, Marcus Harris, but he's lived dangerously at times. That outfield one LBW, but even early on there were a couple he tried to bopped one at Josh Davey at mid-on that fell just short. There have been a couple in the air. It's not been entirely convincing. You're wrong, it's been pretty good. Somerset will probably walk off if he does end up pinching on 3 figures. Somerset will feel they probably ought to have having him at some point. There he is, just trying to make his own width.
So yeah, I think shots like that are going to potentially open the door way too close to cut. He's got scoring on his mind. Archie just keeps probing around that off stump, and again he's hit it pretty clean. Straight enough for 4. He's taken a lot of chances at the moment, Marcus Harris, but they're paying off at the moment.
What do you think of it? Obviously it is paying off. Do you think if you were the head coach,
I think I'd
back him to do what he wants?
Just looking at the body language of the two, Harris in particular, you know, I think I said it 3 overs ago, I felt like it was either going to be a flurry of boundaries or a wicket, and yeah, I think you just get a sense of a player's body language that, you know, they're not happy just to let it tick down and win this game in the 49th. They want to be positive and really put the game to bed. And I suppose if you're in confident mood and you're on 89, then, you know, happy days. But probably be a bit of a quiet dressing room if he gave it away and Somerset got hold of the sort of lower order and Lancashire failed in this chase. But yeah, he's a pretty experienced cricketer now, and I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Yeah, both batters are certainly swinging the willow. I think you can normally tell when batters are playing for 1s and 2s and knocking it around just by their back cliff. Both of the batters at the moment are really cocking their wrists and look ready to strike if it's either full or short. Always a good indication that some aggressive shots are on the way.
.176 for 4. Somerset needing a wicket. Needing a couple of wickets. If they could only have one, they'd take Harris. They'd love Harris.
A couple of youngsters there, eager to, I'm sure, jump over there and leg it onto the pitch. Was it kids' takeover day today?
It's good to see the autograph in cricket. In football, and no one's after autographs anymore. It's all selfies and things like that. But the old autograph bat, I've got loads of those at home. Probably got your signature about 100 times in my parents' house. You had a good signature as well because you could distinguish it. You would know, like some of them.
Legible.
Yeah, it was actually legible. Some of them you have no idea.
Yeah, I don't mind the old. Oh, that's a lovely shot there. A little tickle there from Harris. He's going to pick up 4 from it. Very deft touch there by Marcus Harris. Tough on a good pitch here at Taunton. When someone's in, just have a look at this. Hit that exactly where he was trying to, just ran it off the face.
So he plays that shot, the reverse sweep Harris. A lot of the modern players go fully through the shot. They're trying to hit it quite square, they're trying to hit it quite hard and sometimes in the air. Whereas actually what we've seen from Harris is very deft. He gets into position early and he's just trying to tickle it around the corner. And he's bashed that one
big, and he's out. He's made the mistake. Roberts takes a great catch at mid-off. He'll be disappointed with that. Harris goes for 95 and just creeps the door open for Somerset.
You can see how annoyed he is at himself, Marcus Harris, but he only has himself to blame in that situation, because that's the way he's been playing. You wonder, oh, will it open up that door, as you say? Is it a little bit too risky, the deft touch, the ball before? That was the boundary off the over early. He already had that. Could have just worked it around and it would still have been an 8 or 9 run over.
Yeah, I just think for the last 3 or 4 overs, he just didn't look content to knock it around, and that's all really Lancashire needed. He was going to take chances. And he's made that one mistake, and he's out. He's played beautifully for his 95. Good applause there from the Somerset crowd that have appreciated his batting. He's obviously got plenty of belief in the lower middle order that they can do their job from here on in, but yeah, he certainly didn't have to take that chance.
I don't want to be too critical of someone who's got 95 as well. He's been lovely to watch. He just felt that he could have quite comfortably seen his team over the line. But it's another chance for someone else. Arav Shetty bowled beautifully on his Lancashire debut. Saka graduate, as I said. He's played more than 50 times in the second 11. Averages 32 for their twos. I know it's a different form of cricket, it's a different level, but it suggests a man who can hold a bat, a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, Harris had already won the over by that reverse sweep boundary. Didn't really need to do that. He was going for the 100 in style. I tip my cap to that. But when you get it wrong, you kind of feel a little bit sick to the stomach when you get back into the dressing room. One-day hundreds are not that easy to come by, and he was knocking right on the door on 95.
Yeah, just got the free before that. Was looking set for number 4. Only one over in this country in this competition back in 2021 for Leicestershire against Yorkshire. 2 of his 300s have been unbeaten ones. Could have had a fourth there and a third unbeaten one. As it is, Shetty's on strike and Goldsworthy's a bit of a false start. Slip back in. Somerset looking to boot that door down.
Well, that looks like a really nervy first delivery. Bosh.
Nice strike, wasn't it? Would you rather come in facing, spinner or a seamer?
Yeah, probably a seamer, I'd have thought. Ideally, just get yourself in, but you know, there's no real spin on show. Wouldn't really mind either way.
How disappointed he is, Lewis Goldsworthy, with that one. Really wide, just set up. Gets away with it, really. Just the one off it. Last ball of over number 36, and the sun's back out. Beautiful day here in Taunton, it has been. Got to finish the over. 40 gone, been a productive one. Big wicket, Marcus Harris falling for 95, caught by Roberts at mid-off. Bowling of Lewis Goldsworthy. It's Lancashire 5 down with 14 overs to get 69 runs.
Yeah, we have a look at the bowling figures there. Everyone's bowled pretty well, to be fair. Roberts and Langridge took a little bit of tap, but you know, all the other bowlers controlling the rate pretty well, somewhere on par with what's required here. It's just those wickets, and now Balderson really has just turned into the key wicket. Somerset get him in the next few overs, going into those last 10, and Somerset will have an opportunity to win this game.
This is Vaughan's last over. How does Rue play it then? Because does he wait? He can't wait, surely, for his death bowlers, because he's probably looking right at Davey and Ogborn, single down the ground. Langridge has only bowled 4, Roberts has bowled 3. You've got a lot of overs left, but you just feel if you're waiting for those last 5 overs, you're going to potentially run out. You need wickets, right?
Well, I think losing Josh Thomas is a bit of a blow, because I think he would have undoubtedly been dovetailed in with Vaughan and Goldsworthy with his left arm spin. He bowls a little bit quicker than Goldsworthy, so a slightly different challenge. Yeah, I think the preferred thing would be for Rue to keep the pace off, but yeah, Vaughan about to run out of overs and Goldsworthy only has a few left. He's going to be forced to use Langridge and Roberts that have both gone over 6 and over, so big responsibility on one of those two Somerset bowlers to put in a shift for the captain. Yeah, you can just see Balderson's bat swings just slow down a little bit, trying to build a partnership with his incoming new partner, Shetty, who's actually looked very positive. Was that an edge? Feels like Rue's a little bit disappointed with that. Yeah, no sign from the umpire, so an edge, well, way too thick for James Rue. Would have gone to a first slip at quite a comfortable catching height, but in this situation it's hard to justify a slip in place.
For those of you arriving late, a couple of you asking on the live stream, we think Josh Thomas picked up a finger injury fielding. He certainly took one on the finger. And that was very early in the innings, fielding in the ring, and he's not been on since.
Yeah, I mean, he took he stopped, well, half stopped a ball on the ring, didn't he? And a finger support flew off and went about 10 yards behind him. So I'm assuming he's got carrying a little bit of a finger injury anyway, hence why he was wearing the finger protector. And it'd be fair to say, as it pinged off 10 yards, it probably hit the dodgy finger. So yeah, he's probably caused himself a bit of a disservice. Hopefully nothing broken.
Good finish that from Archie Vaughan. He's finished his 10-over spell. A couple of wickets early doors. 41 runs conceded, so just a nudge over 4 and over. Bowled Harry Singh a little bit earlier, and just before that, Josh Bohannon caught and bowled. There's Josh Thomas back on the dressing room balcony of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. So Vaughan's done. James Rue's going to have to find someone new at the River End next over, but not for Alfie Ogborn. Lewis Goldsworthy continues.
Yeah, you think he's probably got a decision to make, either Langridge or Roberts, depending on
Does he not go back to
how
Ogborn
deep he
earlier?
sees this game going. Well, I would imagine that Ogborn would be the bowler of choice for that death period.
It's not going that deep if you don't do something.
Yeah.
63 off 77, so that, you know, if you go to run a ball, you lose the last 3 overs there.
Davy's got 4 in the tank as well. He could be an option. I think, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'd go with Davy.
Thomas Rue in the eye line of Shetty on the offside. Bonus run. Right and a left-hand combo. I'd go Ogborn just to get him fired up. He looks like a fiery character. Get him involved in the game. Keep Davy. You've still got your 4 overs of him later on if you need them at the death. But I think what Somerset need to do is be in a situation where James Rue has to think about it with 5 overs to go. If he just waits, then... a bit of work from Thomas Rue. Not for the first time, a crowd catch. Can't get to, he goes to the left of him, making Archie Vaughan. Oh, he does brilliantly, Archie Vaughan. I tell you what, I spoke too early. Archie Vaughan on the slide. He's not only stopped it, he's kept hold of it rather than deflecting it. Picked it up and flicked it to Alfie Ogborn. Superb work.
Yeah, that's a great piece of fielding there from Archie Vaughan. Definitely saved a couple of runs there.
Just as he was about to slide over.
Lovely bat swingers, Shetty. Very, very positive. Looking for anything over-pitched by the looks of things.
I just love his story, and that he was on the Lancashire Academy, got released, and a lot of players would be demoralised, but he's gone away, worked hard, done well for Saka, done well for their second team, and got himself an opportunity. 8 games in this tournament, or 7 because they had 1 rained off at Sedbergh, and maybe that'll bring something in the future for him.
Goldsworthy's 8 overs. He's 1 for 43 at the moment.
Do you keep Goldsworthy on here as well?
Oh, we've got a bit of Lammonby. A little bit of a switcheroo here for the captain. Gone to his senior man. He hasn't bowled as yet today. Something a little bit different. Very unusual to have 3 left-arm seamers playing in the same game.
We could have had 3 left-arm seamers and 2 left-arm spinners. We could have had 50 overs of left-arm spin. Jack Leach in the side, we could have easily done it. Looking like that. Is it Oman USA International Harry was talking about earlier?
Yeah, I played one list day game years ago and it was 50 overs of left-arm spin.
Was it? Not here, presumably.
Not in England, no.
Just one. Where was that? Presumably not in New Zealand either.
It was on a snake pit in Dakar, and it was
England Lions or something
quite
like that?
hard work. It was one of their domestic games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think Shakib Al-Assam was one of them, and yeah, it was.
You've got.
It's a very low-scoring game.
Wouldn't it have been a long game either? If there's a left-arm spin, get through it quickly. Yeah.
50 over games. I think it was like. I think we defended about 160.
All done in about 2 hours.
Yeah, the old spitting cobras everywhere.
Difficult. That was a spitting cobra there with the Aldridge throw. Bounced too close to James where he gets a stare and a laugh. Luckily, younger brother Tom was there to back up. So do you think he's gone, because I was thinking about Ogbourne. He wanted a left arm seamer, but actually thinking I'll keep Ogbourne back a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the obvious choice for that death period would be Davey and...
JT Aldridge couldn't quite get there. Valiant effort, flying. The big man took off. It was horizontal. Couldn't get a paw on it. Alderson on to 48. 59 balls. Have another look.
Yeah, that would have been a huge bonus wicket there.
They definitely want to give Somerset half a chance, don't they? Hitting a few in the air. I think Somerset will be out of this at any point. What were you going to say about the left arm seam combo? I'm sure you're about to make a profound point.
No, I just think I think the obvious choice for James Roux for the last 6 overs of the game would be Ogbourne and Davey to close the game out. You know, a combination of Goldsworthy, Langridge to get through that. I didn't see the introduction of Lammonby being an option, but he's brought him on. He's created an opportunity. Unfortunately, that one went down. Yeah, I think to echo your point, James Roux's probably got to go to his senior bowlers a bit earlier to make sure that Somerset is still in with a chance. That one swatted away, another interlength ball. Balderson doesn't miss out this time and moves on to a very well played 50 off of 62 deliveries.
Yeah, he's having a good all-round game, George. Balderson is a fine all-round cricketer. 2 for 40. He's added 52 and counting with the bat, just too short, sat up nicely. Tom Lammonby's pace on this pitch. No need to run those. Shetty up at the other end. Balderson hasn't moved, hit it, immediately started adjusting his equipment. Understated celebration, job's not done. Exactly 50 to win now for Lancashire. Run rate of 4.5. Aerial again, into a gap though. Ogbourne does well. He'll come back for a couple. Already fine that from Shetty. I think it's going to bring him 4. Turns it round the corner. The only people clapping in the ground are those sat up on the Lancashire balcony. They're sensing an away victory, a victory that will start off their campaign in fine style. There's the odd Lancashire fan in. I expect there's a few of you on the live stream as well, really enjoying this. Up to nearly 5,500. DJ Ginge still going back to the 90s.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the DJ's playlist the last few games. A bit of 90s, a little bit of indie music. Very good.
Yeah, it's been right up my street. Seven off the over so far. Up and over. Over Roberts, not quite over the boundary rope without bouncing. Landed about a yard inside it. It's just starting to make light work of this. Quite a low risk shot this with mid-off up.
Very clean swing of the bat there from Balderson. Powerful, good timing, good technique. Very nice shot. Not an easy shot to play against the spin over mid-off. Both Harris and Balderson have played that shot well. Another solid strike down the ground to Archie Vaughan. Lancashire comfortably in charge of this game in terms of the run rate. Balderson's wicket is needed very, very quickly.
Dot ball to finish the over. 40 gone. And nip out for the day. 12 off the over. Harry Everett's going to come back in alongside Triggs to finish off.
Good on you, mate. Travel safe. Back to Cheshire. Train? Driving? Oh. I'm safe, buddy. Get yourself a Yazoo on board. That'll help you up the M6. Right, Alfie Ogborn back into the attack from the River End. This live stream is brought to you by WPA Health Insurance.
Alfie Ogborn.
Check them out. Balderson on strike on 57. Feels like a bit of a roll of the dice here early from James Root, trying to force a breakthrough here. Somerset will know that realistically they've got to get Balderson out to stop him playing shots like that. Not quite timed out the middle, but a couple of bounces into the boundary ropes in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. And welcome to the bowling crease, Alfie Ogborn.
Putting their foot down now, aren't they, Lancs? They're going to try and win this in style and quickly.
Yeah, good aggressive batting there from Balderson. I think he's given himself a little bit of time for Shetty to see a few balls, and he's opened the shoulders again the last few overs, and he struck the ball really nicely today. Good comeback there from Alfie Ogborn. Yeah, Somerset running out of ideas here. 34 to win now, plenty of time and wickets in hand. Shetty scored at a runner ball, but I think Balderson's got to be removed in probably the next 2 or 3 overs max for Somerset to stand a chance here. Certainly the way that he's striking the ball. He's on 61 now. Good bouncer there from Ogborn.
He started going through the gears since Harris got out. He's taken on the mantle. The more experienced, aggressive left-hander now. Only 5 extras from Somerset. They've been pretty disciplined with the ball. That drop catch a couple of overs ago, but other than that, not many chances, just not enough runs. I don't think you can blame the Somerset bowlers or fielders too much. Somerset batters know they should have got more than 250 on this surface.
Yeah, I think to defend that, you've got to have a little bit of a meltdown by the opposition or bowl exceptionally well. Let's be honest, yeah, it's quite a dry, placid pitch.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of two-paced nature to it, but there's no real seam movement. There hasn't been a great deal of swing. The swings lasted for 2 overs either end because of how abrasive the pitch is. So the bowlers are under the pump, and when you've got players of the quality of Harris in particular, no, he looked beautiful for his 95. You know, probably quite disappointed he hasn't turned that into a 3-figure score. But you know, I really like the way the Lancashire batters have gone after it. They've been aggressive and put the bowlers under pressure. They've backed themselves. They've clearly seen that it's a pretty good pitch. But yeah, I think it was just that period where Goldsworthy and Vaughan had done such a great job rebuilding. As soon as they tried to press, they both got out very quickly in quick succession, and then the 2 Rue lads failed quite uncharacteristically in all fairness. But you know, that 4-wicket little spurt from Lancashire really did put a dent in it, and as I said a couple of times, without that brilliant knock towards the back end of Finn Hill, this game would be done and dusted already. Over bowled there, Alfie Ogborn, 5 from it. Just that one boundary hurting the over early on. JT Langridge is going to have a bowl from the Marcus Roscothik stand end.
Yeah, just seen James Rue gesture to James Theedham. He's on 12th duties to come and collect his lid, take his lid off. And JT Langridge can then bowl with Keemster back.
Tuesday the 26th of August as Somerset take on the Northants Steelbacks. We can have a whole day of cricket and a fantastic band in China Bears afterwards if you fancy continuing on the party. Buy your tickets at somersetcountycricketclub.co.uk.
Yeah, the script were at Glastonbury Abbey last night. You know, I was surprised. Glastonbury Abbey.
Any good?
Gig. I wasn't there. A couple of teammates of mine were going
I don't know. Are they any good though? I've never
the
heard of
script,
them.
Man Who Can't Be Moved, you know. You'd know the script.
Yeah, I might be able to hum along to a tune or two, but
I didn't know Glastonbury did gigs outside of the big old weekend.
yeah, they probably have their fill of live music once a year.
I did say I'd keep us up to date with other scores around the grounds. Somerset Academy or former Somerset players.
Langridge round the wicket here to Shetty. Wouldn't surprise me if he bowls the occasional short delivery, and he does. Beautifully played, flicked off the hip down to fine leg.
In the battle of the other 2 West Country sides, we talked about the 2 Cornishmen in the Somerset 11. Well, Cornwall are 257 for 9 after 86 overs. Playing against Devon. That's down at Cornwood. Considerate of Devon to play at a westerly club ground to make the journey slightly shorter for Somerset. The Cornwall lot. Quite a lot of these lads have played for and against Cornwall and Devon in recent times. Whipped leg side, could that be a catch? Oh, just short. I don't think it's a chance. Have to be a serious sprint and dive. Thomas Rue out deep square leg, couldn't get that. James Rue, the senior brother, still taking the gloves currently. I wonder if at any point he has a slight finger injury or just says, look, give my brother the gloves and I'll field a bit. At the moment, he's the wicketkeeper and captain, but quite a lot on his plate. Good foot movement there. That's explosive, attacking, aggressive cricket there. Gave himself room, went leg side, got the ball he wanted from Langridge and smashed it over Goldsworthy at point before.
Yeah, what a shot that is. Predicting a ball into the pitch short. He has absolutely leathered that over backward point for 4.
This could be all over in a couple of overs, I reckon. They're not going to hang around now. Shetty looks very wristy and positive, aggressive. Big swing. Hits the ball clean and hard.
Oh, out.
There you go. Just talked him out. That is a bonus wicket. Slow ball bumper, I think, for JT Langridge there. Just a bit early on the shot. Shetty getting that top edge. And James Rue takes easy some catches, just as I talked about how good he was looking.
Good stuff. He's stuck to his guns there. Language. It'd be interesting to see if that was a slower bounce or just the pitch being incredibly slow. But nevertheless, it's created a wicket. Good work from JT Langridge. Somerset desperately needed a wicket. It's not the wicket they desperately need, but it gives them a chance. Yep, off-cutter, bouncer, so good piece of bowling there from JT. Easy catch for James Rue.
Yeah, clever
Langridge
that.
opens his account. 1 for 31 at the moment.
Off-cutter bouncer when you just had an on-pace delivery carted over back point before. Clever change-up. Let's play the ball shot well. Gloving that.
Yeah, threw the shot early. Straight onto the gloves. Sutton, the next batter in.
It's where you think Lancs will still win this game, but did Somerset get another 20, 30 runs? Does it make it a little bit more interesting?
Oh, it completely changes the game. If it's a run a ball game at this stage, I think you get Balderson and Somerset are favourites. But I think even if they do get Balderson now, it's 26 or 49 balls. The rest of the batters can just nudge and nurdle their way home. So unless something remarkable happens here, you think that Lancashire are going to get the better of Somerset today. But we've all watched enough cricket where strange things can happen. That's why we love it.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah,
Ollie Sutton then.
Langridge there, running in, backing himself. He's obviously had a plan there to the right-hander to use that big boundary to bowl short. He didn't let that one shot knock him off of his plan, so nice to see him get that wicket. Successful over there from Langridge. 25 or 48 balls is the equation.
So left arm to left arm on that last ball. Ollie Sutton, the left arm quick, who bowled 5 overs for 38, no wicket, no maiden. Left hand batter as well, first class best of 2 not out in just the 1 innings he's batted, the 1 game he's played. The 1 list A game he's played. 1 wicket for today. In the 2s recently, 3 for 79, Billericay against Essex 2s, but did get 47 and 55 with the bat, so that's a sign that he's a decent number 8. I know it's 2s cricket, but that's the way you've got to compare club or 2s performances when they come up to this level. He batted at 9 with Charlie Barnard at 10 in the 2s. Interestingly, that in the first team now he's batting at 8. Harry Singh opened the batting, Naresh Shetty batted 4. Most recent 2s game, George Bell's at 3.
Not that it's relevant for his cricket, but Sutton, exceptional Barnet. An exceptional hairdo. He's a big fan.
Interesting though to bat 9 for the 2s and 8 for the 1s. Maybe it's situational. Just think. 2 left-handers at the wicket. Big lad. I think it's going to be a big ball.
He's position fluid.
Big. Look at that pickup. Look how high that bat is. Like Johnny Bairstow, Harry Book style. Left-handed. Alfie Ogborn's really pumped up here. He's desperate. He's one of those that really wears his heart on his sleeve. He's always pumped up, always competitive. Give nothing.
Me and Charlie Taylor on a little hair growing competition at the moment.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I have to have a chat with Sutton afterwards, ask him what conditioner he uses. He's like a very well looked after mane. Nearly snuck through there. Alfie Ogborn doing everything he can to try and get that wicket of Balderson. Just managed to get a bit of an inside edge on that. That was heading stump bound. Burnsy probably said it was going down or over or something. But
Charlie Ogborn bowling his 9th over. Archie Vaughan, who was actually the 3rd bowler used, the first change, bowled 10. Everyone else has got overs to play with. A lot of juggling to be done by James Rew now, desperately trying to get 4 wickets inside 24 runs. Can he buy a wicket? Can't afford to leak runs, but who can get him another crucial breakthrough? George Bolson would be lovely. That should not be a 1. What an arm from JT Langridge. He's rocketed that from 5 metres away. Alfie Ogborn's head in hands. It probably would have been easy with an underarm flick. He went back and launched it sidearm. JT Langridge is gutted. James Rew's going to give him a cuddle. Bit of a high five. That's a cheeky single. Bolton didn't need to do that.
That is not a cheeky single. That is a terrible single. He would have been out by yards there. JT.
Sutton can't believe it.
Got in quick. He'd have been out by miles. Yeah, he'd have got the halfway down. Absolute panic on there.
Oh, I can't believe he's taken that. Can't believe he's taken that. No maidens yet in this Somerset bowling performance. Wouldn't they love a wicket maiden now? Even a double, even a triple. How greedy can they be? Bolton 65. There we go.
Oh,
that's what I just talked up. James Rew's called it really early, really clearly. James Rew won't drop that. This is game on. Game alive here. Somerset could still win this game. Lanc 7 down now, within 23 to win, and all the setbacks have gone. Bowls a ridiculous single last ball to keep the strike, and maybe Langridge not running him out. Well, actually, they got him out next ball.
Great work there from JT. He knows there's that short leg side boundary, but he's backed himself. He's used his asset, which is his height. He's bashed it in. He's got big on Balderson.
George Balderson was caught by James Rew. A bit of
an agricultural slog, really, and a nice easy chance for the keeper. JT Langridge has thrown open this game as we get into the last 7 overs. Somerset have a genuine chance now. Luke Hands, Bailey can bat.
Yeah, I'm surprised Bailey's not in. Thought Bailey would have batted 8. Charlie Barnard probably 11, fine, but I can't believe Tom Bailey's not in.
Well, I suggest that Hands is a handy batter, excuse the pun, but only 3 wickets left in the shed now. JT Langridge should be feeling very confident.
Is that a brain fade or what? 2 balls in a row, Bolton should have been out. Harris gave it away, Balderson's given it away. I do find this one-day cup, the experienced players giving it away.
Yeah, I think on 67, if someone bowls short to that leg side boundary, you'd 100% be going for it.
Yeah.
He just hasn't executed the shot, and JT being so tall, he's got that little bit of extra bounce. It was an on-pace delivery. It had a bit of pace on it, nice and quick, short. You give yourself a chance. Hands on strike. Langridge steaming in, right on target there. A quick single.
Oh, JT Langridge has been rugby tackled. I don't think it was deliberate. There's an apology. Luke Hand straight away. JT Langridge has taken it very well. Fair play. Little fist pump, little touch. God, he's been clattered there. Yeah. Watch this back on the replay. They're both big lads. Hands and Langridge, the 2 quickest bowlers in this game today. Probably the 2 tallest lads as well.
Yeah, I think the batter's a little bit more thick-set than JT Langridge. He's built a little bit like Bruce Reid, for those who know their sort of 80s, 90s cricketers. Oh, good bouncer again. He's been given a no ball. Was that front foot? I think it must have been. He's got the old free hit.
203 centimetres tall was Bruce Reid.
Yeah, he was quite tall. He was one of, he was made quite famous. Not that he wasn't already, because he was a great cricketer, but he was one of the stooges for the 12th Man tapes.
Why?
I think just because of his ungainly, sort of lanky approach to the wicket, and I think the 12th Man tapes, they are quite funny.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he snapped in half.
6'8".
Murph Hughes is coming in with the sellotape to tape him back together. Kind of that vibe.
That's quite a good accent. I'm impressed with that. Was that Western Australian?
I used to love those tapes, the 12th man tapes. If you haven't heard them and you're a cricket fan, download them now. Absolutely brilliant.
Did you listen to them on what? On the way to
On a
away
cassette.
games? Back
On
in
a
your little
cassette
car,
tape.
was it? Peugeot 206, you're driving with cassette tape. Well played, just needs the one. They can do this with singles.
Yeah, it's all the voices of Richie Benno, Tony Gregg, Max Walker.
So you would buy the cassette tapes from a shop, good old-fashioned way, and you listen to them in your car.
Well, that was what we all did back then, Harry.
Yeah, we've got to educate. There are some younger than me listening.
I think they're available
They're
on
podcasts or
on
Spotify.
They're available on iTunes or whatever it is now. Highly recommended if you want a good chuckle. Not in this day and age the most PC, but I'm pretty sure most cricket fans would love them.
Australians could get away with them. I think we're even past iTunes now, Pete. I think those days are gone. It's all Spotify or Apple Music. Downloads these days. I've still got my CD player in the car. Mates laughed at me the other day for putting a CD on. 19 to win, JT Langridge into hands. It's a good single. They're going to push 2, you know. Shouldn't be 2. No, you can feel it. Josh Davey out there.
Yeah, you haven't lived, Harry, unless you've rewound your favourite song using a pencil and a cassette.
Yeah. For my 18th birthday, my dad gave me a suitcase full of cassette tapes. My first car, Peugeot
You're
206.
a lucky lad.
Duran, Rio, that sort of. You like the Wolf, things called sort of. Top of the Pops, I think. He used to record them. Cassette tapes. One of them had Philip, Time for Tea in the middle of one of his favourite songs. I remember that. Billy Idol was on there, I think. Bit of White Wedding.
17 to win now. 3 wickets in hand. 36 balls remaining. Another successful over from JT Langridge. He's done exactly what the captain would have wanted for him. He's made a couple of breakthroughs. The wiggly worm is way above Somerset's, so it's still very much game Lancashire, but Somerset fought hard, and JT's comeback spell has been absolutely magnificent. He's got 2 for 38 at the moment off his 6 overs, but he's created the wicket. That's what you want from your tall bowlers, to come in and be a disruptor. Bowl short, bowl aggressively, force some mistakes. Alfie Ogborn bowling his last over now. Last throw of the dice for James Rue.
I love it when Alfie Ogborn loads up to launch it in. He doesn't, but he thinks about it. Yeah, that was me. That was what I was talking about with my dad, taping the songs off the radio on a Sunday top 40. And then if he didn't shut the door loud enough, he'd have brother, sister or mum shouting through, and that's recorded on the tape forever as well. Nearly 7,000 watching now, engrossed to the end. Alfie Ogborn, every ball's an event here. Yorker, dugout, the follow through, the theatrics here. Both Ogborn mum and dad I saw separately at lunchtime. Interval, they're here. Delighted to see him get that 5 for in the last game. And a rest yesterday and back into it again today. Just a couple balls left in his spell. I feel Ogborn 1 for 39. Can Somerset afford to squeeze here? Can they bring any other boundary riders in? Make him go over the top. Probably not fine leg third. Too easy to get 1 down there. But could they be brave and bring in deep square leg or deep cover?
Well, I think the longer you stretch this game out, the more chance you've got of taking those 3 wickets. It's not going to be a run situation. It's going to be a can Somerset bowl them out. And you know, every one of those shots that go out to the boundary rider and they just pick up 1 instead of a boundary gives Somerset a little bit more of a chance to get those 3 wickets. Yeah, it's certainly not going to go down to the last few balls. It's can Somerset take these 3 wickets? Hence why the slip's in place.
Yeah, almost like a.
I'd like to see him over the wicket here. He's just getting the ball to shape away from the right-hander over the wicket with the angle across, brings his slip into play. Don't think he will, but I'd like to see it.
Yeah, interesting to see. Archie Vaughan is almost a third slip. A little bit closer than James Root. I like it there, aggressive move. Hands only on 2. Down the leg side. I suppose if that's over the wicket, not round, he's less likely to bowl the leg side wide, maybe.
Well, from that angle, if you think he's trying to nick him off,
yeah.
Hence why he's put a slip in. To get the ball to go in to out with an old white ball is virtually impossible. But you've got a natural angle going across towards the outside edge if he goes over. Get him just feeling outside off stump.
Yeah, agreed.
Saying that, he'll probably nick him off now. Yeah, there's a little bit of tail in there. Go on, Alfie. One ball over the wicket. Do it. Go on.
Come on, Somerset, still here. Tell you what, it's a good old crowd still in. You thought on a Sunday, family day, there'd be a few youngsters who are sleepy or need their bedtime. No homework, of course, in the summer holidays, but they might drift off early. Well, all of the stands are pretty well packed still.
Well, the cricket's been good, and that little burst of JT Langridge has just kept everyone on the edge of their seats. 15 needed.
Oh, well bowled, Alfie Osborne. I love his reactions. Last ball of Alfie Osborne's spell. Another brilliant spell from Alfie Osborne.
Osborne sponsored by TWG 41. His turnovers with figures of 1 for 41.
Great.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely there. He's bowled nicely there. I would like to have seen him to a lower order batter just try and go across him.
Yeah, I do agree. Him and Archie Vaughan, the 2 most economical of the Somerset bowlers. And guess what? Those 2 have bowled their 10 overs. That 1 over 8. I don't think they'll go back to him again. That was a bonus.
JT Langridge with a 1980s mullet with the Top Gun theme tune playing in the background. So is that a sign?
I think it is.
.136 for 7. Sutton and Hands in charge for Lancashire to get them over the line. Nicely bowled and a quick single. Oh, Kean Roberts has misfielded that. They're going to pick up an extra 1. He's raced in hard there to try and save the 1. A little bit of a fumble.
James Root just talking to a slip fielder here. Going to take the slip out? No. Archie Vaughan's at mid wicket. Kean Roberts at mid off. Goldsworthy at point. Thomas Root at mid on. More of a gully than a slip now. Sutton's looked pretty calm. Looked pretty good as the big left armer, the big left-hander. Double left. Tractor driver is in his element now. I can hear tractor driver coming through the effects mic. Come on, JT. Bowling quickly, JT Langridge.
Nicely bowled.
Sutton's a big lad.
I like that. Aggressive.
Now we've had a nice compliment come through from Fat Dad. John B. Durkin says, watching this on TV as a Lancs fan, and I'm seriously impressed with the whole Somerset setup, from the crowd size, activities behind the stands, and the professionalism of the TV work cameras, sponsorship, advertising deals, and the commentators, who are a step up from most other counties and were great with the kids. Thank you to Fat Dad John B. Durkin. Great to know Lancs fans enjoying. Down here too. Oh, Cheeky inside edge. You think about the single there, but Thomas Rue did very well to attack it early. Snuff out any chance of a single. So Langridge continues from this end. Who are you bowling at the other end?
Be surprised if they don't go to Josh Davey, being the more senior bowler.
Yeah, agreed. You have to, don't you? Don't see you bowling Roberts or Goldsworthy as a gamble here. Goldsworthy has got one left, but I think it'll be Josh Davey. Can deep cover get there? Case is a brilliant fielder. Yes, he can. It's an easy 2, but still 2 runs saved. Nearly down to single figures. Lanc still looking like they're going to win this game, but Somerset giving it a real good fight. Dug out, well played. Love that. Outfield was celebrating every dot ball here. Kean Roberts is pumped up. You can tell these lads, they really want it. Their first team chance to play in front of a big old crowd in the summer holidays. 11 runs to win. 2 inexperienced bowlers at the crease with bat in hand. The speeds of JT Langridge is over on the big screen in the ground now, seeing 2 or 3 of those balls in the over 80 miles per hour. Slower ball, 74.6 miles per hour. Top Gun continues. It's Josh Davey. Of course it's Josh Davey. Has to be. But the big chat is the field setting. Josh Davey and James Rue, the 2 most experienced players. So bowler and keeper, they're going to know the plan and what they want here. Our field ones get involved. To be fair, our field ones probably up there with experience levels. Lammonby's out on the boundary. He's getting involved. But Davey and Rue will make a plan here. With right-handed hands on strike, so deep cover definitely, fine leg definitely, deep square leg definitely. It's whether long on and long off are sent out. JT Langridge is a big, tall man. He's at mid-off, that's important. You look at Craig Oves from the T20 Blast, he's always on the boundary. James Rue is just moving deep square and deep fine, a little bit further round. Thomas Rue more deep mid-wicket now. Sorry, Thomas Rue's more deep fine leg, a bit squarer. Deep square leg Finn Hill is a little bit more mid-wicket. Good dot ball to start. Important dot ball to start. Tom Lammonby's a good fielder. He's not going to let that through. Those of you listening on your earpieces, make sure you turn them off at the end of the game. Save the battery for your next game. Make sure I remember to remind you all. Keep bringing your earpieces back to each home game. Use of the feet from hands. Going to get 1 for it. They're going to push 2, but it shouldn't be 1. Case is so good out there. Oh, it's cheeky. Ah, good running, actually. Credit to Lancashire. I don't think Case could have done a lot better there. It was more that Hands and Sutton ran the first one so hard. Really good to Casey Aldridge to the long, deep cover boundary, sprinting round, but can't stop it. 9 to win now. You'd have thought it's Lancs to win, but you never know. Josh Davey. Gonna have a couple overs left, unbowled. Maybe could have bowled a bit earlier, but he's got it! Wicket. Josh Davey! Hands has gone for 4. This game just keeps on giving. Long live the one-day cup. Metrobank fever is all over Taunton. The seagulls are scattering. Hands has gone for 4, and suddenly they're 8 down. Still a few more runs to win. What a game of cricket.
Yeah, nice base of the off-stump Yorker there from Davey. digging deep into Lancashire's batting resources here. Tom Bailey can play. Very much game on, 9 to win. It's squeaky bum time.
He has a tie in a one-day cup game the other day. Well over 300 a tie. Well, that's still in contention. 3.3 overs remaining. Plenty of time really for Lanc to get 9 runs. Tom Bailey is a pretty good number 10.
Last week for Lancashire is number 8, Tom Bailey.
Yeah, he scored a fair few first-class 50s off memory. I think he's a tidy player. Certainly played plenty of cricket, lots of experience. 242 for 8, 9 to win. 2 wickets, Somerset in the chasing.
Yeah, Tom Bailey, this day best, 60. 325 this day runs, 26 innings. Current of 87, 22 fours and 8 sixes. First class best of 78 with 11 50s. So the boy can bat, still can't lose back to 10, but giving youngsters a go. Well, Somerset La 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 is ringing around the Shires now. The slow hand claps have started. The Lancs photographers moved seats for a different view. Can Josh Davey get 2 and 2 here? Can he get Tom Bailey straight away? Low full toss, well played for one to deep cover. 8 to win. One little giveaway, not a mistake, and then suddenly number 11's out there with runs to win. You never know. I still remember Don Bess and Jack Leach getting out when the scores were tied against Lancashire here a few years ago. Remember that one, Pete?
No.
Spin being bowled. Scores were level. Bess and Leach both got out and it finishes a tie. 8 down. 8 to win. Same field, well, left-hander. Same field did have. Alfie Alford was just having a little chat with Josh Davies, suggesting. There you go. Fine leg is going to go wider. Don't mind that. Cian Roberts is standing right in front of the Lancashire photographer.
Is he doing a bit of a double bluff here for a short ball?
Maybe. He goes for slow off cutter. As he keep it simple and just attack the stumps. Josh Davies rode the bounce quite well there. Cut off for 6/10, so that's not going to affect anything. There's going to be no restrictions. Somerset got through their overs well enough. That's not going to be a factor. I don't see Lancashire running out of time to get the runs. It's just whether Somerset can get 2 wickets.
Well, it's certainly been a good scrap here by both teams. Lancashire fought back well when they bowled, and they were certainly in command of this chase when Harris and Balderson were going, but they've opened the door for Somerset here. 8 to win off 19. The crowd are probably making it feel a bit more pressurised than it really is for the 2 batters out there, but can Somerset just create one more chance? Oh my word! That is a stinking drop. Who's that?
My word, Archie Vaughan.
Oh dear.
To cover off Sutton. That's the game. Goldsworthy slapped on the back straight away, tried to be positive. Somerset, very good body language after that drop catch to sprint round and get on with it. We're going to have to show you replay after replay of that, I'm afraid, but straight through his hands. He did take 3 early catches, Archie Vaughan. Has been heard stories of him dropping catches in club cricket and school cricket, but he took the first 3, and that one. Cider drink is on. Somerset fans are still positive, singing, dancing, enjoying themselves, but how much difference would that?
That's a real big miss there from Archie Vaughan. Simple catch to extra cover, straight through the hands. In professional cricket, they don't really come a lot easier than that. Oh dear.
I can't really make an excuse for him. Admirable how Somerset have just cracked on. They can't do anything about it now, but oh, what would have been, what could have been. They won't give up yet. 80 language still, 7 to win. Oh, wow. That's dangerous. That's really dangerous. The quickest bowler's just launched at his head.
No ball and a free hit, so it's going to be a costly delivery. 7 to win. It's going to be a lot less after this ball.
That's dangerous from JT Langridge. I think I've seen him do that before, previous years actually. Injured most of last year, barely played. Slingy action, it can just slip out. The nerves getting to everyone here.
5 to win, so it's already cost 2. Free hit now. Sutton has got a license to thrill for this delivery here from JT Langridge. And he's got away with it. He's got away with it. Well bowled. He certainly wasn't going to go for the Yorker, that ball. Yeah, I like it when he bowls aggressively into the pitch. He gets a lot of extra bounce. JT Langridge. He's growing into that tall body of his. If he could just continue to mature, put on a little bit of pace, get a little bit of meat on those bones, he'll be some bowler. Full toss, just below the thigh. Sigh of relief there from JT. I'd like to see him continue with the ploy of bashing it into these lower order batters. Not very comfortable against the moving ball.
That hard length
towards the chest area.
You're not worried about a top edge for 4 that loses the game. Go for broke. Single for Lancs. More and more Lancs fans tuning in from across the world. People watching on holidays, people watching at home, people watching travelling. The YouTube chat is kicking off. Can't keep up with all of it. Lucky that was a tall batsman.
4 runs to win, 1 hit away. Toby Bailey, the senior player, the calm head.
What can Tom Bailey do then? He's got to talk about his Listo 50s, or multiple first class 50s. Can he get Lancs over the line here? That's a low full toss and leading edge. It's going to be a push for 2. Good bit of fielding. Thomas Roos launched it in. I think sensible from Lancs to just take 1 there. Didn't need to risk a run out. Great work from Thomas Roos to keep it to just 1 run.
Two balls left of this over, 3 to win. JT crack it open once more. Bouncer. Well played, well defended.
He's played that well, ridden the bounce comfortably, soft hands in behind it.
Ball of that over, 2 to win. Likely that that's JT Langridge's last ball of the game. Good little period in the middle of that spell where he cracked it open, took those 2 important wickets. 2 for 47 off his 8 overs, but it looks like it's going to be all over to Josh Davey to try and do something magic here. 2 to win. 2 overs left. Don't think it's going to go past this over unless Josh Davey can do something special.
Very fortunate win today for Lancs. They should never have won, says one of the comments. It's probably a bit harsh.
Well, it's ebbed and flowed. Classic 50-over game that you expect. You know, both teams have been in it and kind of thrown it away a little bit, and the other team have wrestled a bit of momentum back. What we have had is 98 overs of some good quality, engaging cricket. I like the way that Lancashire have gone about their attack. They've been positive. Harris and Balderson played beautifully for their runs. Somerset just kept on scrapping. That drop catch, I think, has missed an opportunity, really. 9 down, 14 to win, I think, at the time. There's a lot of pressure there when you've only got 1 wicket left. Somerset would have fancied themselves. Unfortunately, that opportunity slipped through the fingers of Archie Vaughan, and Sutton lived to fight another day. He's got 3 runs off 8 balls, 2 to win.
Where's he going to go then, Josh Davey? Full, the one that got... Oh, midfield. That's not what Somerset need. The drop catch from Archie Vaughan. Now the midfield from Lewis Goldsworthy. Now the score's 11. It's only 1 to win.
Yeah, sloppy. That sloppy bit of cricket there from Goldsworthy. Very basic error there. All the pressure's now off. Toby Bailey on strike.
Toby
Field
Bailey
has come in. Tom Bailey.
Pressure's getting to you.
Is there a Toby Bailey?
I don't know where you got that from. Is that
I'm sure there is a Toby Bailey somewhere.
not aware. I'm just like Google a Toby Bailey.
Somewhere. I'm pretty sure one will exist.
Wow, yeah, we're going on Facebook, we're going on Google. Toby Bailey, American basketball player?
No, not
You're
him.
not a basketball player. That's anyone I can find. So, tell you what. Born in Kettering and Northamptonshire.
There we go.
48.
Yeah, played a few games
There you
against
go.
Toby. Great lad.
Ah, fair play.
Sure he opened the bowling for Lancashire.
Wicket keeper, but not. Davey then. It's Tom Bailey. Going to be any rush? No, of course he's not. Fielder's in. He'll wait for the ball. Yeah, Toby Bailey. Never heard of him, but Northampton's wicket keeper. First class high score of 101, average 22. Retired in 2004. Should have played against him first year of your career, maybe? First year, sorry, one of your first years back at Somerset.
Two wickets needed, 1 to win. Fielder up, apart from 1 scout out on the deep square boundary.
Never crowd catch. I think James Ree's joking. He's got a massive grin on his face. I think he knows the crowd's going to go up for it.
Oh, Somerset are building the pressure here, though. Building up the excitement. The kids are enjoying it. I can hear them on the effects mic around the boundary. A lot of parents up on their feet, ready to make a dash for the exit as soon as the runs are scored or the wickets are taken. Tom Bailey will be massively phased at the moment. 1 clean strike away. There it is, 4 runs through the covers. Lancashire win today's contest in the Metrobank 50-over competition. They've chased Somerset's total 8 down. They made hard work of it. Marcus Harris and George Balderson looked like they were going to see this game home pretty comfortably, but a couple of strikes by JT Langridge got Somerset back into it, and it could have been
Thank you very much for
a victory snatched from the jaws of defeat. Archie Vaughan would have taken that catch at extra cover with 15 runs to go, but not to be for Somerset. It's been a good game of cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The players are shaking hands. It's been a good contest, but Lancashire will take the points. Somerset lose their first game this season. They've won their first 2. That's their first defeat in the Metrobank, so not definitive in terms of the league, but they'll be a little bit disappointed with that middle of their batting innings and a couple of missed opportunities in the field. But all in all, a good game and a good day's cricket. Thanks to Harry Everett for calling the game. Harry Everett and Sam Dalling have been with me all day. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We look forward to either seeing you here at the county ground soon. We've got lots of things going on. We've got 150 birthday celebrations of the club when Somerset take on Warwickshire. That's Sunday, August the 17th. We'd love to see you at the ground. If not, please tune in to YouTube. And we hope you have enjoyed the coverage while enjoying a nice glass of ice-cold Yazoo.
We'd like to thank our match sponsors, Joseph Casson Estate Agency, our principal Metro Bank.